Boys, good morning. I hope you're all having an absolutely beautiful day out there. I thought I forgot to turn the camera on, but we're absolutely up tremendous at this point in time. It is a goddamn beautiful day. We stocked up on some goodies today because we have a movie to watch tonight after stream. Carla and I are watching the new Avatar movie because apparently that's come out, the last Airbender, I should say. Because that is coming out to streaming tonight. We did not watch the leak because we are ethical human beings. I see some of you out there. I see some of you out there. Today, I think we gotta check on some shit in the guild hall because we probably have another guild hall upgrade or two ready to go to push up the level a little bit. I gotta get my bags back in check. I've gotta swing by the trading post to pick up my humble 5 gold, which I can honestly do while I'm right here. And then I think it might be more world versus world pumping. Something tells me. No, movie night with the boys. I think my channel would cease to exist if I watched a movie on stream. I don't think I have that level of motion yet. I won't lie. I do have a Crunchyroll sub, but also I don't know if I want to watch anime with most of chat. Some of y'all would be intolerable to watch shit with. I swear to God, just wouldn't fucking shut the hell up. Man, good day. And the first in chat, Leon has fallen. He's on a mini vacation. He's letting you guys have some fun with it. Phoenix resetting, Snowman, Super, Dr. Chevron, Das Hoofs. What up, my boys, my lurkers out there? Hope you're all having absolutely beautiful days on this day. I get a little bit richer. We are truly up tremendous on this fine one. Snow, good day. Hope you're having a beautiful one. Is it Night of the Living Dead they failed to file the copyright paperwork for, and anyone can play? I actually have no idea. Is that a thing? I mean, I'm assuming if things are in like the public domain, like maybe Winnie the Pooh, because that came in to the public domain a little while ago. But I'm not entirely sure, because then you started to have all of your like, you know, you had all of your Winnie the Pooh spin-offs and shit that were popping up out of nowhere. I don't really know the implications of that though. My entire philosophy is if it seems like it's complicated in any way, shape, or form, I typically stay as far away from it as I possibly can at all points in time. Otherwise, it's almost definitely going to confuse me. And if I get confused by something, then I might get cooked by something. So the goal is always to go nowhere near things that I do not thoroughly understand with streaming. Because honestly, people have got banned for far dumber things than watching shit on stream. And also, people have not got banned for far dumber shit than, well, watching movies on stream. So it's a weird world. The original title was going to be Night of the Creeps. They did a last minute change and never properly copyrighted it. Interesting. So their copyright didn't cover the actual product that they put. So like, how does that work? Can you file a copyright for it after the fact? Because I'm sure they like have some form of it, right? Or is it just completely like public domain? Zenny, hope you're having a beautiful day. Straight to public domain. Interesting. Interesting. Did other people like utilize that? Could someone file a copyright and like be the copyright claimant of it and then just own the rights to it, or no? I don't really know how copyright law works. Not exactly my my forte. I won't lie. Raise my FSD user score from 97 to 99%. What do you get for FSD like usage score being high? Don't you get like a discount or some bullshit? Or they like reward you in some way, shape, or form? Movie came out in the late 60s, and it became the movie TV stations played for Halloween for years. Because they didn't have to worry about copyright with it? Interesting. Because they wouldn't have to like pay anything for it? That's so weird. So I could theoretically just watch Night of the Living Dead with you guys over and over and over again on stream. But effectively, it's like that and Winnie the Pooh, I think, that we would be okay to comfortably watch on stream. Other than that, it might just all be bad. It might all be absolutely horrendous. So we're not quite sure. If you have Tesla insurance, you get lower premiums. A 99% score should be a premium under 100 a month. No Tesla insurance here yet. Wait, so how do you insure if no Tesla insurance? I'm sure somebody insures like Allstate or some bullshit, right? Or is there just straight up like no insurance for Teslas? Because that would make it not viable to drive on streets here, right? Because I'm assuming you have to have, do you have to have insurance in your area, regular insurance? So I heard a lot of companies won't go near like self-driving vehicles right now. Was it harder to get insurance for that than it would be a normal vehicle because of the FSD? Normal insurance companies insure. Tesla has its own insurance that gives FSD discount. Right. Only thing I don't need to do is inspection. You don't have to inspect your car? The fuck? Maine is yearly, car registration, inspection of vehicle, and then we always have to have insurance. It's a goddamn shame they don't consider FSD yet. Oh, that's cool. So basically the insurance is just exempt from the FSD at this point in time. It's just completely separate from that. And then from there, you just use the FSD effectively. If you have Tesla insurance, you would get a premium discount off of that, but emissions only, no emission car. Wait, so you don't have to inspect your vehicle because you don't have emissions? So effectively, you don't have to fall in line with that? Interesting. Interesting. I wonder if Maine has something similar. FSD safety feature, the autonomy is still beta, so they can't officially price it. Interesting. I want Tesla to show you all your driving data and price you accordingly. Right, but if you use FSD all the time, then you get rewarded for that. So, like, in terms of all of the driving data, I mean, don't drive like a goober. But, you know, I think that's something that many companies offer as an optional at this point in time. And if you're driving a Tesla, you're probably, like, I would, again, I don't want to assume, but I don't think most people that get Teslas are going to be getting Teslas to go out and fucking hot rod them in the streets and bring them to takeovers. Something tells me most people that rock Teslas at this point are like, I don't know, nerdier business lads, or people like myself that just really like tech. I don't have a Tesla, I drive a Honda Civic. But you're probably, at that point in time, already sharing a shitload of data in the first place, but also employing FSD as much as you can if you do have it. I don't really understand, like, why one would want to drive a Tesla themselves instead of just being like, vehicle drive me, but like people who buy Teslas or they're technically having midlife crisis. I mean, there are some old people that love Teslas as well because they're like little golf carts. So a lot of people just like the Teslas because they're electric. I don't know, some people love that shit up here. But run it. My Tesla's 500 horsepower, 0 to 64.5 seconds. Well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know that you're gonna be bringing that bitch to a car meet in drag racing. It maybe that's your thing with the Tessie, and then maybe you look at my Honda Civic and be like, yes, the power to weight ratio is really good. Yes. But I don't know. I don't necessarily know that many people are bringing their Tessies to car meets. Plaid kicked off the strip because it's too fast with no cage. Dude, it's a fucking golf cart on steroids. It goes so quickly. Keep in mind, I'm not a car guy in terms of like the performance stuff. My car gets me point A to point B, you know, safely and efficiently. And that's the best part about it. Off of that, I don't, God, fucking damn it. Off of that, I don't really care what else it does or doesn't do. So, for me, Honda Civic Type R1 Hardman, I don't like the racing. The Type R had metal foot pedals, and then the exhaust came out of the back differently, like how it sat in the back. It was two in the middle, like basically like converging in the middle instead of split to the outsides. I didn't really like the Type R. When I was looking for my vehicle, like back when I bought, I specifically was like, I do not want a Type R. Please don't show me a Type R. I've seen the Type Rs. I've driven the Type Rs. I don't fucking want a Type R. I was like, I am trying to drive this thing very reasonably. I am putting the pedal nowhere near the metal. It does not need to go fast. I go 5 to 8 over the speed limit. And I use my cruise control whenever I'm on the interstate. I do not need to fucking burn out my tires and race people off of a goddamn stoplight starting line. I have nothing to prove. It's a Honda Civic. And I am a commuter. So I got an EX. It's quite nice. It's actually pedal to the carpet. And my pedal goes down moderately. Like, the determining factor on how fast I accelerate is which way the wind is going that day. You think I can gather here before they break in? What's the gate at? Because I'm just trying to get a gathering loop done real quick. Probably not. Probably not. All right, we'll pop over here. We'll get that done. I don't Civic. What is it? MK Tower. Definitely my favorite looking at them all. You're a fucking nerd. One of the tires had very little wear after 2 years. Yeah, I had to replace my factory tires because I got a flat one time. And I brought it in and they were like, hey, it's probably going to be more reasonable and better for your wear if you just get 4 tires. And I was like, you know what, fuck it. I got a deal on him because I knew the manager, so he gave me his manager discount. So that was sick. But that's my second set of tires that I've ever had on it. It's at like 65k miles now. Excuse me, 65k miles now. Still plenty of tread on those bad boys. Fucking drives beautifully. Only thing is, my air conditioner's not blowing cold, so I gotta get that looked at. Should probably try to get that in the shop ASAP, actually. But, I've been kind of lazy, admittedly, because I don't want to bring it over for the day. It's not even that I'm gonna have to pay for it. Bitch is under warranty. But, I just ain't been doing it. Everyone says EVs either wheels. So if you drive like an asshat or on a truck. I personally, I don't know how people are driving these days. But like, I'm not really in a hurry when I drive. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. I don't understand the whole like hyper aggression with driving where people are like, I gotta split lanes, I gotta cut off this person to save myself 4 seconds on my journey. I'm like, man, what if you just fucking chilled out a little bit and then, you know, maybe didn't cause yourself far more wear and tear on your vehicle by driving like an asshat. But I digress. Sometimes I'm just too passive. Carla yells at me in cities sometimes because I'll just be like letting people merge in and I'll be giving them a wave and shit. And I'll be like, oh no, they'll let me merge soon whenever they're ready. Whenever they decide to let me in, we'll be there. And then it's like 5 minutes later and people are like honking at me and like throwing shit at me. So an aggressive driver to the point of accelerating fast to get ahead of everyone. I just watch people as they speed off. Yeah, I don't know, I'm not really in a hurry. And any time that I was in a hurry and drove fast, I would get pulled over. And I'd rather just take my time and arrive 2 minutes later to my destination, you know, every time, and not have a chance of getting pulled over. Because if I get pulled over, yeah, sure, just pay the ticket, whatever. I'd rather fucking not. First things first, I'd rather not. And that's an interaction that I have to have. I don't want to fucking interact with people while I'm trying to drive. Not trying to hit that. But a congested toll during rush hour without easy pass. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, the thing about it is you're still going nowhere. You know? That's the thing. If you're driving in rush hour, then you fucked up driving in rush hour regardless. But also, Maine doesn't really get like that. You know? That's a bit of a different set of circumstances. We don't really have crazy-ass traffic up here during our rush hours. We have 2-lane interstates everywhere. And before we had Easy Pass, we had those little toll booths where, like, people would just throw their change in. Those were fucking lit, because then everybody just went through and Kobe'd. But I would have to assume a lot of people also missed and or just didn't pay. So... Ooh, that shit get nowhere. But, like, what are you getting home to do? Play video games? I mean, I get it. You're out of work and you want to enjoy your day. But if you just say, hypothetically, crash once, or get pulled over once, or have any inconvenience around that once, that basically offsets statistically, like, a year of what you would save in terms of your time. I don't know how bad it is for you. or how much, you know, how much you don't fear any of that. And maybe that's just a different thing, but like, when I'm driving and I see somebody driving aggressively, I'm like, oh, cool, they don't give a fuck about their car. They don't care if they get into a crash, they'll just let the insurance cover it. Me, I'm like, okay, well, if I get into a crash, best case scenario is I get mildly injured so that way I get an insurance claim. Worst case scenario is I literally fucking die. I'm driving like a dick. Oh, well, I mean, you were talking about making moves and shit. And most people that say making moves to get through traffic typically drive like an amateur NASCAR driver. Hello, noob! And I say amateur because I mean none of the tact of it. Just at the toll. Oh, yeah, I mean, hear me out. I think not having an easy pass in these days is a throw on your own part. But, y'all don't have those tolls that you just, like, zip by now? Or is this like an olden days thing? Because we have a lot of tolls up here, like the ones that aren't easy pass now, you just drive through and it like scans your plate, and then if you don't have it, then you just vibe. They keep saying, I already have an account, I need to get on. You know you can just drive through the easy pass ones anyways, and then they'll just like mail you a bill. And then you just call in and pay that. Like you can literally, they do, it's easy pass or pay by plate. So you don't even have to stop those for $50. Where the fuck are you at that you're getting scammed? What? Y'all are living in a dystopian society. In Maine, they literally just send you a bill for it. Fill my plates like bridges and shit. Carla literally worked at the Turnpike, dog. Again, I don't know if your Turnpike's different, but Maine Turnpike, like, they just send you a bill and then you call in and pay your bill. And then you just, like, get charged for the tolls. In Maine, there's no extra fees or anything unless you don't pay your bill. It must be different where you're at, but like, you're getting fucking scammed, dog. That shit's crazy. Like, if you drive through a toll in Maine, they literally just take your license plate because there's a picture of everything. And every Easy Pass takes a picture, every toll takes a picture of your vehicle. And then you just pay that. Turnpike, they need to know where you got on and off. What? What do you mean the Turnpike, they need to know where you got on and off? You're billed by the mile driving on your Turnpike? Brother, I feel like you're getting scammed. In what state do you get billed by the mile to use the Turnpike? That just doesn't seem accurate at all. Where is that? Individual tolls aren't like, you pay a cent if you get off in Maine. That's like, you pay the toll here and then you just, like, you pay that regardless of how much. Taxes like that? Y'all are getting scammed. What the fuck? That's crazy. So, wait, you get on, and then there's a reason I don't use a tollway. What? That's crazy. You take a ticket, then you give the ticket when you get off. What? And then they have to calculate what you owe? What kind of dog shit ass Turnpike authority do you fucking have? What the fuck? That's so inefficient and suboptimal. The toll road here just has cameras. We just have toll booths. Like, at certain intervals, you just have a toll booth, and it's like, this upcoming toll is $125, and if you have an Easy Pass, it's 75 cents, and then if you don't have an Easy Pass, and you go through the Easy Pass, they just mail you a bill. What? You guys are getting scammed! Oh my god, I never knew it was that bad in some places. I've always wondered why people hate toll roads so much, and I've always just been like, huh, man, our toll roads are pretty chill. You just like drive by the toll booths, and if you have to stop, some nice old lady takes your money and she's like, have a good day. Majority of toll roads are by mileage. Maine has never done that. I have never encountered that in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, driving anywhere down all the way to DC. I've been through New York, and I have never had like a mileage toll. It always just Easy Pass deducts there. We always just have flat rate deductions on our Easy Pass account. I've literally never been charged like a mileage fee. What? Hold on. How many states toll roads are pay per mile driven? There are 38 states that have toll facilities, right? And some long-distance turnpikes charge a variable rate based on the distance you drive. There are 12 toll-free states. Statewide tax replacing the gas tax with the pay-per-mile driven program? No. USA Toll Roads Complete Guide. Hold on, I found the entire Policy and Governmental Affairs Office of Highway Policy information on tolls. Wait, so what is this? So say you go through like a $2 toll. And then you get off early. You're supposed to get charged less than the $2? You pay when you get off. That is not how it works up here. I have never encountered that. Even going over, every exit has a toll station. Weird. Let's see. I'm gonna try to read this. One way, both ways, rural, urban, interstate, non-toll miles or marks. Toll type. Dynamic. And then fixed. Ah, interesting. So, part of it might be that you are on national. Because it says on this authority source, when it's a federal authority source, it seems like there's a lot more dynamic pricing. And then when there's no federal authority source, it looks like it's fixed pricing. So like Maine, for example, Maine is fixed pricing, not a federal aid toll facility. And then we just have different rates for different like weights and axles of vehicles. So basically like you have toll booths that are two ways throughout the interstates at certain points, and you just you pay the flat rate at the toll booth for what your vehicle is, and then that just gets you like on the entire time, and then you typically don't have to pay like when you're off or anything, but we'll sometimes have those at like stops throughout the way, but those aren't typically like always around exits. But we don't get a ticket or anything like that. It's just flat rate and then you're on. So maybe instead of like the ticket system, Maine just sets up different booths on the interstate, like at checkpoints basically, in the distance that it would apply it. So your ticket just automatically applies like what it would. And then at Maine, you just go through different like checkpoints and you don't have the refund, so to say. Like if you pay $1 to get on and then you immediately get off, then you don't get that money back in Maine. Like you pay the $1. It's an entry fee basically to the park. Are you gonna give it a shot or Aeon 2 for the global release? I am not the most excited about Aeon 2. Part of it is that, if I'm being completely honest, games that have released in other regions in the past have already, I don't know, been solved, been dealt with, been sorted out, been parsed out, been whatever you want to call it. A lot of the element of discovery isn't there with those in the, you know, in the capacity that I really like, you know, that I would like it to be. So Aeon's not really on my radar at this point in time. Turning back. If I'm being completely real, there's just not a lot that really drags me over there or immediately catches my attention, so to say. If things change, y'all will be the first to know, of course. But really, in terms of like upcoming releases, I think the only one in terms of like the more known titles that I think I would really get excited over in this year's batch, I think Arcade Chronicles is supposed to release or some bullshit like that. I don't even know when Arcade Chronicles is supposed to be out, but I mean that may have some potential, but there are also a ton of red flags around that with, you know, concerns of pay to win and a lot of stuff like that. So, you know, it's one of those. Yo, Darren's, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What it do, Ski? Thank you for the raid, Raiders. Welcome in, Ben. Thank you for the follow. Much love, brother. If you guys are new to the channel, I appreciate y'all being here. Looks like there's some combat over there, and I am on a support build. I'm gonna let y'all have that. I just wanted to get some fucking gathering while I waited for tags and whatnot. Terrence, I appreciate you, Mike. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hope the stream's good. Raiders, welcome in. My name's Dusty. If you guys haven't been here before, I stream literally every single day for around 8 hours a day. All right. Neither of us can do damage, Haka. Literally, neither of us do damage. But I mean, maybe neither do they. Maybe neither do they. How many do they have? They have 3? They have 2. They have 3. I think if we had one form of Damage, we'd kind of be fine. But I think we just go in and hit for 200 and then don't die. I won't lie. Wasn't gonna learn for the convergences because he has to unlock them or something. I have not done a singular convergence yet, so it's probably that if I had to guess. Arcade Chronicles does not look promising. I don't necessarily know that there are many things currently within the MMO scene that, if I'm being honest, do look exactly promising. You know, the world portal device would still tell you. Do I have to interact with it? Because I don't even know if I have to interact with it, if I'm being completely honest. The thing with Arcade Chronicles is I don't necessarily think it's going to be something that, you know, draws my interest as a main game necessarily. But I do think that there is potential for it to be, you know, a nice little delve into something that we haven't played a lot of and just check it out for a little bit. I'm not exactly getting hyped up around it like it's, you know, like it's going to retain me forever and ever and ever. But could be something fun to just check out along the way for a little bit and see, you know, see what they're cooking up over there. I think the outer MMO world as a whole right now is just a little bit rough in terms of having an optimistic outlook for it. I think it just makes it a little bit tough knowing that there's not a lot that's like long-term fruitful right now for a lot of people to look forward to. But bro, this fight's not gonna end, by the way. I'm not quite sure what they or we expected here, but I'm quite certain this doesn't end. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't. Ron, you on your way, buddy? Because you might actually have time to get over here before this, you know, before this comes to a close. We might need, again, bro, honestly, if you start walking now, you might be here by the time this shit's done. Was Donkey on red? I mean, hey, whatever you're trying to do. We probably got a little bit of time over here before this fight ends. Apparently, Colonel LC is releasing with an extraction mode. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign at all, if I do say so myself. I think the symbol of death for games, especially modern. Oh no, the reinforcements are arriving, boys. The reinforcements are here. Our reinforcements are here. Oh my god, wait, we have a druid as well. We're literally never dying. Oh no. This is such a trolly fight. Oh my god, everybody pull up. Nobody's dying in this fight. You guys all have time to get here. If you're not on NA servers, if you're not on Yolan, you literally still have time to make a character, level the character, get it on Yolan Haven, get geared up, pop over, join the fight before this ends. I don't think this is going to end at any point in time. Mayhaps this guy is just silly Billy enough to let us blast. But it seems like they might have something mildly going. But I'm not convinced that they do. I'm actually not convinced at all. I think they might be fine. Yeah, no, we win. Alright. It was a fun one, boys. Dr. Chevron came through. And motherfucker. Immediately ended the fight. All we needed was a singular DPS. Bro, we weren't dying there. I can promise you one thing. We were not fucking dying. Jesus Christ. I hate that so much. I immediately knew that fight was full cooked from the start. Nobody was going to die there. We weren't, they weren't, or anything in between. God damn it. How goes the day, boys? Yo, Leon, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Day's going well. I literally just got started and I came around to do some gathering and shit. And then out of nowhere, we found a small group of greens that apparently wanted to throw hands. So they've since been dispatched. Now I guess we just run around and cap some camps and shit as a little 5-stack. But, you know, it is what it is. How long's the RI? Yeah, I know. It's only 40 seconds, dog. It's only 40 seconds. That's it. We got deathballed. Deathballed, you say? Goodness gracious me, oh my. No, no, no. This is no deathball. This is just 5 brave soldiers. We only had 3 we only had 2 at the start of that. And then we got a 3rd brave soldier. We actually have a crazy group comp right now. Like, this group comp for just like small hit and run type shit is actually so wild. Attack on Yolan? Oh no. Oh no, wait. How many does Attack on Yolan have? And how many do you guys die to? Because I could always bring a couple of lads and we could see what's going on over there. Although I don't know. 40 plus. You got hit by 40 plus or you have 40 plus? Which side of that have? Boys, I think we might dip our toes into some Yolan. He's been rolling deep on EVG a few hours ago. Interesting, interesting. I mean, green always rolls deep in all fairness. Hold on, I'm gonna check Yolan real quick. Oh! Ain't no fucking way. Actually, ain't no fucking way. This is some baby back bullshit. And I want a refund. That is fucking ridiculous. In what world? Chat, was it one of you guys? I need somebody in that clump to leave so I can pop in. That's where I came from. We'll go back. And then we can maybe hop in with that commander and start blasting. I don't even know what the tag's got going on over there, but like, I'm down to go pump. I think that'd be a wonderful time. I don't really have plans for anything. I leave in 30 for work. Don't you have to go get ready now? You gotta like shave your face, brush your teeth, put on some cologne. You're kind of stinky today. Maybe an extra shower before you step out the door. Give yourself time to dry off. Maybe food if you haven't had food. A little stretching. Warm up the car a little bit. Maybe you have something outside that you could do for 30 minutes beforehand. Take out the trash, mow the lawn, organize a flower bed, weed the garden. God, honestly, the options also there. Just like actually fuck off. So many things you can do right now other than taking my spot. It's just such a wide array, man. Willbender's pretty fun. Oh, it's so zippy, bro. It's so zippy. I really enjoyed with Willbender the element of movement that it provided, and coming over and immediately playing a Lumi after Willbender. Like, the impact of Lumi is phenomenal, and I have no quarrels about that whatsoever. But man, we slow sometimes. We slow sometimes. Are you first in queue? Nope, I'm in. I'm out this bitch. I was playing Power Condi, and I think, but I think Willie is just better power burst. Oh, dude, the burst on Willbender, if you can catch people out properly. Shit's crazy. Shit's crazy. Kids in World because they feel like I have zero impact on the fights and they're often very one-sided. I think that is a common thing with players that are kind of trying to get into World vs. World because there are so many pieces moving in the fight, and a lot of the fight can be scenarios where if you're a damage dealer, your damage isn't really going on anything because buffs and debuffs are so prevalent that you're not seeing, you know, HP bars bounce. You're either hitting completely unkillable people whose HP bar isn't moving because there's so much healing, so much buff sharing, or you're just absolutely, you know, 100 to 0ing people. And I think that contrast can be really weird for a lot of new players. It was myself as well. I come from a lot of PvX games, and even games where like having a large main ball and a large squad is very, very, very important. But with it, there was this level of confusion first thing around the emphasis on buffs and debuffs, which is why I ended up playing a support. Typically, I am a melee everywhere all the time, ooga booga, get in, get active, make shit happen person. And when I started to get a little bit more into Guild Wars 2 combat system, I was immediately just like, oh shit, everything in this fight is infinitely easier if I can just give people stability, and I can make sure they're not getting CC'd, and I can make sure people hit harder and they're tankier, which is the entire role of a support. It's chaotic, I think, at first, especially while you're figuring out roles and where you're figuring out what you want to be. Something as simple as, you know, this group running in one subgroup instead of splitting into different subgroups so everybody can buff share properly and get the most out of that. That's something where, you know, the complexities of World vs. World are kind of lost, because even within the clump, if you're split into subgroups, you want to make sure something as simple as a support, right? Making sure that I always have my subgroup within range, so that way I can get all of the buffs out to them, and I'm watching for strips so I can reapply buffs. If anybody gets CC'd, I've got to have an oh shit button because that means they got stripped and I didn't see the re-app. And I've got to have everybody in my group kind of in range as well. Now, there is always the, you know, the stack's super hard on clump, on commander tag, you know, stay on your driver. But even with that, you're going to have movements, you're going to have variants and stuff like that. PC bricked and game crash. My bad. That's on me. I meant to call that off once I got in. That's... Oh, I'm sorry. That's my fault, dog. The 76ers! Okay, hold the fuck on, hold the fuck on, hold the fuck on, hold the fuck on, hold the fuck on. We ain't get to talking about that. We ain't get to talking about that yet. The 76ers on a veteran minimum. The 76ers went from Paul George to Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. They literally got a better version of Paul George in LeBron James for far cheaper, by the way, veteran minimum. And then they took PG's contract and effectively turned him back in time to being Jaylen Brown. They got younger prime Paul George with less injury risk. Knock on wood, I like JB. And they got better old Paul George in LeBron James. And also they probably get Bronny on a G League contract and develop him, which I don't think Bronny's going to be all-star caliber player at any point, but I think Bronny could be like a bench player, 12 points a game, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, and a defensive guy that could come in. Kind of like, I don't know, I can see like a worse Colin Gillespie, but more athletic type shit. But he trolled the shit out of us. I don't know what they were doing with that announcement. I have no issue with SVV. Tried with so many times in 14 years. Just never been enjoyable. The whole reason I never did legendary is because gift to battle. Yeah, I mean, sometimes the mass scale just really isn't people's cup of tea, I will say. Even from a standpoint of, you know, I always tell people, well, once you get it, once you know the roles, once you understand how things move, it'll be different. But the truth is, some people just really don't like, you know, large scale PvP. Sometimes it's just a little too chaotic to watch. It's a little bit too unclear what's actually happening and where the impact is coming from. And a lot of people feel like in, you know, large scale PvP, it's almost like taking away your, you know, your individual ability to outplay. Chili, thank you for the follow. It's somewhat taking away your individual ability to outplay that. But I think that it just shifts, you know? A lot of the time in SPVP, you can lean on iframing one singular large attacker combo where it's an all-in combo from one person. And in World vs. World, you still have that. The only thing is the telegraph is coming from a group of 30 people where you're going to want to employ your iframes instead of, you know, one person. Or that. And, you know, there are similarities, but sometimes the sheer scale of it is just like, okay, this is a little too reliant on everybody else. I want some more independence, and I think certain games that have larger scale can actually do a good job of providing people with that feeling of, you know, I can outplay people individually, I can break off a little bit even in these larger scale fights, and I can make things happen. These guys have 10 people. I don't think that they have the numbers for this that they think they have. I'm just gonna start walking forward, I think. I feel like we outnumber these guys by about 10x. I think we just fucking run at them like that one scene where the gates open in Troy. Like, hear me out. I know this is gonna sound crazy. There we go. He's getting the idea now. Let's go, tag. All right. He understood the task. We're so up. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I love just being able to help sometimes, man. Sometimes all it takes is one support that actually hits for 150, being the first one to walk forward, and then absolutely everything is perfectly fine. I love that shit so thoroughly. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, so anyways, like, with World vs. World, there are a lot of reasons why, you know, World vs. World isn't the play for everybody. There are a lot of reasons why Wars in New World didn't hit with everybody, despite me having, you know, an ample amount of love for them as a mode, despite their accessibility issues, to say the very least. There's a lot with larger scale where sometimes people feel as though their role is diminished and they can't exactly do what they want to, especially if you're someone that really likes fragging out, being the, you know, the kill secure and whatnot. A lot of the time people feel as though that's not as prevalent in larger scale modes. But sometimes you also get the element of, you know, I play a cog in a system, I play a piece in the entire product, and if I perform my piece, you know, to perfection, then the entire group is better off because of that, and I might not need to secure kills or do damage because my entire emphasis is supporting and making sure that the entire group is healed, making sure that we have stability and trying to push that stability as far to the right side of our buff bar as humanly possible, trying to get walls out and support and shit like that. Like, there's just, you know, there's a lot where in World vs. World, I think, same thing as SPVP, you find your role, and if you can enjoy what your role generates for gameplay, then that can also help. But the ball itself, especially the compactness of Guild Wars 2's Boon Ball, I think is really peculiar. I think a lot of games are a bit more forgiving in the individual aspect, where it's like, okay, I step off of my commander, or, you know, commander says go left, I go right for 1 second. I'm fine to recover. Guild Wars 2 is just like, nope. You step off your commander tag, GG, go fuck yourself, you're just dead. And that's going to be one of the quickest death sentences that you could possibly find for yourself, is just for whatever reason deciding that, you know, you want to deviate from the commander area, brother. You just had to frame that just a little bit, I won't lie. It's okay. I will solve this myself. Everything is fine. I'm sure, brother. What incarnation is going on out here? I cannot let you attempt this, sir. I do like 100 damage, but I cannot let you pull this off. Hold on. I got you, buddy. Just stay with me. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Hold on. Now I gotta kick this guy's ass real quick. You got a little bit of health. Stay there. Don't fucking move. Okay, everything's fine. All right, I'm out. They can handle it from here. Ron, you got this shit. Quit my job for a better one today. Do you already have the better one secured? Because if that's the case, I am incredibly proud of you, big dog. If you don't already have the better one secured, wait for that one to be secured. Also, SoundCloud rapping is not a better job than what you have. Just in case you want to air anything out, I'm all for chasing your dreams, but certain dreams are supposed to die. And I think that one is probably dead at this point. But I'm happy for you, Larry. I hope you got something good coming your way, big dog. What's gonna be the one that's 100% secure? What are we gonna say? SoundCloud rapping broke me. Listen, man. Some people just aren't made for the grind that truly is the SoundCloud rapping. I found the easy unpour in Wizard's Vault. Do you want to know the even easier unpour? There are two extremely easy ways in Guild Wars 2 to ensure that even you, yes, you broke fuck, you dumb, lazy piece of shit, you too could afford Pokemon's cookies. Yes, yes. You may think me. No, there's no way. I sit in my chair all day doing nothing. Dusty, I could never be rich like you. But you could be, chat, with these two simple steps. Wizard's Vault. Astral rewards, and then you're gonna scroll down, you're gonna buy your bags of coin. You have these available, these are 1 gold a piece. Max those bad boys out, and then after that your mystic coins, these sell for roughly 2 gold a piece on the trading post. Between these you literally have a few hundred gold that is just sitting there waiting on top of all of your other upgrades, all of your other collectibles through this. You're welcome. You're sitting on hundreds of gold that you've probably never used, you broke piece of shit. Check under your mattresses, maybe find some $5. You know, throw those my way on a Twitch Prime. But once you find it, you'll have it. We're just pull out the loot and play battle music in World vs. World. Yo, let me tell you, Ashes of Creation Bard might have actually been your thing, man. May have actually been your thing. It was something that actually incorporated the musical element of a class, which was really cool. You had different songs and dances and shit that you could overlay. Oh, it was really cool. It was really cool. People that really like music themed classes, I wish people got to experience the good elements of that game, but there were so many things that I think were flawed at the core, but man, there were some cool things. Some cool things. I play He's a Pirate and stuff in Guild Wars 2. We have somebody in Guild that's incredibly musically inclined as well. That was just in Guildhall one day, breaking out like piano songs and shit. It was kind of crazy. I thought at first that they were just pressing random shit. And then it dawned on me and I was like, wait, this isn't automated, is it? It's fucking crazy. Zine into the working hell now. Oh, R.I.P. poor Zine. R.I.P. poor Zine. He'll be back with us soon. Running around enjoying I'm blue or pretty much anything you want. Yo, I'm blue for battle music would be so sick. We're popping buffs. We're getting ready to go into the fight. And we just hear ba ba da dee da dee da. Might makes me right. I would fuck with it so hard. I think I need that in my life. We actually need the Travis Scott battle bard with us. We needs it. Good fucking gravy. A wall made of music, a wonder wall. Blotto, no. Blotto, no. Blotto. Today is going to be the day that I'm gonna throw you out of chat. Blotto, no. No wonder wall. No wonder wall. Yo, can you imagine though? It's a wall that when people run into it, it progresses the song slightly more. So the first person that hits it is like, and then if you hit a big one, you basically just get like a full 30-second playthrough of the song. Everybody just tries to get the longest Wonderwall combo in succession that they possibly could. Smaller than my plan? Oh, you want to hear the worst part of it? Wait until you hear about the skill evolution choices that make it KSI's Thick of It or I Show Speed's World Cup. I feel like those are going to become the modern day Rickroll. I'm shocked that it hasn't happened yet where people just send each other KSI's Thick of It and try to disguise it and thick roll people. Really good one to curse an enemy. Be a really good one to curse anyone, brother. I would literally think of it was actually not as bad as World Cup. I was saying that I unironically think that Thick of It might be better than Speed Song. I am not an I Show Speed hater. In fact, I think KSI is far more like point and laughable than I Show Speed. but genuinely, Thick of It, despite being a Kids Bop anthem, was probably better than World Cup. No way. Hold on. Do you want to hear World Cup? World Cup. I show speed. Add to queue. All right. All right. Tell me if you'd rather listen to this than Thick of It. Speed wasn't genuinely trying to rap. Speed performed this at the World Cup. This isn't Speed's first song. Speed has multiple songs. This is Speed actually trying to make music, yes. This is not a, like... This is not a meme.
Bring that one down. Nothing can bring me down.
Crotia! Ay, ay, ay. I fuck with it. Thick of It is literally better than that. I'm not even gonna lie. Thick of It is legitimately better than that. I wish that I could, like, defend it, but Thick of It is actually a better song than that. I cannot defend it. Oh, what's going on? Oh, shit! Oh! Oh my God! Where did that come from? Oh God! My bad. World Cup. World Cup. Bro, I would rather listen to Thick of It than listen to that. 10 times out of 10. Like, that was a minute and a half of that song, by the way. I just want you to know that was a minute and a half of that song. At least a minute and a half into Thick of It, there's a part where you could realistically hit like a mean whip or something, right?
I'm here.
From the screen to the ring to the pin to the king. Right? You could hit that shit, and then you could hit like a fucking Nene after that, and then you could murder somebody like like Silento did. I almost said like Hilario because of Nene Hilario. Nene Hilario did not murder anybody. He was just a good basketball player. God, shout out Nene, bro. He was goated. Thank you for playing that song. I feel like playing that song probably is certified to give you cancer in the greater state of California. Like, that shit doesn't have a parental advisory warning on it. It has an actual cancer warning on it from the state of California. It's just... Good portion of Thick being as bad as he's self-glazing when he's cringe. Well, hear me out. I also think it's because it's a goddamn Kids Bop anthem. But, like, hear me out. Like, 98% of music has some form of self-glaze. Some form. There's a lot of self-glazing music. However, not that I think Thick of It is exactly like, you know, competing up there with the likes of Grammy award-winning albums such as, you know, Macklemore and Ryan Lewis's The Heist. I don't think it's exactly on that level of, you know, just brilliance. Fuck. Oh God, The Heist. That shit. Goodness gracious me, oh my. So anyways, if it's like another guy, I mean, in all fairness, I think the cringiest part of it, so to say, was the fact that it's like, I don't even remember the verses, if I'm being completely honest. which means that the verses probably couldn't have been like that terrible. All I remember is like the Disney intro-ass chorus. Like, I remember it vividly. And I honestly, it's got earworm potential, man. I hate to say it. Both of them are quite possibly the worst earworms that I think I could have ever heard. And between World Cup and Thick of It, I honestly think...
is absolutely
Yo, scared, thank you for the follow. Much love. I think between World Cup and Thick of It, I would rather, instead of having to pay to see either of those performed, actually order Pokemon's cookies. Unironically, I think I would rather do that. I think I would rather get that blue light makeup that Valkyrie did, or a bidet that Ludwig white labeled, than get any of that shit. I don't know, man. It's tough out here. It's tough out here. I think I would rather buy a content creator crypto. And I'm not saying that I could be out here making better music, but there's also a reason why I'm not making music. Not musically inclined. I might be a top tier dancer, but let me tell you what, the musical inclination, I mean, I used to play drums a little bit, but that's about it, and I don't anymore. I could probably smack a couple of drums and call it good. But other than that, I'm not out here making music. So I respect that grind. It's just golly, that was not what I expected to hear when I heard that Speed was performing at, like, you know, the World Cup closing ceremony. I knew that he had the whole, like, World Cup song, but I'm gonna be completely a buck. I had never heard what it actually was. Can we just look up on this? Because I feel like, boop. Yeah. We're lit now. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. You're all legends. These guys are using their S key, so that means we can catch them. If they're using their S key, that means we can catch up to them. All right, I need to bring my coffee out, I think, because I got too much coffee for the time of day that it is right now. And why are we just running over this little stack of 10? Are they starting the fights, or are we just like chasing them down? Because I feel slightly bad for the little guys. I won't lie. When numbers are this one-sided, it almost isn't as satisfying as it could be. Which is slightly tragic. Are y'all defending something? I mean, the tower, yeah, technically they broke into our tower, but it's like, we could let them have it. There are only like 10 of them. We could share. We just go grab some stuff. So y'all should be taking things. We own pretty much this entire map already. So this is our home borderland. The only things that they could take are like these and then this camp. But I guess we own legitimately everything. Oh, hey. Green's here. And Green's not here. Word. It's a solid fight. Solid fight. Certainly gonna say, yeah, no, I've just been running around. I heard that there was a large tag over here, and I thought they got deathballed on by somebody. I was told that they were losing fights, so I popped over, and I was like, okay, maybe we get some solid fights out here. Maybe we start blasting type shit. But doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. So we'll see. Oh, so all of it, what do we get at all? I mean, there's some, like, respawn protection that can stop people from, like, immediately yoinking shit again. But at the end of the day, it's kind of hard to have everything. You could spread out, but even then, ideally what we would want to do is make sure that things get upgraded, like these towers and whatnot. We'd want to hold all these and then get the camps next to them, so that way the Doliaks go in, like the little caravans, and then those will help upgrade the towers, but somebody has to be in control of it for that. And I think we could also likely pop onto a different map and then have some more comp But it all depends on what the commander wants to do, honestly. I was on a different map and I heard that we had something going on our Borderlands, so I was just like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, I'll come through and chill, and we'll blast it. I expected someone to hit back though. I'll be back. I'm gonna take my coffee out, and then we will.
Bring that one down.
There, target identified.
I returned. Oh god. I think I just almost broke my chair. I'm not even gonna lie. I heard an impact when I sat down in my chair that did not sound healthy for the chair. And I think I might have just slammed ass a little bit too hard on this thing. I'm not even gonna lie. I didn't think I could do that to it. But apparently I can. Alright, I had to take a couple minutes and I had to clear my brain of what we had just gone through. And I will say, I'm thankful to be in a better headspace now. To no longer be going through what we went through in the past. But I feel as though it's something we're all a little bit stronger for experiencing together.
Bring that one
if I'm being completely honest. I think sharing those moments and sharing those bonds, it's something that communities frequently aren't able to do these days. And now we have something to remember or try to forget for the rest of our lives. And something tells me most of us will probably be trying to forget both of those songs, because that shit's horrendous. Regardless, I do need to do a little bit of something that's not World vs. World today, I will say. I did World vs. World all day yesterday and pretty much every day before. And I have been on the WVW grind like absolute crazy. I'm thinking I kind of want to do a little, I don't know, maybe a little SPVP today or something like that. Frackies. I do still need to push up frackies. I said long ago that I was going to peep frackies like crazy and push those up. I got my gloves and then I was like, I'll come back. And I never came back. I literally just, yeah, I straight up didn't. So you kind of hate to see it. I do need to get back on that though. My primary set is actually doing kind of well in terms of my resist. Why is my helm blue? I have 121 agony res. And honestly, I'm not too far from more. Farley Cransy, my boy.
Yo, Big T, what server am I joining for WVW?
Yeah, thank you for the 7 months, brother. We're on Yolan Haven. Just be aware, we're 1 week away from the reroll. So honestly, I can get you in guild if you want. And then just make sure that under your World vs. World, battle guild for next season, once you're in, hit cats, and then it'll make sure that it rolls you with us. So we're on Yolan Haven for the rest of this lockout. We have reroll literally tonight, or well, re-tier tonight. So we'll go down to T2 and we'll have our reset this evening. And then next week, we'll have our complete reroll where we'll be placed on a new team and hopefully be on an active ass team, because we really enjoy being able to play pretty much around the clock. We have actives all the time. So we've had some good luck finding some people to run with as this has, you know, as this has gone on more, but I don't know the most of that means, but I'm in. Okay, so basically, well, I don't know your experience level. Okay, so with World vs. World, basically every Friday, I can pull it up and show you. I'll break it down simple. Hold on. Stragmo, what up, brother? Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. We vibing out here, getting some blasted in early. What you up to today? So, Farley Cransy. Basically with World vs. World, the way the NA scene is set up, we have 4 different tiers, or groups. Within this, you have 3 different teams. So we're on Yolan Haven, which is here in tier 1 against Ross and Mosswood. Effectively, every Friday, the bottom team will move down a tier. So down, 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 and then the top team will move up a tier. So bump up, bump up, bump up. So your worst team stays in the bottom and your best team stays at the top. And effectively, that's kind of the, you know, the trenches of it. But once a month, there's a new season where everybody just gets randomly like replaced on teams. So if you declare your battle guild as cats, then you'll be placed with cats next season, regardless of where we end up, and you'll be with our guild. But with the teams, we don't really know who we're going to be placed with. There's some way that wizards actually get the information a few days beforehand, but people don't really know like before the reroll itself is coming. So with that, in 10 days, we'll be re-rolling onto a new team, but we'll still just have World vs. World going all the time. So tonight they have the, you know, the tier up, tier down. So we'll drop down into a new matchup where we'll be fighting against 2 new teams. So, you ever use the char car tactic from a camp? Wait, what is that? What do you mean char car? What is this and why does it sound slightly meme but just meme enough? What the Hellington is a char car? You're gonna be a car with a cannon. A car with a cannon? Or a char with a cannon? Char? Car? Cat? Wait, car as in like
Bring that one down.
vroom vroom? Can I? Hold on, hold on. Hold on. How do I get this char car? Assault roller. What? Char car. Also has a smoke field. Okay, hold on. I know which guild upgrade we're... Fucking relax! Brother, why are you doing this to yourself? What is your objective out here? You're not gonna do what you're thinking about doing. Brother. You're not going to do what you're thinking about doing right now. I promise you. Are we doing this? Okay. Okay, so. Okay. I don't even do damage out here, brother. But I promise you that you're not going to do damage to me. Is this what you'd like? Do you want to die by 1,000 cuts? Because it's how you die by 1,000 cuts, brother. What is your intent here? What is your goal? Are you happy with the decisions that you made? Was there a point of that, sir? Don't die. Please don't die out there, sir. I'm not gonna go save you. Let's just go back inside. Let's let them be hoodlums. Thank you. Hi, Nutella. What up, friend? Nutella had eyes on me. I had like an Overwatch there. Jesus Christ. I do something good tonight. What's your character name? I'll send it out. Well, they kept long enough with the tactic slotted. I need to upgrade 4 tactics. Farley Crans, hold on. Farley Crans. We're up. I saw a straight up like Carl Franz in World vs. World, and I was like, I wonder if that's Farl. I don't think it was. But there's literally like your alter ego. You're like Shadow Carl, and he's Light Carl. You have a sacred sworn enemy that you must take out every time there's an interaction. You just need to go out of your way to inconvenience that one. Oh no. I feel so bad for solos. Carl Francis' character's real name. I know. You're like Shadow Carl. You need to find him and exterminate him. I just didn't know if you had like multiple characters where you were like, okay, Farl Kranz on one, and then you hit Carl Franz on the other. I wasn't sure if you had the entire IP on lock. So it's gonna be rough for reset with the World vs. World Rush. Oh fuck. Wait, I hadn't even thought of that it's gonna be extra bad. Cause it's Friday night World vs. World Rush. Fucking hell, try saying that fast after smoking a bowl. World vs. World Rush. Friday night. With reset. And Yolan's going to be double busy because the big bad green from Rawl's Rest are no longer able to bully everybody so they can come outside and play the game again. Pussies. Anyways, all that's gonna have Q. Oh, they do anyways. I don't even want to know what Q is gonna be for like Rawls over here, and then for Tombs, because Tombs is where Maguma is. Rawls has the highest activity score this week, and then it's Moogaloo, and then it's Tombs with Maguma. So, no more public tags this week is gonna be depressing. I mean, I hope we have more public tags. I'm gonna be honest. I think the best case scenario for World vs. World is that there are a lot of people that get into it and they're like, oh hey, this is fun, and then whoops, I don't want to be here. And then even if less than 5% of people decide to play World vs. World once a week as a result of this, it's still bringing new players into a mode that doesn't typically have a lot of players. So in terms of this, I think just as someone that's played a bit of World vs. World since I've been here, and I've noticed how dead it gets, having people coming in, you know, throughout all parts of the day has been really nice. And it's actually been far less toxic than I thought it was going to be coming from the games I came from. Typically, when you have new players that are coming in, somebody makes a mistake and it's like, oh, what the fuck? You guys are dog shit. Uninstall your games. Why are you spending time playing this? How are you so bad? Not from me, but just in general. And over here, like the punk commanders especially, I think they've been very chill and understanding of like what they're getting into. And even when fights aren't going our way, I mean, most of the commanders that I've seen have been pretty chill about it. I have heard stories that there are some that are less than chill, but I think overall it's been, you know, a pretty solid experience hopefully for people. I know World vs. World definitely isn't everybody's cup of tea by any means. It's chaotic to watch. I mean, if you're a new player, how the fuck do you know what's going on screen right now other than the fact that I'm hitting for 400? You don't even know if you're a new player what the emphasis of my build is, because half of what I'm doing is based on this little cast bar and my abilities going on cooldown. Generic, thank you for the follow. So like it's confusing, it's hectic, there's a lot going on, and unless there are just huge damage numbers popping up, you don't know if I'm doing anything in fights or not, because what I'm doing is stopping everybody from getting pulled and CC'd and stunned, and I'm healing. So like this, I think in and of itself as an event has in my eyes already been a really cool success. Just seeing the tags, you know, not just like commander tags, but seeing the guild tags that I've seen that typically aren't in here in the, you know, the entire month that we've been in this, you know, this team. We've seen a shitload of new players. We've seen guilds that we haven't seen. We've seen a bunch of commanders that we haven't seen before. It's been really nice. Bit of comms and shit. Like, how serious do we get? Oh yeah. I mean, it depends on the group, Farrell. But like, the thing about this is it's, you know, it's 24/7. So you have some groups that are locked in on the highest level where it's like competitive versus competitive and everybody's in comms, and you know, the commander staying on commander to boon share, buff share is really important. I'll tell you about that in a sec. It's a really cool system actually. But in terms of like the time to kill, if you have a lot of buffs, oh, we gotta go to EBG. Uh-oh. EBG it is! But in terms of, oh god, what were we just even yapping about? Oh, comms and shit like that. In terms of time to kill, it's really, really, really fast over here. So if you're off of the commander tag, like this little icon here, pretty much everybody, healer, everything included, stacks right up on that. And there's some scenarios where, you know, you can play like what's called a cloud, where you're kind of swarming things. It's a little bit harder to pull off. Everybody just has to be a little bit better, you know, on a baseline. It's a higher floor. But there are ways to play outside of the buff ball. But primarily, if you have buffs in this game, you're immensely strong and powerful. If you don't have buffs, then you're kind of down bad. So proper group compositions are really important. Sorting your groups, which is something that we haven't done here, is actually quite important as well. And there's a lot of small stuff that goes into being able to play, you know, successfully in a larger scale mode like this. There are also classes that are entirely built around strips. So if you're spell breaking, like you said, you're built around strips. So your entire thing when we're going into this, right? We're on a pub tag right now, so it doesn't go too crazy or anything. But realistically, in terms of strips, ideally you're looking for spikes. So you're basically the Void Gauntlet in New World terms. You're VGIG, except you also do a little bit more damage. So when we go in for a big clash, you're gonna want to time it up where you're getting your strips out right as a lot of our impactful damage is coming in. And classes like me, I play a Guardian and a Luminary as my specialization. So I'm full support. I provide stability, I provide protection, resolution, might, fury, quickness, swiftness, you fucking name it. I give pretty much everything, and resistance. So I have a ton of so many good buffs that go out, and I also have some unstrippables, which is very strong. So between my support, your strips, and then things like Troubadour, which can give a 2.75 second group invuln. You have that spread across each group. That's really solid for competitive fights, but you can also replace that with something if you really want to. I think Troop's great. Groups will traditionally also have a druid in them. Each group will have one. You can also go Paragon if you don't have druids for every group as kind of like an okay sub. But druid's just so fucking strong right now. So druids are like your healer. They do a lot of cleansing. So they'll cleanse debuffs off. And then you strip, or DPS comes in and blasts. So there's this entire cycle where realistically you don't need to be in comms to move with a commander tag and know when you're going to spike and then spike. But in super competitive fights, it's tight. And it's a matter of like, your comms will be, okay, everybody, we're moving left in 3, 2, 1, move left. Everybody moves left inside of the commander's ass. And then commander's like, we're gonna dodge forward in 3, 2, 1, dodge forward and spike their tail. So one of the most simple movements in fights is if we're here and say like, this is a clump coming at us, right? We would want to dodge forward and then turn into their tail and try to cut off their tail a portion of the way through. So if they're pushing up on us, we stand here, they're at the gate. They push through, we go to clash in the middle. We'd want to dodge forward, get space, and then dive in and try to segment off part of it and cut off either this or this, and then turn and collapse and engulf here, or turn and collapse and engulf here. And then after that, you kind of want to regroup and you want to get off to the side, get buffs back up, and sometimes it turns into a little like a slow-moving toilet bowl meta where you just swirl around each other. But the largest movement that I think a lot of groups can get used to, that I've seen a lot of high-tier commanders call out, is people push in, we dodge through, and then cut into their back line. You can explain that in MS Paint. Because you want me to draw, or because you like the visuals to learn more? Draymond, thank you for the 25-day streak, brother. I appreciate you. Having all during the comms is very useful, so each one calls out their battle reds so they aren't being wasted. Oh yeah, having everyone in comms is really useful in all fairness. So even something as simple as like stability coming in an impactful way. Basically, if I am in a group with somebody else that provides stability, but I'm the primary stability provider, and we have our main comms and then we have micro comms for each of our groups, which super high level organized PvP guilds. I don't know how they do it over here, but it's silly to not have micros and macros if you're trying to play on the highest level. So you can talk to your group and you can also hear the commander itself. So everybody hears commander, everybody's in their micro with their 5-man. And then from there, it's like, you know, I'm primary stability. I know that I'm going to have a 3-second lapse on stability where I won't have any abilities. So I call that out to my group and I'm like, use any selves that you have. If I have a second stability giver, like a troubadour in the group, then I could coordinate with my troop like, hey, I'm gonna have a 5-second window, I need you to buff, and then they can come in with stability. So small things like that can really help, having DPS knowing when the spikes are going out, because sometimes as well, you want to kind of take these almost like hit me bro type moments where you're going back and forth and you're trying to fake and engage to get them to drop shit. Bait out buffs, bait out wells, get them on cooldown, and then you pull off of that, regroup, and then you look to go in. So there are a couple of different ways that I've seen fights start. Typically, it's one of those two, though, where it's a, you know, they run at us and we dive through and then collapse, or they run at us, we act like we're gonna hit them, and then we just back off of it once they pop their shit. And if you get really good at both of those engages, people never really know what to expect. And you either call out, you know, dive through and collapse, or you call out a fake and you try to bait out their abilities. And if you can do that and you can do both of those things successfully, it's this unstoppable combo because they never really know if you're going backline or if they're wasting their engage trying to prevent that. And if your caller gets really good at identifying when it's good for you to go in and when not to, you effectively win most of your fights before they even start. It's one of the largest things I've noticed in VOD reviews so far. When I'm off stream, I like to just pull up my VODs on my phone and kind of like watch that shit. So I'll do a little paint diagram because I think they're just letting us have SMC. I do have to be careful that I don't override my current paint structure though, because this is my beautiful diagram of dreams. But effectively, the whole like dive through thing, if we have us here and enemy, oh, well, if we have us here and then we have enemy here and enemy is moving towards us, right? Hopefully some more experience carries over. It will. So say basically like this is the enemy clump, right? They're diving towards us and we're about to fight just head on. The first thing that people can get used to is almost like the dive through that I was talking about is typically commanders will be like, okay, they're moving towards us here. We're going to pick a side and we're going to try to get them to split. So this is where some of the toilet bowl starts out, but you can also do this really quickly if you're confident in your strips. So sometimes it's they're moving in, we go this way and we keep it going, and we try to slowly wrap on their tail with a little bit of like walk around and pick and prod. And that's where it starts to get really swirly, because then the enemy sees that and the tail condenses and then they get up to here and then they start toilet bowling around, right? So basically what you can do to counter that is if you see that the enemy has a really long tail like this, for instance, and they're coming at you, you want to find an opportunity with the first one that's more aggressive to bring your people, say we go left in 3, 2, 1, and then we dive their back line. So as they move in, their tail is going to be longer because they're moving. And if your commander sees an opportunity, then you can basically segment this off and everybody just crashes in, and you either take this part of the clump or you take this part of the clump because you wedge yourself in the middle. So some, like Merc said, you also have this build up, but that's also like, this is the build up and this is when things are moving. Some comps definitely you want to stand still, but that's also when this comes in. So while you're crashing, you stand still. So we're not going here and popping buffs and then immediately crashing. If we're doing this, then we're trying to pre-pop buffs, knowing that we're going to play aggro, and then we immediately dive in, we hit this, and then we stand still here, establish the fight in either one of these boxes, segment off the rest of their tail, and then we immediately turn to whichever one that we haven't after standing there rebuffing, and then we just have numbers advantage, and then we try to do the same thing again. But the other side of it is, say they don't really have the longest tail for us, and say they're staying really, really, really consolidated like this, and we kind of just take a 50-50, right? The thing that you can do here is almost like poke and prod, and you want to see they're moving forward into you, and you almost want to like hedge, as I call it, and act like you're going to clash right into them, but you want to hold a lot of important abilities. You want to put enough out in terms of cooldowns and prep that they see you casting, and as soon as you get to a point where they start trying to control this area, you turn and you just say, nope, we back out, toilet bowl it, and then you start to get into that slower regroup where you'll back out, regroup, rebuff here, knowing that you have X amount of time before they have their buffs up. You stand still, like Merc said, for a few seconds, get everything up, and then you look to clash while you have ability advantage. So those are the two things that I've seen like most commonly from the better commanders that I've been running. It's like, you either want to get in super aggro and you want to catch them off guard and win the fight before it starts, or you want to kind of like poke and prod and pick and try to get them to drop coolies in almost like false start in football terms, like American football terms. You want to get them to jump the gun early, and you want to get them to waste their abilities, so that way a good commander, like somebody that's really high tier, they'll see that the enemy dropped wells, and when those wells are down, your commander regroups, wait for the wells to expire, and then you go in knowing that they have fewer wells, which are going to strip buffs from you guys. You'll see, you know, a really good commander will pick up on a bunch of, you know, stand your grounds and shit going out, a bunch of their stab going out, and even though really good groups will have enough to reapply that, great commanders will be able to capitalize on them having fewer abilities than you, and over the course of a longer fight, if you start up abilities, then you're going to have more of the sustain to get through that fight, and at a certain point you can find a window where if they've already burned one set of abilities and it's on cooldown, you only have to strip 3 to 4 sources of stability instead of, you know, 6 to 7. Sorry. And then from there, it's a lot easier for you to force a lockout window where you can just pillage. That's a lot of the like even world versus world stuff that I've seen so far. And again, this is with even fights. With stuff like this where it's super unorganized, it's like train on track running over stuff. But I've been trying to find a lot of POVs of people that play in high tier stacks. I've really VOD reviewed a lot of our recent runs lately because we've been running with some great commanders. And like, if I could just teach everybody in the guild 2 basic engages, so that way when we're going into fights, we know the timings of it, we're comfortable with it, it would be that. It's like in basketball terms, if you're a post player, you want to have a move that you go to and you want to have a counter move. So if I just take the ball and I put up a hook shot and that goes over you and you have to jump to block it, I want to get really good at just that little hook shot, and then I want to work on a fake, and then I go under once you jump, so I have a counter to that. It's the same thing. I want to get so good at my hook shot that you're like, oh shit, he's going for the hook shot. I have to block this. That's when we play aggressive and we go into their back line. And then my counter, my up and under, once you jump, is I get you to jump, and then I have that little around you where I get off of you into your back line and then hit that without cooldowns. It's all just basically a move and a counter move and doing... Bitch. And doing those things really, 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 really well. This is commander for a while, and they almost always go left in 3, 2, 1, go left. Count ups are so important because honestly, not only just keeping people organized right, but human reaction time is a variable that you have to deal with. And if we take a human benchmark test right now, I'm smoking all you old fucks. I won't though, because I don't want to embarrass you. So basically, in terms of like the countdown, that serves as a way to, and it sounds silly, but like microseconds are important when you're stripping people and you are trying to get a very, very, very quick burst window. Every little like fraction of a second matters because high tier groups, your reapplication window is going to be near immediate, and people will have invulns, people will have stability, people will have all those buffs instantly reapplied. Also, Darren's, what up? I go. I hope you're having a good day, dude. People have everything instantly reapplied to the high tier groups. So with that 3, 2, 1, go left. If I'm telling everybody, okay, we go left now, like I do sometimes when I'm just fucking around commanding and I just don't stop moving, we basically want to make sure that it's 3, 2, 1, go left. Everybody moves left, knowing that we're going left. And then commander says, okay, we're going to dodge roll forward in 3, 2, 1, dodge roll forward. And then everybody's able to have that little anticipation, whether you are a 100 millisecond reaction time or a 500 millisecond reaction time. A 3, 2, 1 will be enough for your slow, stupid, dumb brain to comprehend, okay, commander says go left, I go left, apes together strong. And then when you get really good, you get used to the commander moving and then also pressing your abilities at the same time. It's sick. But like you said earlier too, Mert, one thing that really good commanders do is they know the pacing of when you need to stop and rebuff, when you can keep the momentum going, and when you can, you know, when you can actually find the windows to move versus when you have to stop and kind of like buff up. And that's something that differentiates a lot too, because always having those buffs managed, knowing the, I call it the ability economy, if that makes sense. The ability economy is such a large thing. And if you see a bunch of buffs go out for your group and you know that you're not going to have those coolies, giving it a second to reset and knowing how long you need to reset is quite large. What happens on our officer, but we should have more tags going? I'm trying to convince more people that are active to get into officerdom every single day, if I'm being honest. It's quiet because we don't have a lot of the depth to the structure that, and honestly the expertise that we had in Ashes. So like I've been honestly trying to like recruit more people that have the time to even just help from an infrastructural standpoint and help facilitate and run events that have the, you know, have the manpower to even help plan shit like we did in Ashes. Because we have the ideation for everything. Part of it also is like we want to set up guild scrims at least one night a week where we can get in our guild hall or run with groups like WOSO where we can get a lot more experienced reps and kind of like, you know, break it down into smaller scale and practice movements almost like we would at, you know, a basketball practice, right? We want to break it down and we want to be able to say, okay, we're going to work on diving their backline this time. You guys try to engage on us and then we dive them and we run scrims and we practice the different dives in and the fakes and shit like that in a controlled manner. I want to do that 1 to 2 nights a week for us. I want to have our tags going consistently and I'd like us to have multiple tags that can rotate throughout the day, but it's hard to have organized tags without, you know, a lot of the organization, so to say. So yeah, it's, I think right now, trying to figure out who and where the core is and build that core up before we reach the point that we were in Ashes. But I mean, having the experience and being there before helps a lot. So I think it's just, you know, getting all the pieces in one place and then we're kind of chilling. Don't have tag yet, but I'm working towards it. Honestly, if we have people that can't afford tag that want to command, I can help out with tags. I have a bunch of gold that I'm not using that chat keeps sending me, so I don't even really like need it. Hosty sent me the gold and then also bought me the gathering tool pack that I needed the gold for. So So now I just have all this extra gold. So I will legitimately, like, if you need gold for your tag, just yell at me. I will pay for your tag so you can get active. I will get people, like, officer perms and everything all set up so we can actually plan. I would also, I'm gonna get a little more organization going. Like, I think we should probably try to, get a push to get, like, 5 or so more officers involved. So we can just delegate responsibilities and make it a little easier for people to take on in-game / out-of-game stuff. But someone knows how to comment World vs. World that already have a tag? Not really. We have a lot of people that have started up with us. You know, we're like a month and a half in as a community, under 2 months in. And a lot of our people just really haven't gone through the, I don't know, the task of getting a tag yet, because it's really easy to follow along. We have a couple tags in guild already, and it's kind of just an arbitrary money spend if you're not planning on leading. But a lot of our players, Snow included, have pretty much lived exclusively in World vs. World since we've been here. So a lot of the time, I think it's important to remember that even though you and your friends may have been playing Guild Wars for 13 years, not everybody has. I have 360 hours on my account in total, and maybe half of that has been spent in World vs. World. It's skewing up there a little bit. I'd say I'm getting close to 200 hours in World vs. World at this point, but that's still baby time. So in terms of, like, you know, if they knew they'd have a tag, Brody, you gotta remember, like, we're a brand new community. So I got my tag because chat gave me the tag, but I ain't even been calming for us like that. We're just babies in the whole thing, trying to figure out where to go. And we'll have people that are learning and stuff. So it's meant for people, for already playing people not new. The commander tag was meant for people already playing when it was first added, when everybody was new. Brother, I think you're on Fent. The commander tag was meant for anybody that wants to try to organize a group, whether they're good, bad, or indifferent. And your commanders that are good one day started out being quite bad, and your players that are good one day started out being quite bad at the game. And I think your mentality towards commander tag in general is a mentality that's pretty detrimental to games, because it's very, and again, I don't really give a shit what people think, but it's very generally discouraging of growth in an already very small community like Guild Wars 2 PvP, which, let's be honest, isn't doing the best. Let's just call a spade a spade. I think you should be supportive of more people being willing to commander tag up and helping them if they're not calming properly in a constructive way, instead of just being like, ah, nah, you're not experienced enough, you should tag down. And, like, you know, this, especially with World vs. World Rush, is quite possibly the greatest opportunities to get new players into World vs. World and potentially retain those players along the way, which I think anybody that actually plays World vs. World on any high level would advocate for above literally anything else, because World vs. World is relatively seen as a very niche thing, you know? Everybody has to start somewhere, and I think trying to discourage people from starting in the first place is not the greatest take. Not the greatest take, respectfully, of course. And I get you might not want to run with commander tags that aren't experienced, but again, everybody starts somewhere, and the first commander tags in the game were also not the level that they're at right now when they first got their tags. So just food for thought. Everyone knows everything they want, or 100 or 1,000. Oh yeah, it's constant learning and growth. And if you think that people who are experienced with commander tags don't learn anything at this point, bro, I guarantee you could ask the best tags in the game and they would say they learn pretty much every fight. And again, that's more of an optimistic mentality. But if you're somebody that is playing a game on a high level, you are always retaining information, you are always pulling information. And I'm gonna be honest, I think part of the coolest thing with Guild Wars 2 in particular has genuinely been that their community is so, I don't know, open and helpful to new players along the way, where it's a really solid place for people to come in and learn. And I think that's been a big facilitator for our community, getting so many people, you know, active in PvP as a new com. But, like, I don't know, I think that was something as old and as delicate and as niche as Guild Wars 2 PvP already is. I think people should advocate more for you know, every new player to tag up that wants to and trying to help those tags instead of trying to just be like, nah, this is experienced players only. I just think that's detrimental, but exactly what I want to get a tag and start trying to combo. I want to learn. Oh yeah, it helps a lot. Helps a lot, genuinely, even for like a guild group, because keep in mind, that's what we're discussing in particular too. Our entire guild is new. Like, our brand new tags might not tag up and randomly lead a 50-person Zerg, but if we're in a guild group and we're blasting, I would absolutely love to have new players feeling confident tagging up for a guild and, you know, leading us through shit. I definitely think, like, I think at the end of the day, it's all just learning opportunities, man. It's all just pixels on a screen that we're all meant to have fun with. So you have a very original guild name? Brother, the #1 guild name in gaming. I'm shocked that this shit wasn't taken. Absolutely shocked. This shit's absolutely tremendous. We have no heals and limited stab. We have 2 druids. We literally have 2 druids. That's equivalent to like 6 druids prior to the patch. Not enough. Wait, can you hear me? God fucking damn it. Did you? Yes. Fucking hell. Nothing I say is sacred. I just wanted a shitpost. God damn it. It always feels like somebody's watching me. Okay. 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 We're up tremendous. Because of hot takes in World vs. World, I don't think I've ever said anything incorrect, if I'm being completely real. I think World vs. World is so simple yet overcomplicated. Granted, this is tens of thousands of hours of experience in games that, despite not being alive, still had more people active in the PvP scenes than Guild Wars 2. So, keep in mind, this isn't just like fresh optimism from a new PvPer. This is someone that's seen successful PvP systems, unsuccessful PvP systems, MMO PvP systems, MOBA PvP systems, shooter PvP systems. Like, my entire existence is in PvP. And I have been molded by 15,000 hours of streaming and my entire life off of stream playing video games before I started stream. Past that, I played sports my entire life and played basketball in college. And I just like having fun with shit, man. You ever played New World? Too much. Too fucking much. When I quit New World in December of 2024 to go to Ashes of Creation, I had 8 characters on 8 different servers. I, through a stretch, when it was really bad, was playing between 25 and 30 wars a week. Because I was playing a war a day on each of my characters. And I was also playing on fly-in accounts where people would send me account information and I would just log on and play. So I was basically just warring from the time I got on stream to the time I got off. It was an interesting New World player for sure. You couldn't escape me. Even if you wanted to get away, you never could. You never could. Holy shit. Somewhat of an anomaly, I will say. Because, like, my favorite part about New World was when everybody tried to... That big, like, Bruiser tier list that came out. People tried to, like, throw shade at me because they were like, Dusty's not a smart player, he's just insanely mechanical. And I can't remember who, but one of them was like... One of them goes, nobody's saying Dusty's a bad player, but he's just not smart. And then I started group leading and taking it seriously and then worked my way up the entire war ladder into the top of the top wars on every server as a group lead, known for my macro and doing VOD reviews for people. I loved that PvP scene, bro. It was so beautiful. Assuming you played East. I had a character on every East server when I was there. I had a character on 2 West servers. I played on... Oh god, it was LD... And then, what was the other one? Was it Isabella? I think it was Isabella. It was one of the West Fresh starts back when West only had 2 servers. I quit in December of 2024. I think exclamation servers might actually have my guilds there that I was in, but most of it was murking on West. I went over to LD because my girlfriend was my healer. and like in a lot of my stacks would heal me. Absolute bumper. And we had a group of friends that were playing on LD that were just like, yo, we need a bruiser. And so I joined over there and ran with them and then just ended up murking on LD a lot. Isabella, we got brought over to kind of similar scenario. Oh God, what was that? What was the guild name? I don't remember the name of the guild that brought us over on Isabella. I pulled in a stack on LD. What was the Isabella guild that brought us over? Let's see, riding around on Nimbus. And he's just a little derpy. And he's just a little derpy. I respect your team. PvP take on any game is crazy, by the way. Listen, I'm not. Oh yeah, dehydrated gamers. Yeah. That one. DHG. Yep, that was the one. Cause they like perma swipe to keep their guild bank topped off. Yep. That was a whole interesting one. That started like my West Coast villain arc. I was the most hated man on the West Coast of New World for a little while. It was crazy, bro. The politics was awesome. It's something that I really miss. And with World vs. World, it's like the 24/7 accessibility of it is really cool. And I really appreciate that any player at any point in time can hop into World vs. World and, you know, play at the very least. But I also feel as though the emphasis of actions in World vs. World and consequentiality isn't there for somebody that's played something that's, you know, a bit more exclusive. And exclusivity isn't necessarily good without inclusivity in gameplay modes. And I think what New World substantially lacked on the PvP scene was a practice war mode that was more casual, accessible on a daily basis for everybody. And I think that would have been a really good retention system within the PvP scene that also would have bridged the gap between OPRs and wars. But that was just something that wasn't even on the roadmap until too late. Sucks that I was going to keep up. Yeah, I think it was plagued by things that were far above the actual developers as well, and a lot of people stopped the blame at like Scott Lane and team up there, and I actually think Scott did what he could to correct the ship that was sinking, and Katie came in at a very great time, and Katie actually, like, you know, did really good things for the game as a whole, and I think, you know, brought in a nice breath of fresh air. But also I think the problems with Amazon Games went far past just having, you know, that middle management issue. I think it was on the highest, supplies. I think it was on the highest end with like the actual president, the vice president, the people that were at the tippity toppity of the company. See, Missile Hunters, that was the extraction, right? Oh, sorry, I have hiccups. Oh, they hurt. Everything is pain. Yeah, it's hard for me to get into extractions because it's like, if you're really bad at extractions, then you're a loot pinata, but you almost have to be really bad at PvP exclusive extractions where the end game isn't, you know, very hard PvE, because PvP players can only be so good. And like, once you get to a certain point with extractions, if you're really good at the game, then you just shit on everybody, and then you end up getting, you know, all of the loot you would ever need. You get F-Wop, is that Fetty Wap? Oh, that's Fighting with a Passion. Whoops. I thought that shit was about to be 1738 as soon as I switched over and looked at it, bro. I swear to God. I thought we were about to see some goddamn Fetty Wapping that out here. Anyways, went dark and darker, gonna really check. Yeah, I mean, like, dark and darker for me, the first person combat-y type feel I've never really been huge on, and honestly first person shooters have always felt a little strange to me as well. I've learned over time that I really prefer third person or even like, you know, ISO in terms of like camera stuff. I play very kind of like ISO top-downy type shit. Come from GTA community. Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I have spent literally like 0 time. Yo, Seraphims, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I've spent like 0 time in GTA myself, but I have a few friends that have spent some time over there and done a little bit of stuff in that typical area. So, you do GTA RP stuff? Because I'm gonna be honest, bro, the GTA RP scene when 6 comes out could either be if it's supported in the capacity that it probably should be. Could be the wildest shit that content has seen in quite some time. But could also, if it's not properly supported, just end up in a scenario where people just continue to play GTA 5 RP instead. GTA 16 has some type of real-life exchange system. Wait, like transferring funds between people? Like actual clams? I don't want to compete with rich people IRL. That's why I play video games to get rich, bro. Y'all see my sub count. I can't do that shit. I can't even play pay-to-win games. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. I'm fucked from the start there. Like hundreds of thousands of pennies to make a dollar type shit. Wait. Watch out about 5 people who basically broke GTA. Right. Instead of suing them, they bought them. That's kind of base.
Bring that one down.
Like, did they bring in the entire management and development team with that? Hoofsay! Oh, I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. We're getting rich. One gifty at a time.
Whoa.
Not sure. That'd be cool, though. Be cool. It's gonna be like crypto in a way. So if I start a GTA RP server, then I can actually unironically start DustyCoin. I'm all for fake money turning into real links. Oh, wait. So it's like the Roblox store, where like you can go and you can work a job and then you can basically cash out your GTA bucks. Oh, it's literally just that. Okay, I thought it was like pay to win shit. Never mind. See, that's actually interesting. Like, that's very interesting. Because hear me out. Everybody shits on Roblox. And like the presence that game has for many reasons. And modding could be literally any aspect of this as well, as it could be with anything. But Roblox as a platform has a higher all-time peak concurrent player base than Steam. Not just like a game on Steam, but like Steam. Roblox, more peak concurrent players all time than Steam. Not a made-up statistic. Real, true statistic. It is the highest peak concurrency ever on a gaming platform. Roblox. It's fucking crazy, if I'm being honest. It's wild. Also, Seraphim's asked why it's getting the EVG taking so long. Are we on queue? Oh shit. So sometimes the EVG queue goes pretty fast, but sometimes there are these groups that just happen to win a couple fights and start, you know, playing together and actually spending some time in here. And I've actually been kind of impressed to see how many people have been staying and just like playing World vs. World past having their gift of battle taken care of. But it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. 40 players trying to queue? Oh no. I mean, depending on like what server you're on, you may have good luck with daytime tags on the Borderlands as well. And also you can kind of like just vibe out there and cap shit if you want to. So what's your tag? I have my tag, but honestly, I don't really, if I'm being honest, care about pubs in the capacity that I would tag properly for them. With guild stuff, it's a little different, and at some point I will be running guild tags as well. I'm trying to get a setup with a few guild tags so we can work out time slots and shit. That's something that, you know, I think a lot of people are trying to work towards. Realistically, though, a lot of the reason I don't run it during stream is because as a tag, you kind of have to be cognizant of the fights. You're on a high level, supposed to be watching out for shit. And you're supposed to be playing, you know, intelligently around that, right? So effectively as a tag, I would have to more or less not interact with chat. So I could always be, you know, always be locked in a proper capacity. And to actually be, you know, to actually be in comms with people to be worrying about everything that's going on there. It's a little bit rough to manage. So like, you know, the thing about it is I have the luxury that, you know, cats, I just get to tell people what to do here. So that's cool. If I don't feel like tagging, then I just get a couple tags ready. If I feel like tagging, then I can always just be like, all right, I'm tagging up tonight, boys, let's go, and people will show up. So that's a huge benefit of it. But we come from multiple other games as well. You do have tag? Oh yeah, I have my tag. I got my tag very early. I've tagged up before. It's just like, I don't really put any effort in when I do. The last time I tagged up, it was just like, I came in for the start of World vs. World Rush, and there literally wasn't a tag on our borderland. And I was like, all right, bet. Well, I guess I just throw this up and run around. What team server? We're on Yolon. Who knows what the fuck we're gonna be doing when we actually reroll though? Who knows? So we're on Yolon right now. We've been T1 just duking it out as a new community against a very established alliance for this entire split. And last split, we were down in T4, and we got a lot of good reps there. Both splits though, we've been very lucky to have multiple communities reach out and kind of accelerate our growth in a very large capacity. So we're doing pretty well with the whole, you know, making friends thing over here, which is great. Really helps us understand a lot more, a lot quicker than your average community that's a month and a half in. So we're always recruiting. The entire thing with this community is it's just for people to enjoy games again, man. I play a lot of PvP, but I am not exclusive to PvP. And this community is made for pretty much everybody to just come and chill. If you want to be on our World vs. World side, come through for World vs. World. If you want to PvE and do our raids, almost click ban me. That's the trap. That's the trap. I wonder how many people have hit that. Then you might have to audit the bans. We might have to make sure nobody good's getting held down. Free my dogs till it's backwards. But yeah, we just bring a lot of different people in, man. We got casual players, we got competitive players, we got pretty much everything in between. And at the end of the day, it is, I think, just about bringing in more people that really want to enjoy what gaming has to offer again, especially with something like Guild Wars, where there's just so much to do at all points in time. I think you're kind of just like missing out as a community if you don't really embrace everything that there is, you know? So even on my end, we always recruit. We very rarely turn down players. And typically if a player finds their way out of our community, it's because they've done something pretty egregious. Our biggest, like, emphases are just don't be weird and also don't have a reputation for, like, just being a super douchebag to other people in the game or, you know, exploiting and shit. So that's, you know, that's basically the largest thing. Oh yeah, you can DM me for an invite. In-game or in chat's fine. If it's in chat, someone will grab you, and then you can just DM me so I can click it. Either way. Literally both work. But yeah, no, the community's grown a lot. We have 230 accounts now, and of course, with Guild Wars 2, activity will vary along the way. Gotcha, my goat. Activity will vary along the way. There's a lot of opportunity for people to come and go, and honestly, community's super chill about that as well. We just link up, play games, and the biggest thing is we have had a lot of games die that we played. I put, you know, 7,000 plus hours into Ashes of Creation over the course of 3 years for that shit to die. And then over the course of that, I moved to, sorry, I put 7,000 plus hours in a New World. And then I put 3,000 plus into Ashes of Creation. Jesus Christ, I can't even sort out my games right. So I'm misnaming my kids. 7,000 plus hours in a New World. For that to die, 3,000 plus into Ashes of Creation for that to die because of New World for Ashes of Creation. And I think my community is very happy to be somewhere that we are enjoying the gameplay. We're optimistic for the future with Guild Wars 3 and everything coming in there. And in the meantime, there's not really risk that our home gets absolutely pillaged again, because that is what has been happening. You know what I mean? That's the tragic truth. So, it was rough. Remember when we broke our Discord bot because we were too big in Ashes? We broke Discord infrastructure because we were growing too quickly in Ashes. When I say we had a multi-100 person waitlist, we were running activity checks and pruning both of our guilds if people were inactive, and we still had over 200 people waiting to get into our guilds that were active players that were literally waiting for their invite because we wouldn't make a third guild to accommodate more. We literally closed the doors. That was Officer Hell. It's one of the greatest feelings, man. it was so cool to provide that many people with a place to play and to have something that, you know, that so many people desperately wanted to be a part of, where people would be like, oh, you guys are recruiting? Also, Seraphims, we are. Yes, exclamation guild. But it was really, 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 really fun. And I hope that we get to that point. You know, with Guild Wars 2 going through its hype cycles, as a community, if we establish, we could go through that again here. And then as Guild Wars 3 actually hits, brother, anything can happen. Because the communities that are top in Guild Wars 2 are not necessarily going to be top in Guild Wars 3. It's going to be a very different system. The PvP systems, we don't even know what those are going to shape up as. We don't know what class system's going to be. We don't know what combat's going to be. Movement's going to be far different and potentially based around a momentum-based combat system and momentum-based movement system, which would be a complete game changer based on what people are used to over here. And there is effectively, you know, no shot that all of people's 13-year exclusive Vanquish, thank you for the follow. People's 13-year exclusive Guild Wars 2 PvP skills translate into Guild Wars 3. You know what's going to translate into Guild Wars 3? A lot of people who have played a lot of different combat systems, because Guild Wars 3 combat system is going to be unique. Far fewer buffs and debuffs. Far more emphasis on movement and presumably action-based combat without tab target lock-on. With that, there's a potential for physics-based projectiles to come in if they decide to go that route, and far more skill shots. We have no idea what it's actually going to be, but we do know everything that they've said indicates that it's going to be far different than anything that Guild Wars has experienced before, and it's going to be an evolution for the MMO genre. Which I think an evolution for the MMO genre is getting away from the tab target combat system that has defined it for so long. And I think it's trying to break the genre into new players, which again, it's struggled to do for so long. So, I very much think that Guild Wars 3 is going to see a completely different power dynamic in terms of the PvP, but I also have no idea what we're actually going to see for PvP that would lead to a power dynamic in the first place. Like, is there even going to be guild versus guild? Or is it going to be like arenas and battlegrounds? If there is guild versus guild, is it going to be accessible all the time and is it just going to be queue-based? Or is there going to be a way for us to actually have beef with the guild that we're fighting against and, you know, want to do them dastardly? It's very interesting to think about the prospect of, and realistically looking at it, nobody knows at this point. Or Natural World was rolled. Yeah, we just don't know, man. I don't think that I would expect any form of, like, you know, true open world PvP, just because it seems like they've always wanted their open worlds to be rather frictionless overall and not bring in a ton of potential for people to get griefed off it and be that, like, you know, that explorative fun time, which I fuck with. I think there's a time and a place to have both. And I think that a lot of casual players absolutely get, you know, somewhat pushed off by forced PvP scenarios. It was something that we saw extremely heavily with Ashes. One of the largest issues with it was that they want to do everything one singular layer with instantaneous guild war declarations where my guild could declare on your guild and we would compete over things, but I could also just absolutely nuke the ever-loving shit out of you. So, or take a while route, PvP servers and PvE servers. Yeah, they could go that route, but even then I feel like PvP servers have proven time and again to be an incredibly niche product that typically has a shorter shelf life, PvP servers that is, than PvE. Shorter shelf life, less of a total player base, and almost like a less marketable product because in MMOs in particular, the existing MMO population is small already, and the PvP population in MMOs is even smaller. MMOs are literally like the oldest demographic in the major genres of gaming. And it's struggled very heavily as a genre to break into newer generations. And realistically, one of the last that we saw that did that quite heavily was New World, which it's in the dumpster now, but on launch, it sold over 8 million copies and had nearly 1 million concurrent players, with servers that held about 1,000, 1,500. on a good day for the launch of that game. Remarkable that it even had that much, and a lot of that was because it was a fresh combat system over anything else. Yes, it was Amazon, but Amazon hadn't successfully shipped the game and had closed down Crucible before that, so their reputation was not that of a successful Amazon. And it definitely wasn't a point of like, oh my god, New World developed by Amazon Games, they put out so many titles, holy shit, this is Christopher Nolan of game development. It was a fresh take on a game where it was a dynamic player-driven map with new forms of PvP that included a lot of different people, or were supposed to, that had a fresh take on the MMO combat, the MMO handling, and the MMO gameplay as a whole. And that in itself brought in droves of people. And then they fumbled every bag that they could time and time and time and time again. It's kind of a shame. Kind of a shame. I'm gonna kick it to tab targeting to target the target I'm trying to target. Oh yeah, tab target is, you know, it's something, to say the very least. I would describe it at best to be archaic, and at worst to be completely dated, and very much so a system that should have been replaced long ago. And I understand why physics-based projectiles and collision on attacks isn't what every developer goes for, because it's far harder to even, you know, marginally successfully pull off. But man, oh man, when one does it well, and they have the player base to support that, shit'll be huge. Shit will be absolutely freaking massive. The career tab targeter after New World and Ashes, I no longer enjoy classic tab target. Yeah, it feels slow. It feels very passive, and it almost feels like an autoplay game with extra steps. I think Guild Wars 2 at least tries to deviate a little bit away from that by having, yes, targeted abilities, but also a lot of AoE and ground effect abilities too, which can give a little bit different of a feel. You also have quite a few proximity abilities, like based on your, you know, your character that go out in an area. So a little bit different than, you know, your true traditional super slow hit, wait, tabby. But definitely, I think, that angle is slow. Looking was good outside the auto attack heal. Well, the auto attack heal was for buffs, so that was basically buff maintenance. That's the same thing as like with bruisers, we had to be auto attacking because we had a refreshing move to get our cooldowns back up, and we also wanted to be managing our empower and whatnot along the way. So that shit was nice. How do you feel about top target? Spend my time in Ashes hovercasting.
Concentration.
I feel like hover on frame? Because honestly, a lot of games like WoW has a lot of hovercast, but Guild Wars is really built on the, you know, on the ground effects, on the area effects and shit like that. So that's a lot less on the hover frames directly, and a lot of like single targets, which is, again, a little bit peculiar to the whole Guild Wars side as a whole. But I personally, I'm not healer by trade or anything. I mean, I say that as I'm playing this. God damn it. But honestly, anytime that there is a direct bind to heal or anything, I will pretty much always opt for that, simply because it reduces the, you know, the amount of action that's required to get the input off. And I think that in itself is a large point of efficiency. Like with my ground targets, I don't have a confirm on my cast. It just goes where my crosshair is, my spaceship. So that way I don't have to have a second keystroke if I'm trying to get a wall off or something like that behind us, right? I just drop the wall without a confirm, and then the wall's down so I can get that off a little bit quicker. And off of that, it adds up over the course of a lot of fights. Killing an Ash was fun. Yeah, a lot of people really enjoyed that you had a mix of like the specific hovercasts, the different heal types that you had in. It was interesting, and I think a lot of the part that people really fucked with was that it felt, in its own way, relatively actiony for a healing system. I think far less passive than, you know, WoW, Holy Pally, sit there and flash of light or downrank holy light. It was, you know, it was far more active than that. But I still think a full action system truly brings in a lot of uniqueness that even Ashes couldn't bring in with it. Because even having tab as a baseline, you do still have the accessibility to that. So it'll be interesting to see where they go. And again, we don't have confirmation that they're going full action combat. We can think that they are and discern that they are, because realistically, how is a momentum-based, you know, movement system going to fare when you factor in tab target, and how is carrying your momentum over into your attacks going to give you any form of, you know, validity in a tab target? I just don't. Oh. I just don't know that it is, and I don't know that you'd be able to actually like maneuver the movement system in a useful way while tab targeting, especially if your momentum is supposed to translate into damage in combat. That's another level of it that's just like, okay, how do you even pull that off on a tab? So we have reason to believe that full freeform action combat is, you know, potentially due. The only problem is we don't know what they're doing. We don't know if it's going to be physics-based projectiles. We don't know really anything that they have going on the back end, because for whatever reason they won't tell me. I've asked. Oh, the commander does bullet flight, they have too many? Well, they're also insta-respawning. So not only do they have a lot, but they also just don't die at any point. Excuse you, sir. I don't appreciate this. This is a personal attack, and I think you and your friends are rude for that. Yeah, they had a constant flow of people coming back in. Legitimately was, I think, relatively unstoppable unless we just nuked them and then got in. City has nothing buildable, so they're just blasting for fun. Oh, okay, I fuck with that. Wait, he has no blueprints? Bruh, ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way. What a legend. I respect that so much. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get a hoodie real quick. He's in no build mats, so whatever that means. I'd assume blueprints. I would have to assume. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Fury is mine.
Bring that one down. Bring that one down.
Good day. Oh, sorry, there's a squirrel outside eating, so I wanted to say hello. I wanted to take a second to chill with big homie. We're back. Did I miss anything? What we on?
Bring that one
Thanks,
down.
everyone. Wait, did he tag down? Or did we miss something? Wait, no, we're actually chilling. We're actually chilling. Is he... Does he need blueprints? Or what does he need? Because if he needs blueprints, I will send this man some blueprints so we can actually siege. But I also respect his running it down mid mentality. If we were to break up into some groups, we have... You just have mats? Haha! Nice. If we were to break up into groups, we would not have the greatest comps. What? Why do we have so many Reapers? We have 11 Reapers? What? We have 11 Reapers
Bring that one down.
in this group. And 2 druids. Oh shit! Hi guys! Whoops. I was not looking where I was going. I turned this! Alright, we're in! Oh, they're so fucking lucky. Ooh, bro, I was about to turn that shit. I was about to turn that shit on them. If they didn't get that strip, if they did not get that strip there, oh my fucking god, I turned the next one. Jesus Christ, bro. Whoopsie daisy. Why am I the only spellbreaker? Isn't this class good? Yes. The class is actually really good. Spellbreaker, a lot of people, especially since the nerfs to Untamed, have, from what I have been told, people have been wanting Spellbreaker for a DPS slot. Really solid DPS, very tanky, very good strips. So just a little bit of everything that you would want. In terms of why it's not more ran, honestly, I don't see many warriors in general. I don't know really like how played the class as a whole is. Because realistically, Paragons aren't that terrible either. Granted, they're, in most comp switches that I've seen, kind of like a Druid alternative. And Druid is so strong right now by most people's regards that it's quite a steep fall off. So, I think people just prefer Necro instead of SP. Yeah, I mean, Necro, again, from what I've gathered, I try to keep up with everything vicariously through the people who are educated on it, as I simply don't have time to play everything and learn in the capacity that I'm trying to. But from what I can keep up with, right now, people are saying Core Necro has the most consistent strip potential, but I'm also just parroting there as A, I don't run meters, B, I don't run Core Necro. So, off of that, do you plan to play Classic Plus once it comes out? I mean, define play and define once it comes out and define Classic Plus. So, like, it all depends. I'm not gonna get sponsored to play it. I'm not large enough for that. They don't care about me like that. But I am in the, you know, I am a WoW partner. So when Classic Plus comes out, hopefully they'll have some campaign with like drops and shit going for WoW partners. Maybe there'll be some cool things where I get community giveaways in terms of that as well. So I'd really like if there is opportunity to get involved with that shit, get involved there. But there's also like, I don't know how Classic Plus is going to be, so I can't really say how hard I'm going to commit to it. Am I anxiously awaiting more updates with Classic Plus? Yeah, absolutely. Am I in any way, shape, and form expecting it to be something that's completely different than the feel of WoW Classic? Mildly, but not really. I think it's still gonna be the classic formula, just with some new bells and whistles. I expect an SOD Titan Forge type baby, which is why they're striking a lot of private servers. If they were completely overhauling it, then first things first, they wouldn't call it Classic Plus. They'd call it something else within the, with the WoW IP. It's gonna be classic structure. It's just gonna have changes on it. And I fear that in a next gen MMO three-way race, WoW actually has the potential to be the most underwhelming, but I think that's contingent on Riot's success or failure with their MMO. I consider Classic Plus to really be in a spot where they're damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they stick to the classic, formula and the classic way of dev, then they'll get the classic community to check it out. But at that point, it's just classic again. And what differentiates that from another classic patch that they just haven't put in before, right? It's effectively just classic. And new generations of players have shown that they don't really care about classic. Classic is nostalgia and retention off of the nostalgia exclusively. And the retention of classic has never traditionally been, the craziest. But with that being said, if they try to differentiate, ooh, big clump, oh my God. If they try to differentiate and they try to do something completely, our tails about to get swanton bombed. If they try to do something completely different, then I also fear that I should not have burned that there. I just didn't want those guys to get cooked. But I also fear that they are going to alienate the No Changes classic audience, which is a large part of the, potential for Classic Plus is the fucking classic audience. And I don't think that they're going to go like action combat, iframes, anything like that. Classic Plus isn't really confirmed yet. Data miners just found something called WoW Camelot. Yeah, I mean, Classic Plus has just kind of been like the, I don't know, the community-driven name, if that makes sense. There's never been hard confirmation, and to be completely fair, Classic Plus and WoW 2.0 have both been theorized by the community. The only thing that's even pseudo-confirmed is, as you said, the Camelot on the timetable. And even then, there's no confirmation of what the hell that may even be. The theory is that there's going to be an announcement at BlizzCon this year, but that's kind of been like the theory for, what, like 4 years now? So take everything Classic Plus that we talk about with a completely conspiratorial grain of salt. where there's not necessarily the most validity in anything, which is also why I think, you know, WoW, no matter what they do with their next WoW project, whether it's Classic Plus, whether they call it Camelot, whether they call it Camelittle, right? I still think, you know, the point is that WoW, if they do try to launch a new title, I worry that they will struggle to reach the level of success that would be expected for a World of Warcraft title, because they would either have to alienate the classic community or the retail community. And if they don't alienate their classic community, then they're banking on the retail community giving up retail to go play the new thing. And if they're trying to break into the new generation of players, then I think they have to deviate from the WoW formula entirely, or both to make a shooter. Nin, we saw how Overwatch went. Do you want them to try again? I don't want them to try again. Grandpa Names, hope you're having a beautiful day, brother. What you doing? We're in some Wovwa zerging. The Friday pump has actually been kind of crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. This is just a bump tag that we found. I was kicking around earlier in the day and just happened to get word that there was a tag, and so I joined up. And brother's just been 40 strong the entire day and actually leading us through pretty well. So I've been having a blast with it today. We're getting some nice bags. I am making some absolute bank off of just stopping and gathering and pumping my Living World Season 4 tracks. We're up tremendous. Wasn't Overwatch considered a huge success when it came out? Thought they fumbled the back hard with some key decisions. Yeah, kind of like New World, but slower, if that makes sense. What the fuck is this? Oh, I've never been through there before. What the hell? We just swam through a rock goosey. Two of them. That was crazy. But yeah, Overwatch was an overwhelming success, actually. It really defined the genre for a little bit. And Overwatch esports was an incredibly legitimate and massive thing. But the long term of Overwatch, and I think that's kind of been, unfortunately, what's held true with multiple games that were once zeitgeist for their genre, with the exception of really the MOBAs and like CS. But a lot of the games recently that have been around for quite some time have really struggled to translate extremely well and continue what they've had. And I'm not even going to pretend that League and Dota are at their all-time peak, because I don't believe they are from an esports standpoint. I feel as though the esports presence of both League and Dota were larger. Granted, everything was larger during COVID. But also, Dota's scene was large years before COVID too, as was League's. But I just, even though those have been titans and those have been untouchables within the esports scene that have defined the genre, I really think a lot of titles and a lot of decisions that developers make, and I think this happens a lot quicker with games that shift their executives, their ownership, their leadership at some point throughout. I think frequently, where are you guys going? I think frequently the visions can change if a creative changes or a leader changes. That can spell a lot of change that may not, you know, align with all of the information that was being acted on before in the same way. It's almost like how I talk about when I say that we're gonna draw a smiley face and I draw one circle on the screen and I say, all right, chat, how would you finish the smiley face? Every single person in chat would finish the smiley face differently, right? If I just give you a circle and I'm like, what's next, right? You never know. Oh. You never know if that circle is going to be the head. You don't know if it's going to be an eye. You don't know if it's going to be the nose. You don't know if it's going to be the mouth. You don't know anything about that circle, but you're still supposed to finish that circle into a smiley face, and that can go a million different ways. Now imagine taking over a smiley face that's been in development for years and has, you know, millions of people enjoying that smiley face as it continues to get worked on and refined, and your job is to continue to refine that smiley face in a way that isn't gonna deviate from the plans. You're expected to know, you know, down the road how the smiley face was supposed to be completed from the first person who conceived the smiley face. Otherwise, somebody that's been watching the entire time will be like, well, that's not what this was supposed to be.
Then offense.
Blasphemous. It's tough. Game dev's tough. Live service is tough. Very tough. Very hard. It's the reason why so many live services fail, right? It's a large level of investment, a large level of commitment, a large level of dev work that goes into it. And there's also frequently with live services in, say, the MMO world, and honestly, even things with competitive modes in general, like your MOBAs and shooters, there is still an emphasis on player base within those live services where if we're an independent studio with 10 employees and we drop a game and it hits 10,000 concurrent players and we sell 100,000 copies at 20 bucks a piece, well, congratulations, our studio's funded for multiple months, if not like a year or more, depending on where everything is allocated budget-wise. So there's, you know, a large ongoing sync with everything live service that I also think puts caveats into it. As player bases grow and shrink, we see operating expenditure and labor costs grow and really not shrink. So with labor costs not shrinking for a lot of the projects that have been long-term and only growing, as their player base shrinks based on COVID numbers and the peaks that were accomplished there, guess what has to shrink? Your labor force. Labor percent comes from somewhere, and corporate's got to get their margins. So if labor cost is too high, you look at the most expendable labor cost, and those people get cut because you can't pay them less, so you have to pay fewer of them. GG, well played. And that's what we're going through right now with gaming. It's not only the AI boom, right? And a lot of companies are leaning into that far too heavily, but it's also the post-COVID shrink, where COVID really brought up a lot of numbers and put 5 and 10 year projections out for companies that were completely unrealistic, and companies hired up to match that COVID pop. And a lot of those companies never really shrunk at that point, and they tried to scale up and bring on more projects and allocate the labor that they had already acquired instead of just cutting that labor and considering it somewhat seasonal work through COVID. And now a lot of tech and software companies are going through the, you know, the post-COVID, oh fuck, we have too much. And where's that come from? Middle management, shit like that. So the streak is massive, by the way. That shit's huge. 35 more. For 360? I don't know how you guys do days in metric, but it's 365 for a year in America. So that's kind of cool. I do think that Guild Wars 3 or Riot MMO is most successful. There's a real chance of falling into irrelevancy. Here's well fam, but they've been terrible to the community for several years now. Kind of catching up now. The threats are around the corner. I think Blizzard and WoW as a whole will be extreme. I'm just fucking stupid. Bro, I didn't want to say anything, but I was like, all right, I got to. It's okay. The 325 is still massive. I'm still proud of you, dude. I'm still proud of you. But that's also the thing right now. If Riot hadn't announced and legitimately backed up that their MMO is making substantial progress, then I think Blizzard would have a lot freer of a market share to play off of. And I think that it would be a completely different story. However, Guild Wars 3 was announced and confirmed from ArenaNet, been worked on already for multiple years. So we don't know exactly where they're at with the product, but the fruition of that product is, as of right now, more valid and more real than anything that Blizzard has said that they are doing right now. So, as of right now, Guild Wars is winning the race for a relevant next generation MMO, which I don't really think anybody actually expected. With everything that's died in terms of your hopefuls, and with Guild Wars being so quiet for so long, I think a lot of people are still sleeping on the fact that as of right now, the most boop, get fucked. Anyways, I think people have been sleeping on the fact that quite literally we have the most tangible evidence of a next generation MMO with Guild Wars 3. Riot is the second most tangible, but we haven't, you know, heard any formal announcements of testing or anything from them, so that's a little bit more up in the air. And then off of that, Blizzard is doing something. We don't really know what it is. So for your next gen big three, I feel like the pacing is not working in Blizzard's favor. Now, I don't think irrelevancy is necessarily going to find its way to Blizzard or World of Warcraft at any point in time within our lifetimes. I think that we could see WoW's player base shrink and dwindle, but we have to remember we're looking at a game that has millions of monthly subs, plural, as of whatever figures people can fucking find. And I think that was through dev streams. But their player base is astronomically large, and even with player base attrition at even, you know, high rates, you're not going to really see WoW just fade off. Even if they have to kind of like, you know, merge some servers or shrink servers or whatever it may be. It's kind of like people will say Fortnite's a dead game now. But Fortnite still absolutely puts most games in a fucking cuck chair and makes them watch, player base wise, which is very important to keep in mind, because when something's at a peak that is zeitgeist level, the only way to go really is down. Like, yes, you can beat all expectations and you can go year over year records multiple years, but at some point you have to go down. Like, Overwatch's been dead for 6 years. Yeah, like New World's been dead. Wait. No, that one's actually dead. But yeah, exactly. I think that is very overused, and unfortunately not in the terms of New World or Ashes of Creation. I come from the actual dead games, and let me tell you, there were still times when New World had 5,000 average players that month where people would be like, Dusty, dead game, and I'm like, not yet, buddy, not yet, and I'm letting it ride while it's still here. I know the way of the dead games. And there's definitely, I think, like, overusage of, like, dead game, irrelevant game, all that shit. Because so many games along the way, man, once you hit that huge level of zeitgeist, it's so hard to maintain it, man. It's the same thing as people being like, oh my god, dead stream. When people shit on, I mean, shit, to bounce back to the Fortnite era, when people shit on Myth because he averages fewer viewers now than he did at his peak when he was one of the largest streamers on all of Twitch and probably made enough money to put away and make sure that he was living comfortably for the rest of his life, and he probably just streams for fun without any dependence on the income whatsoever now, and people are like, oh my god, Myth dead streamer, dead community, and he's probably just living comfortable and vibing and doing whatever the fuck he wants. It's very interesting, some people's usage of it. But remember someone telling me RuneScape was dying in middle school 2009. Oh, how blind we are. How blind we are. I think a lot of people just, you know, it falls out of flavor of the month for them, and the honeymoon wears off, and then they see a few people leaving it, and that confirmation bias kicks in where they're like, oh, a few people are leaving, so everybody's leaving. A few people are complaining, so everybody's complaining. Not realizing that most people are just going to be playing the game and having fun, and they won't be taking time to complain or speak praises publicly because they're just going to be playing the fucking game. Just makes sense, you know. 100 people could eat at a restaurant a day. One person could have a hair in their food. They're probably going to complain about that hair in their food. 99 people could have a wonderful meal. Very few of them will be likely to pull the manager over and give them extra credit because of how good the meal is and thank them for the meal. Very few. It's just how shit works. If people are happy, they just go on with their fucking day. And as soon as you get into that echo chamber of like, oh my god, this is dying, that's dying, it can quickly outweigh, especially if it fits your confirmation bias at the time and what you want to hear. It can very quickly convince you that that shit is dead, and you look at it and it's like, oh, well, this directory used to have 250,000 viewers, and Tyler Blevins used to average 100,000 viewers all the time as soon as he started his stream. Well, clearly Fortnite's dead. And then you look at Fortnite still running fucking weekly tournaments with online earnings for people, providing thousands upon thousands of dollars for people that just started playing their game in their bedroom one day. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Nobody's trusting. We're not passing the test. We're not passing the test. Everyone has to stack up right now. We have to stay on our tag. I don't quite know what happened. Everybody's got to stack up or he dies. We need buffs. We need buffs. We need to bring him back. We can't let him go to the Shadow Realm. If he gets kicked, we're absolutely hosed, boys. Everybody on tag. Oh, shit. He said he'd be back in 5. Oh, wait. Was he just auto-running? Oh, yeah. He did say he'd be back in 5. Okay, that actually checks out. That makes sense. He did give us heads up. At this point, I don't know if I even care about anything that was announced. This is coming from on a pre-ordered the collector's edition of original WoW and played every version of WoW, including the original beta. Yeah, and I think again, if Blizzard were dropping when nothing was announced for the next gen, and it had something that was even partially, you know, appealing to players, then I think their market share would be a lot more uncontested. And really, the MMO world is, you know, hungry for something. There's a reason why so many, so many of the most talked about MMOs, you know, of course, other than the Titans, kind of skip over the mid-tier and it's immediately into the Titans, and then it's the MMOs that could make it, and then it's like your mid-tiers that are actually doing well, like your BDOs and your ESOs and your Guild Wars and your shit like that, right? That's kind of in that tier below your WoWs, OSRSs, 14s. So within that, you have that speculative MMO base because people are so hungry for something in the MMO world. And if everybody just saw Blizzard as the first one to provide that next gen feel, that in itself would have secured Blizzard a fair share of market, and I think would have facilitated whatever they dropped, at least having a crazy concurrency, because it would have been the only thing. And it's not even that it has to be good, but if content creators pick it up, and you've got the Asmongler and everybody else that averages 10,000 or more viewers, and you even bring in the Summits and the Shrouds and all of those people, you could basically have an MMO on launch day that has, you know, hundreds of thousands of concurrent viewers on Twitch, on whatever platform, while also having easily 1 million plus concurrent, providing your infrastructure can hold it. It's just a matter of what that MMO is going to be that's going to drag everybody in and is going to kind of, you know, light the forest ablaze. Because there have been a lot of small fires, a lot of games where, shit, I mean, Summit and Asmongold played Ash as a creation among many other super large content creators, and they went back. Well, Asmongold kind of, but Summit went back, and Summit said he had fun playing it as well. And if that had been able to, instead of being a small fire and kind of like, you know, smoking itself out, and it caught the entire forest on fire and it spread to all of the other MMO content creators in a more consistent manner, then boom, you have numbers. So, selecting a brand new game doesn't really indicate long-term success. No, it doesn't. But what I'm saying is they won't even have necessarily that if they're not the first to launch. The first to launch will be able to secure that large push of players being exposed to the title that may not have hopped into it. And it's like the first to throw a punch or the first to shoot in a duel isn't guaranteed to win, right? There's always a chance that you could just straight up lose that. However, you have a much better chance of winning the duel if you get your shot off before your enemy does. So, launch equals exposure equals eventually new players. It could, but the exposure could also go poorly if the game's in a bad state on launch and it can't handle the infrastructure from that. Said a chat so many times and no one cared. Listen, no commander, no win. But yeah, I think people over-focus on player numbers recently. It feels as if people look more to CMDB than whether they like a game. I agree to that. I 1000% will agree to that. A lot of people are scared to play something that's conceived as dead or isn't conceived as the most popular game. And I don't really know why. Now, I will say, Tarv, when you're in the AAA realm of things, I think it's very unfortunate that massive scale business and massive scale development has moved in, but that's kind of where the nature of the beast lies right now. And without a player base that can present, you know, cash opportunities, well, Nin, can you tell me what happens when a player base can no longer support enough cash opportunities for a developer to want to keep the game going? Because I'm sure Nin could tell us. Games are playable with way fewer numbers than people think. Is the game playable? Sure. Is the game making enough money for the business to want to support that instead of a different project where they feel they could rather allocate their money and have a higher profit margin or better return? That's the question. And when you're not looking at indie games that are frequently put out, especially with like, you know, one-time playthrough type thing, where you're not exactly just trying to sell a couple copies here and there and then call it good, and you're looking to fucking relax. You know, you're looking to not just sell enough copies to break even and then call it good because there aren't really live service expectations, but you have something that is truly a live service or something that has had, millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars sometimes put into the development of it, like 100 plus for certain games, you're looking at a completely different level of it than just the business, the consumer side of, are there enough players for this to function? In, you know, the right now of gaming, the shit that's cooking games, honestly, isn't the player base and the functionality of most games. New World was functioning when it had 5,000 players, but it wasn't profitable at the time and it wasn't bringing in enough money, and the decision was made to kill it off, right? And that's something that I think the decision was made far before the Nighthaven expansion. I think with Destiny, the nearly $1 billion, how much was it actually? It was like 750 million, right? Hold on. Yeah, let's see. So, Bungie was acquired for $3.6 billion. And Sony, as of the end of last year, by the way, 2025, has filed over $765 million of impairment loss against Bungie, basically establishing that the company is not worth what they paid for it. And that was at the end of last year. That's what they filed so far publicly as of last year for impairment losses. So when you're looking at, you know, the business side of it, player base unfortunately does somewhat translate in a lot of games to the health of it from a monetization standpoint. If they're dropping paid content expansions, if they have ongoing monetization in game, it's kind of rough. Killing Destiny 2 is probably a long-term bad move. Companies aren't always clever. Why was it a long-term bad move? Just out of curiosity. Because again, Destiny 2 was far past its peak. Its updates were drawing far fewer players than they did at its peak. And in general, right, their profit margin had shrunk substantially. And it was probably either a point of, you know, Destiny is smaller now and the hype around the IP is less. Destiny 3 hasn't had movement on it, confirmed from the devs. So at what point is it more efficient for them to keep spending money on that instead of allocating the money to other projects that could also bring stuff in? Also one of Bungie's main sources of income. But could that income have been effectively generated elsewhere at a more efficient clip? Or could they have drawn a higher profit margin? Because unfortunately, a lot of large businesses focus on margin percentage and focuses on how much of their labor is being spent, or how much of their money is being spent on labor, how much they're bringing in, and how much they can bring in type shit. And at the end of the day, bottom line is a lot, but if you're spending, you know, if you're making $1 million at, you know, a 30% margin, versus making $750,000 at a 55% margin. Guess what brings you more net? So Gibbles, they'll make money with multiplayer games somewhere else. Yeah, it's I think if it were just Bungie that were weighing in on it, then I think it's very clear that Destiny wouldn't be going through what it's going through. If I'm being completely upfront with you guys, and I say this as someone that's just, you know, taking it in from outside, been observing the Destiny situation from the outside as someone that's not personally too attached to Destiny or anything like that. It's something where I think if Sony were not involved in the decision-making of this, and it were not Sony's profits that were being burned, then you'd likely see a different scenario, and you could see it being kept as a passion project with fewer devs, whatever it may be, to actually make the profit side of it work. But when you're looking at, you know, Big Daddy Sony being in on that shit. Okay, this is tragic. This is a goddamn shame. Come on, baby. Okay, we got the big heals. We're up tremendous. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. We cook here. I think we're being slightly out ooga booga'd here. But I feel like there's still opportunity for us to cook. I feel like there's still so much opportunity here. We still have plenty of people up. I have stab to keep us going. And as long as I have my stab, then we're chilling. I get heals out. And then some might out for the lads. And then we'll just slam heals for everybody. Just 5 for right now. We get back over the bridge. This is actually going not the worst. This commander is trying to guide a bunch of blind and lost cats. And honestly, he's doing a pretty good job of it. Aww. That's a goddamn shame. I was actually pretty confident that we were gonna have that. I thought I was gonna get at least a couple of them. Still think of the money somewhere else. Mother Bloodburn is a little bit lackluster. Yeah, but they also have the acquisition power for pretty much everything. But that's the thing. I mean, as more massive scale companies have had to become involved with the developers that we, you know, grew accustomed to and fell in love with.
I'm neither here
Those
nor there.
companies, when they come in to provide financial stability for the companies that we care about, they don't give a fuck about your 20-year history of loving a game. They don't give a shit about the dude that met his wife and now has a family because of your game. They don't fucking care. Companies come in to provide financial stability to other companies with one simple goal: to do that and to make the money by any means necessary. And at the end of the day, that's a business world. But I think a lot of people get this sense of sentimentality to video games because they are living worlds where you can make connections. But at the end of the day, there are products that are put out by companies, and products get discontinued all the time. And we all have snacks and foods and drinks and pieces of clothing and shoes and stuff like that that are discontinued products that you can't find anywhere else. Maybe it's a car, maybe it's something that you know, a candle that you had, or a cologne or a perfume, or just something small, right? But we all have discontinued products that we can think of. And it's gaming, it's everything else. But as soon as a product's validity is no longer there, and the company that's overseeing it doesn't really care about the history of the product or the sentimentality of the product or anything like that, it becomes money, and money make money, dog. Money make the world go round. Games aren't only products, games are also a cultural good. A cultural good doesn't make Sony more money. Again, you have to look at it from the soulless perspective that the companies that create the games are looking at it from. Because that is literally it. A cultural good that costs a company money that is built on making money may be a cultural good, but it's a company bad. And the soul and the, you know, the hope of that. You gotta section off any morals and joy. Yes. And part of the reason why, you know, I like talking about it from this standpoint is because I got my soul siphoned out of me from corporate when I was just graduating from college. And, you know, worked in my own corporate structure where I understood that everything was, you know, no soul, bottom line only. And they don't care about the people. They don't care about anything like that. You have an employee number in the system. That's what you matter as. And other than that, you are legitimately just a labor cost to them. And you're a labor cost that can be replaced. If you're talent in any company and you're the lowest performing talent in your sector, you are likely to get replaced, especially if you make a lot of money and you suck at what you do, because I can fire you for underperforming. I can hire a new person that will do what you, who are underperforming, did better than you, and I can pay them less because they're new. I just saved money on labor costs and made the company more money from firing somebody that's been here for 15 years that's fell off their game. It sucks. But that's corporate, and that's business, and that's what every single business is, like, taught to do. It's firing your lowest talent, and it's replacing them with more affordable talent, and having that talent be fresh and motivated along the way. And again, it's soulless, but, like, it's what makes business go round. And at the end of the day, business is cutthroat. Hold on. Courtesy of Cuts with Abs. Sent. Alright, I think I sent it to the right person. Yeah, I did. We're up. We got plenty of these bitches now. I don't know how much I just sent him, but I sent him some. I hope they help. So, anyways, I think market consolidation is Scourge. Private equity, large businesses, massive businesses. Yes. So, the way that I can, like, equate it, Tarvo, is me as someone that is, you know, investor but I am very small investor. I invest small amounts of money. I like to research the companies I'm investing in, and since I'm investing from a long-term standpoint, I want to invest in companies that I believe in, that I think are cool in the first place, but that also have the financials that line up. Where if I was a career investor, where I was literally doing it as a day trading standpoint, I don't fucking care about the story of the fucking company. Fuck that lore. I would look at it solely from a perspective of percentage, what's going up today and why. You would do all of the research to figure out if your sole thing is a short-term investment, or even something where you're not just like, I'm gonna let this ride for 15, 20 years and see what's up. Businesses frequently aren't letting things ride for 15, 20 years. You got like a 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 year leash at most. And if you don't get your shit together for the business side in that 1 year, 2 year, 5 year leash, then GG, well played. Your assets sold off and they reinvest the money elsewhere where it can make money. And if you're something that's been held for a while and you're showing, signs of your best years being behind you, well, they'll just invest the money somewhere else where the best years aren't behind it. It sucks, but like, it's the business world that's encroached in game development so heavily, and even smaller titles, unfortunately, are being very heavily influenced by, as of right now, private equity, the gaming and business, the cool little fucking hard money loans. It's a really shitty world because AAA has inflated the cost of game development so much. The small independent developers that have a few employees that they can afford to pay, they can't make something, competitive. They can't make something with all the bells and whistles and polish and shine and performance and depth that AAA games can with hundreds of employees. And if they do, it takes so goddamn long that the game's barely relevant by the time it's come out. And some of those may never make it there. It's kind of tragic. CEOs playing incremental games IRL. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's legitimately like, hear me out. I used to play Adventure Capitalist, just like a little Steam AFK, like, moneymaker game when I was in college and stuff, and I would just go to class and let it run, and then I'd come back and I'd invest my money and stuff. Unironically, even without being a CEO, that is how I look at, like, my investing, even though I'm just poor man investing in some companies I think are cool and will help me down the road. I can only imagine how disassociated from it CEOs are, where you are responsible for running one of the largest companies, where everything that matters in your, your millions upon millions of personal dollars and your billions of dollars that your company is worth are contingent on you getting this thing right. Bro, I wouldn't be taking chances at all. Like, I'd be playing safe as fuck in that scenario. And even at the point that I'm at, I check stunk. Stunk go down, I go, oh man, well, maybe I buy more if it go down more. Stunk go up, and I say, ooh, awesome, stunk make money. And I can only imagine that CEOs look at all of their little fledgling companies the exact same way. And as much as we want to act like Bungie was more than a little fledgling, adorable side company for Sony, what is Sony as a company worth? And how much do we think Bungie's valuation is right now? Little baby fledgling company, a small side company, a passion project without the passion. Just a little, this works. Basically like the equivalent of most Shark Tank companies that go in. With me, motherfucker, I'm in your ass. Trust, I'm giving you all the stability. You don't want the goobers near you because then you get my support. It's all going elsewhere. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Was that greedy? Yes. Did it look cool? Abso-fucking-lutely. If I'm being completely real with y'all. Like, that shit looked dope as hell. We vibe. We vibe. We go in. Oh, baby, it's clobbering time. Oh! Uh-oh! It's getting clobber time! Oh, lordy. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. That was slightly mistimed. Slightly mistimed. But one of the best games in history. Oh, yeah, I don't think anybody argues the, not just, like, one game, keep in mind, but the IP's success from Destiny 2 was incredible. Yes. Yes. But also, hear me out. Hear me out. I mean, Bungie, Halo. I know. I was just gonna say, let's peep Halo. I was literally just going to say, hear me out, Halo. And it's unfortunately the same route where Bungie drops something completely industry changing. And I don't think the importance of Destiny should be understated either within the within the gaming world. I think Halo and Destiny were both transcendent, I think would be the way to describe them. But the transcendence of the IP wore off over time. It's like the first time you saw Sydney Sweeney's tits versus like the 1,000th time you saw Sydney Sweeney's tits when you were like, please, Sydney, put those away and just act a little bit. I would like to hear you read lines. And it's just like, no, here are my titties. Bro, I'm tired of seeing your tits at this point in time. And I think a lot of people, with the choices that were made developmentally and directionally, kind of got tired of seeing those titties. I still want to see them, but the allure is worn off. I feel like it's just not the same at this point in time. And like, I understand appreciating a good Racola, but it's like the allure of the first time being like, golly, versus 1,000th time knowing what you're getting into. It can diminish it a little bit, even though titties may be a universally loved thing. There can still be times where some titties lose their value. Destiny and Borderlands established looter shooters as a genre. And do not forget the actual, like, the chokehold that looter shooters had on shit for a decent portion of time. I think looter shooters were the perfect transition for people out of couch co-op. And I think the loss of couch co-op for many people, where you were no longer sitting there playing a game with your friends and just chilling and collecting shit as you go at your house on corded controllers, was still comforting in the form of grouping up with the boys and going to do something and just seeing a bunch of loot pop out and saying, hell yeah, blowing things up. And I think the looter shooter scene actually kind of, in a way, made MMOs looked at a little bit differently, where MMOs were typically, you know, that place you went to hang out with your friends. Looter shooters provided that in a much more high stimulus way for a lot of players, to where MMO's chokehold was somewhat, in terms of just a, my character gets stronger, I feel like I'm progressing. It almost broke into the, you know, the RPG and the MMORPG world for a while. And it was one of those where looter shooters became not just a shooter type, but became the social hub for players for a while too. And some were designed like that, some became that by happenstance, but it was really intriguing to see what it was able to provide. And that's almost like when we talk about the, you know, the next gen of MMOs, I think there could be notes taken almost from looter shooters in the, you know, the dopamine hits that looter shooters are able to manage through their loot systems, and how they're able to manage live services as well in a, you know, a decent capacity. But I think that so many games have, you know, done so much for the scene, yet fallen into irrelevancy over time simply, whoops. That was not where I intended to put those, or what I wanted to press. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm not even gonna bullshit. I'll just press shit. But yes. I think right now as well, we gotta remember, like, COVID brought so much large-scale growth into businesses. When does World vs. World Rush end? When did it start? Tuesday. I'm pretty sure it's Tuesday. I'm like 99% certain it's Tuesday. Shows are heavily RPG influence, and I think they influence RPGs also back. Oh yeah, everything bounces off each other. And the sub-genres of games nowadays go so deep. I think it bounces a lot back and forth for other genres to evolve off of. Gizmo, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. And I think even the carryover from, you know, ARPGs to MMOs. What is an MMO with fewer people, right? It's like everything kind of bleeds in when you're in the realm of very, very bluntly stripping it down. I play a character, that character gets stronger. Then you just add in, I play with people, I play against people, I don't play with or against people. And you have your, you know, your fully established genre. But at the end of the day, the character growth model and the power gain model, I think it's relevant across so many different genres at this point. And even in a smaller scale with other games that have taken notes from it. Like, shit, a Battle Royale is somewhat inspired by... Yeah, you think of a Battle Royale is somewhat inspired by... everything loot-based, and just the dynamicism of an RNG loot roll on things and taking that and instantaneously putting that into effect. So, personally, but I've been playing Spearville recently, just sort of meaning getting rare items and leveling. Spearville's kind of like Forever, yeah? I had a couple of people message me telling me to check it out. But like, I'm having too much fun in Guild Wars, I'll be real. I have a hard time when I'm enjoying something. Why do I have so many chests? Uh-oh. This is not good. That is not good at all. That is far less than ideal. But I have a hard time when I'm enjoying something. Just like ceasing the enjoyment of that to go play something else. And if I was kind of, if I wasn't enjoying Guild Wars so much, I think I'd definitely be more likely to go check out, like, Spirit Vale and some more smaller titles, as I was before hopping into Guild Wars. It's just kind of... it's tough to pry myself away from something that I actually enjoy doing on a daily basis. And part of me is like, man, I wish I wasn't having so much fun. Because even though I'm playing a lot of World vs. World right now, I still enjoy doing things other than World vs. World. We have our Sunday, Monday night guild raids. We have, like, a lot more events that we're playing. We have guild hall progression that we're doing. We are working on SPVP still. Like, I haven't even done ranked. Granted, ranked over here is kind of... but with that, I still like doing SPVP and getting a stack and queuing with people. I still need to do my world completion. I don't even have my sky scale yet. I have raid wings that we haven't completed, achievements that we haven't completed. I still have to craft legendaries and shit. Jefferson, what up, big dog? I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. Thank you for the hydrate, my dude. What you getting up to on this fine one? It goes? Well, I hope it goes good. I hope it goes good. As of right now, today for me has been filled with a shitload of World vs. World. A shitload. Lumi, your main? It is, yes. I'm still relatively new. I have, let's see, like 350 hours or something like that. 360 hours. I came in about a month and a half ago, and I've just been learning as much as I can in the, you know, in the time that I've been here. But I really fuck with Lumi. I started a Willbender when I first came in, and immediately upon realizing how much support was in place and how much support was emphasized, I was just like, oh fuck, I'm immediately going Lumi and not looking back. So yeah, I've been playing Lumi since... Oh, what we got here? What we got here? Yes, you're welcome. How you doing, Guild Wars 2? Oh, I love it, man. I love it. It's very fun. And it just... I think something with Guild Wars 2 that's really fun for me is that the existence of the combat system, the existence of the game has taught people so much in depth. And I'm someone that's coming in, right, that really likes to get into the depth of things, really likes to understand the, you know, the small things that really impact the systems on the highest level and get into all of those nooks and crannies of the game. So being able to learn in the way that I have, I've played 350 hours, but I feel like I've played 5,000 already. The amount of information that has been fed to me to the point where I'm like full on information in every gameplay mode is crazy. and I think the community is one of the strongest points. But it's really been a blast. I have really found myself enjoying World vs. World as just a little daily go-to. It's chill enough that I can play pretty lax and still have a huge impact. If I want to lock in and play super serious, I can. But there's also so much content outside of the World vs. World that I can partake in, where I never really feel like I'm, you know, down bad for anything. So it's been nice. Good old Warframe. Oh god. Oh god. So is everybody in Warframe excited for Soulframe, or how is that regarded over there? Because as far as I've gathered, it's gonna be like substantially different, right? It's almost like slowing the pace down, so to say, comparatively. But I haven't played a lot of Warframe either. All that I know is that Warframe movement goes fucking stinky, and from what I've gathered, Soulframe is more like, well, Soulsy. But Soulframe's going through growing pains at the moment, straight. Honestly, as many things will. I think the best case scenario with growing pains, I'll give you all three of my mats. I think the best case scenario with growing pains is that you actually grow from them. And if you go through growing pains just to be 5'6" like Sergeant Stomps, then I think that really makes it feel, you know, quite bad. But if something goes public and people can still see like, hey, this thing is growing, there's still hope for it, then I think that's actually really encouraging. So speedrunning the early Warframe problems, that's good. If they're showing as a development studio that they have learned from the mistakes of the past, that's one thing that ArenaNet talks about a lot that they've done that I really enjoy hearing about. How, A, they developed to solve pain points, right? But they've also learned from a lot of their mistakes along the way, and they acknowledge a lot of their mistakes along the way. And since I've gone into Guild Wars and really started, like, I don't know, embracing more of what ArenaNet's been about, digging into their development philosophies and what they've said over the very storied history of the game, it really is, I think, encouraging to hear that they're real people instead of just, you know, we've never made a mistake, our games are successful and we make money, so we've got, you know, fuck you level omnipotence. And it just, I don't know, it kind of gets tiring to hear shit like that after a while. He's very communicative with the community. It takes feedback into account. It's huge in today's day and age, man. And I think that's encouraging for the community as well. I think you get a lot of community investment that way, where people feel involved with your developers. And no, I don't mean in a way of having a GM come blast something for you in a +23 key. I mean players feeling like their voices are actually heard, and players feeling like what they are doing and what they are, you know, feeling is valid and contributes to other players experiencing things in the long term that are positive and growing the scene. So Warframe might be the best community I've spent a decent amount of time in. Saying a lot, spending time in the Guild Wars scene. Like, that's saying a lot, because I will say I think the Guild Wars community is one of the best that I've spent time in, especially MMO based. And I haven't spent time in the Warframe com, but like the Guild Wars community, I was the equivalent coming into Guild Wars, especially hopping into PvP, of that dog that you walk by, you know, the yard of, and I bark like crazy because I was so used to people in my old neighborhood like throwing rocks at me and shit whenever they'd walk by. People would come through and it was always dead game this, stupid PvP system that, dog shit combat this, bad looking game that, and it was always a lot of very like confrontational stuff, right? And a lot of the time when I was just starting out in Guild Wars, people would come in and they would try to give like, they'd try to give very kind-hearted help, and I'd bark at them, and I'd be like, I don't need help right now, and I'd get a little overwhelmed because I always thought that people were coming in trying to like troll and be, you know, kind of a, I give help because you're dog shit. And it took me a while to disarm myself and realize that over here people are actually giving help because they want to see people get better. And it's not a matter of like, I give you help so I can talk down to you, streamer man. It's like, I want to help streamer man get better. And the Guild Wars comm was something that I think was quite unique within MMOs, where instead of wanting to tear players down, their immediate emphasis was instead to try to, you know, to try to build up their scene a little bit more, which I think is why Guild Wars still has such a presence and, you know, the lifespan that it's had. The fucking blipping arrow for us is huge. Huge. Really like playing Lost Ark, because gameplay, but sadly it's just not for me gearing wise. I don't know who it's for gearing wise, in all fairness. Gameplay was fun. But I don't really know, like, who community-wise, you know, would enjoy that gearing. Shroud?
Bring that one
You wanna know
down.
the craziest thing about Shroud? Since those purchases were for his business, those were all tax deductible. So that 30K that he spent wasn't even 30K because he took it out of his massive amount of tax liability. I'd be willing to guarantee that that shit was deducted. That's why he loves whaling on those games. Well, yeah, because it's either that or it's donate to a stupid fucking charity where you don't even know that the money's going to the charity in the first place, which, honestly, most charities are bad, and you have to be very, very, very cognizant of which charities you do donate to, otherwise things will be bad. Which, again, a lot of people will choose to not donate to a lot of stupid charities that just take your money. Some will choose to make very philanthropic donations to charities that do a lot, but some people are also just like, okay, well, I can spend my money on furthering my business, and then that can be my deduction of tax liability instead. And then you slam unlawful argument. Oh no, that's a bad sign. That's a bad sign. Is this tax fraud? Case in point, cars for kids. Why would kids need cars in the first place? What are the cars doing for the kids? Like, hear me out. It's so much worse than you know. Are they making the cars with the kids? They get the cars and they try to rehab and restore the cars, and they use the kids to rehab the cars. 1,877 cars for kids. Oh, wait, that's 1,877 cars for kids. That's the fucking jingle. No! I don't want it. I don't want it. Push it back out. Push it out. Oh, no. As soon as I looked at the message again, I was like, no. No, I'm getting it. Make sure the kids never get the cars. There are no cars for kids. Well, yeah, because kids don't need cars. You guys remember Pimp My Ride? Where they would just actually put aquariums and shit in people's vehicles? What do you think happened to most of those vehicles? Every car was undrivable. I wouldn't say undrivable, but it's like, if I have a live aquarium in my car, how the fuck am I gonna drive that? And also, the live aquarium seems really solid until you realize, wait, was that actually a thing where every car was undrivable and they just didn't work anymore? Was it like a legality issue, or did they actually just brick the cars in the first place? School's aquarium was cool to look at. Yeah, but then you realize that there are literal laws against leaving living things in vehicles because of how hot they get or how cold they get. I remember there was a podcast about this. They never actually fixed any of the mechanical issues the cars would have. They just made it pretty. Those cars went in with mechanical issues? I didn't even know those cars went in fucked up in the first place. I just thought they made them cool. Huh. I just thought they were normal cars and you got to like submit your car and they would deck that shit out. Interesting. Interesting. Like, if I had got my Honda Civic on that, they would have opened the hatchback and had like an entire streaming setup come out, complete with like a folding gaming chair and like the Scorpion monitor setup that I had to fold out and set up. And then they would have also had like mini fridges and like, you know, a grill in the back so that way I could cook while I was streaming. As they just took cars from the scrapyards, made it look cool, and then toss it back in the junkyard. Well, it's also a tax deduction. Apparently after the show, they removed the ridiculous looking things they installed. And then made it a tax deduction. Tax deductions are crazy. Bro, once you start a business, you can spend money on the dumbest fucking shit and just be like, yes, I don't pay taxes because of this. I did that I don't know how it actually is allowed to function in the way that it is. But man, that shit's wild to me. Alright, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Who's being a dick? What the fuck is this? Like, since I started streaming full time, each year I've become more like acclimated to the business side of streaming. And it blows my mind how the larger your business presence is, the more money you make with the less tax liability, because you just spend money on furthering and growing your business, and then that makes it so you don't have to pay taxes on your income, basically, that you would otherwise have to pay. Like, if I'm spending, just hypothetically, I'm rich streamer, man. If I'm getting a 30% tax rate and I make $1 million a year, why wouldn't I just spend the necessary amount of money to absolve my tax burden and then actually have something tangible for that amount of money instead of spending my money directly on the tax burden and giving it to the government? Then you actually get to turn your tax liability into a tangible product that you have that is under your control and boost your net worth, boost your business, whatever it may be. It's really weird. How about his Q for EBG? 20? Not that bad. Genuinely not that terrible. My grandpa used to take me to lunch and it was a tax write-off. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You have a tax professional do your taxes? Oh, yeah. So, my first year streaming full-time, keep in mind, I grew up working, like, you know, W-2, like, hourly jobs. And then I worked a salary job directly out of college, and then worked another salary job with bonuses. So all along that path, I filed my own taxes, and I did that based on tax guides and stuff. And my first year streaming, it was kind of simple, but I also realized that streaming, I absolutely get hosed on taxes far more than I did, like, as a W-2 in the income bracket that I was in. But it was relatively simple that year. And then my second year streaming full time, I had multiple forms of revenue from, like, you know, donation income, sponsorship income. I had a little bit of YouTube income. I had my Twitch income. I had multiple different sources. And then I had started to look into deductions because of the, you know, the tax liability and the fact that my money was just going to not me. And I was like, oh, fuck, this is terrible. So last year, I worked with an actual tax person, and it was unironically life-changing. And because of, you know, proper deductions and the itemization of everything, I saved unironically thousands of dollars working with a tax professional last year and will continue to do so. Yeah, it's safe. It is something where it substantially lowers the likelihood of me fucking something up with a deduction, keeping track of, you know, what we've deducted in the past, what can still be deducted, what technically qualifies, when I may want a large deduction versus a small deduction, what I may want to keep my, you know, my visible income around for any purposes of, like, loans or shit like that, verifiable income, so I wouldn't have to get, like, a non-QL loan for a mortgage. Just stuff like that. Or is it non-QM? Non-QM? Non-QM. Non-qualified mortgage. I think it's a non-qualified mortgage, not a non-qualified lender, regardless. There's like a specific loan type where if you have a lot of deductions, and that's basically taking your income pre-deduction instead of post-deduction. So yeah, that's a huge game changer, but realistically you want to have some form of verifiable revenue, just so that way you're not broke. Because a deduction does say that you spent this money, so say you make $50,000, but deductions say that you spent $42,000 worth to absolve your tax burden, then that means that you're basically going to make $8,000 on the year according to the government, and that's going to be a very rough situation for you to get approved for quite literally anything if your income actually gets audited. So you'll have to go through a lot of special circumstances around that. So once you're a large enough streamer, you typically have enough leeway within that to, you know, spend what you need to for deductions, get that taken care of, and still have enough verifiable income to do anything that you may want to with real estate investing or anything that you may not have the capital for, because then you have so much, basically, like, credibility for loans and whatnot. It's an interesting world of adulting that streaming leads us into, that I never thought about at my adult jobs as heavily as I do here. And I just get to sit here and play video games all day. Like, my time spent off stream is primarily chill time, which I'm very thankful for. But any time that I'm in my stream room and I'm not on stream, I'm miserable. I'm either recording a YouTube video, which I fucking hate. I'm either scripting a YouTube video, which I hate more, or I'm responding to emails or crunching numbers about stream, which I hate the most. And I love the fact that when I'm actually like on stream, I have no adulting responsibility whatsoever. But god damn it, I'm not large enough to have a team that does all my adulting for me, and I'm still small enough to have to do it myself and worry about the money side of it. I got that like that reality check every time I sit down and check my emails, and I'm like, anybody want to give me $100,000 to promote a bottle of water? No? All right, cool. I'm gonna go live then. I'll send an email back to you and tell you that I don't want to play your cryptocurrency game. Thank you so much. No, I don't want to promote your gambling platform. Thank you so much. I turned down a 4-digit gambling platform recently because I don't want to promote gambling. They offered me well over a G for a promo, and I immediately was like, nope. Keep in mind, I do not make a lot of money. I do not make a lot of money. That amount of money would have been more than I was going to make this month. And I emailed them back and I was like, hey, I would genuinely love to discuss compensation rates like this that do not revolve around a gambling platform. If there's ever an opportunity, please hit me up for any other, you know, opportunities. I'm hungry. Want some food? Yeah, what are we having? You should make some pasta. Pasta would fuck. Low red sauce. We have hamburger or we have the chicken. So either way. You ever advertise gambling to children if it was offered? I mean, honestly, that might be your best return on investment. My entire living started with gambling. I don't think that, like, I don't think gambling is inherently something that every person has an uncontrollable problem with, and all things in moderation. The same way if, you know, the fucking vodka company wanted to sponsor me to, you know, have a drink on stream and talk about the vodka comparatively if I were a vodka guy. I don't think that's inherently a problem for anybody or for everybody, but I do think that there are scenarios where, like, you know, taking my platform into account and whatnot, I'm not a gambling guy. It'd be out of place for me. And it's also something that I recognize a lot of people do have a little bit of an issue with, you know, handling properly. Where if it is shoved in front of your face like absolute mad, it's not the most comforting thing in the yard. Thank you for the follow. So I don't get many sponsorship offers that are, how do I say this, like ethical, because of my size. Really the only ones that I get, especially without having a YouTube presence in a large way, are either incredibly small games where it's more like, hey, we'll give you $50 to play our game for 4 hours, which is far less than fair compensation. Or it's just like, hey, here's a gambling promotion where we'll actually pay you fair or better compensation, but it's promoting something gambling or something completely unethical that you don't really believe in the first place. And it's already hard enough to sort through that shit without being large enough for a talent agent vetting all of these offers and stuff. And then you have to figure out, like, sponsorship offer comes in, and a lot of the time in the email, they'll try to, you know, they'll try to word it in a way at the start that it's not just a gambling platform. And then you discern it, and you sometimes email back, and you get in discussions, and then it's like, oh wait, this is literally just a gambling platform with extra steps. And they're like, well, it's not gambling because there's a currency on the website that you have to acquire, and you can acquire it for free. And I'm like, this is gambling. And then the discussions break down. So, things coming forward is when people who are gambling are given better odds but aren't allowed to talk about it. Okay, well, that in itself will probably be like an entire FCC, like FTC type shit. Like, that will probably be cracked down on at some point in the same way that hashtag ad was forced to be implemented for sponsored content, where if you're a streamer and you don't disclose that you are running sponsored content, you can face some very serious shit your way. I have a feeling regulation around that is only some time away. And really, I think regulation around many things in the digital world are still very, you know, on the horizon. But I think that there's still a lot left to come with that side of things, especially with the amount of crossover that's still to come between things like Kalshi and what's the other one? Polymarket? Those? Wait. What was that cereal? Wasn't there a cereal that was really similar to Kalshi at one point in time? Kalshi cereal. Kashi was the cereal. And then Kalshi is the gaming platform. Yeah, or gambling platform, sorry. Gaming platform. Gambling platform. That one. That one, yes. Anyways. the fact that, you know, Polymarket and Kalshi haven't found ways to break into streamers even more than they already have through sponsored and promoted posts on social media and shit, and there isn't just straight up a content creator going live polymarketing and Kalshiing like crazy for every prop bet. You imagine if they had someone like, I don't know, Agent that was doing Kalshi and polymarket stuff around the LeBron free agency? Bro, that would have got so many people into that shit and would have brought so many people in all along the way. And then everybody would have got hosed because of Philly. Although I think Philly's absolutely insane now, I will say. If they avoid injuries, they're disgusting. And even if injuries happen, they have enough cap room to reasonably do something. It's a goddamn shame. It's a goddamn shame. But how are your Guild Wars 3 predictions doing on Polymarket? Absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So far, the odds of classless progression are higher than ever. And I have invested in the exact opposite. I lead you all astray, I get the odds in my favor, and then we ball. Then we ball. I gotta pee real quick, boys, before we start moving again. I will be right back. I left my water out there. Good day. I see. I have had some rather bad timing. I may have caught timing myself a little bit. I've really shit timing with that sometimes, I'm not gonna lie. But when the pee has to come. Honestly, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I didn't even get to pee. Carla was in the bathroom by the time I went to go pee. And I didn't want to be too long. I wanted some milk. I filled up my water. I grabbed a quick snacking tin. And then I returned. And by the time that happened, we're cooked. Absolutely fucking cooked. How's EBGQ looking? It's not that bad. This, however, I think tonight around reset is going to be extremely, extremely, extremely bloody. I do not see a world where any Borderland or any map in general is not completely locked up on Q tonight. I think it is going to be a pretty horrendous evening for those that are trying to hop in and enjoy their World vs. World rush and get that done because it's a Friday. Now, hear me out though. This new split has me excited as fuck. We're going to have Luke Gardis and Moogaloo. Which seem to be, excuse you by the way, you fucking piggly wigglies. You just finished up at Cersei's place. Anyways, this is going to have us, Luke Gardis, and Moogaloo, which it seems as though those will be relatively evenly matched. Activity score is pretty even for all of us, and our activity score on Yolan is probably going to be a bit lower now than it will be next week, primarily because some people on Yolan don't want to fight against screen, and they get kind of scared. So, what tier is that? We're going to be going down to T2. So, right now, tier 2 is Tombs of Draskir, which is Maguma. They're going to be coming up to fight Raw's Rest. And that's going to be the Clash of the Titans, basically, for this matchup. Those are your two most notable in terms of their actual, like, fighting ability. And then from there, Mosswood, Red will be staying here. Tombs of Draskir, Maguma will be moving up. And something tells me, this is an early prediction for next week. I think by the end of next week, Mosswood has worse than a 0.5 KD. Just early prediction. That's by the end of next week against Maguma and Rouse. But T2 will be us, Luke Gardis, and Moogaloo. Out of those, we are like the middle in terms of activity score. Moogaloo has a higher activity score than us, but also, like I said, I think we will probably have a lot more activity next week than we did this week. So, wonder how T2 will be. Seems like it's going to be pretty good fights. I mean, at the end of the day, right, what we learned last month compared to this month is that no matter who you're fighting for the most part, with the exception of those that cloud, which is effectively like seeing a fucking left-handed golfer these days, right? You know, most instances of fighting, most groups, and I say most, are trying to replicate the boon ball as much as they can. So no matter what the fight is, I think there's this universal acceptance that the boon ball versus boon ball will occur. And T1 is where it's going to get really weird with Rawls knowing how to cloud and Tombs of Draskir having Maguma or the remnants of who literally invented the cloud. So that's going to be where you see a lot of peculiar fighting, and that's why I don't envy Mosswood next week. But I think T2 for us is going to be just a lot of traditional ball versus ball fights, a lot of really good reps for us over the course of the week. And then it just depends where we get placed next month in terms of, you know, the battle guild to see who we end up with. But really, I think next week will be based on like the numbers that I can see, right? I think next week is going to be very good for us to get activity and to be able to get very good even fights along the way too. Because it seems as though both sides that we're fighting against are relatively, like, you know, how do I say this? Normal. And not exactly, like, Insano style, remarkable, you know, standouts or anything like that. Also hard not being in comms. Yeah, I mean, you get more familiar with movements and whatnot as you play with commanders more, but comms, I definitely think there's a reason why groups get in comms. If it's like guild groups and whatnot, really. And something as simple, we were talking about this earlier, Nabes, but whether you have an instant reaction time or a half a second reaction time, a commander going, everybody move left in 3, 2, 1, we move left, and then we stop and they say, okay, everybody get ready to dodge forward in 3, 2, 1, dodge forward. It's a huge game changer. It helps so much trying to keep everybody as, you know, cohesively clumped and stacked as they need to be. It's a big thing. Y'all found some necros? Rumor has it there was a buy one get 15 free sale on Reapers. And I don't quite know exactly how we ended up with so many. But like, I will take it. I will take it. I'd rather have too many strips than not enough. I'd also rather have some subgroups. But I guess to each their own. Do we move to the top of the stairs to fight this? Okay. Okay, I see you, my goat. I see you. He's hitting the dip set. How many do we have there? Let's play class-wise now. Oh, this isn't a guild group. Oh, no, this is just a pug stack. Yeah, no, we still need necros out the ass for guild groups. We still need everything. This is literally just pug group right now. Our class needs are always the same realistically, and if I could advise, you know, anything class-wise right now, obviously there are variables to this, but really, druids, for world versus world anyways, druids, troubadours, guardians, to either be Lumi or Firebrand, and provide stability. Off slots for like Paragon and some shit like that, but even then fitting those in can be a little bit awko. But those are the big three support wise. And then for strips right now, since Untamed got nerfed, it's really like any form of Necro and Spellbreaker, I believe. Uh-oh, our tail's about to get nommed. No!
I wield great
Oh
wisdom.
no, we gotta go back in, Capitone. This is not the greatest start that we've ever had. We lost a couple there before it even started. Now, I don't think that we lost too many. Only thing is, we may have lost too many. We're getting kind of consolidated on here. And if we can pull them back through the choke, then maybe we can spike in the choke, but it just seems like we're losing too many as of right now. Maybe they come back, but I don't think they do. I think Scourge are the best strips, and the most. People have been, and I've been trying to like stay up to date, like post changes and everything. Basically, what I've been told about Scourge lately, and again, I don't play Necro, so I can't exactly verify 100% off my expertise, right? But effectively, what I've been told about Scourge recently is that their strips are like front loaded in fights. So if the fights go longer, then they might get cooked. But I still, from what I've seen in practice, and again, I don't know all of this just by heart. This is just my observations. In practice, we had a Scourge in group. Grenade was on Scourge, and he was outstripping other Necros that were in group. But we also were in a pug stack, so it's not like everybody's going to be, you know, 100% peak efficiency there. So we don't really know, you know, in terms of like a competitive composition, where that would lie. So Scourge can have all utility abilities, elite, even heal skill can be usually not picked. Yeah, and again, I don't know enough about the metas to like contest or say decisively. As far as I'm concerned, if a group has a Scourge in it, amazing. If a group has a core Necro in it, amazing. If a group has a Reaper in it, amazing. I think Ritualist probably still strips. If there's any form of Necro, then I'm happy with it, as long as we have strips. As long as, like, in our fights to start out, right, My goal is to get us to a spot where we can get, you know, 30-ish people consistently, and when we organize at 50 under our guild tag, and all of our groups can have the proper composition, even if it's not the most optimal in terms of like all of the classes. If we have heals, stab, support, strip, DPS. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Your pocket's here. You are probably going to top healing meters because I think it's you and a couple others. Wait. Oh shit, we got Yami with us. We're up tremendous. Okay, we do have a few druids. I feel like everywhere we go, we bring most to the druids. And I don't know why druids aren't played more. They just got like super McNasty, right? Feels like Tag keeps pump faking the raid and then we all die because it has to be run away with him. Okay, well, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Don't trust the half there. My recommendation, even if the tag pump fakes. Wait, noob, were you here for my little breakdown earlier? Because honestly, it might be worth it for me to do just like a basic 101 breakdown of like what we are looking at. This is tag control? I don't know. This guy's been chilling, if I'm being honest. Like, this tag's actually been doing well. He's been, like, we've been winning a solid amount of our fights. I've been pretty happy with this tag, and he's been pretty chill. So, I'm not quite sure, but I think that might be someone else. But yeah, sometimes the whole pump faking from tags and stuff can be more or less trying to, like, bait abilities out. And then trying to, once you bait those abilities out, go back in and recollapse without the enemy having abilities and with you having abilities. So it's kind of like this, you know, it's that ability econ, right? So, come on, just ask what servers you're on because the maps I'm on are dead. Wait, really? Oh my god, even during World vs. World Rush? Are you NA or EU? Because I'm NA, and we play on Yolon Haven, which is in T1 with Mosswood and Raw's Rest. So, the activity is pretty, I would say, around the clock consistent, especially with World vs. World Rush right now. But Necro's fun. Oh, Necro's sick. Getting bored on Ellie, Myko set up Necro. EU, it's so dead it's insane. Oh shit, that's actually tragic. Although, it's almost like 1 AM in EU right now, right? How's EU during peak time? Well, let me see. Activity scores. Wait, what? Oh, you guys just had reset? Yeah, you guys literally just hit reset. Wait, it's dead right now? And you guys just had reset? Damn. Wait, that actually surprises the hell out of me. That's crazy. Our reset is probably going to be crazy. So, just in terms of activity for perspective, we are new tag up. We're up. Just in terms of activity, our particular server is the third. So we're like the least activity score, right? And green is, we're 97k, green's 125k, and red is 100k in terms of activity score. So we're the least active by a little bit. And since World vs. World Rush has started, the first couple days, we had really consistent queues. EBG stays on queue pretty consistently as well. And as we get into peak time, NA peaks typically starts around an hour from now. And we'll ramp up to probably tonight having every map on queue, especially once the reset comes in at 10 p.m. EST. So 3 hours from now, we have the, like, hour reset for NA. So that's when we're actually going to see the queues, and green will probably see the larger queues out of anybody, and we will definitely have green bitching about their queues in chat. Don't you worry about that. So we'll be able to see what that ends up as. I wouldn't be surprised if green was on a larger queue than us right now, though. Just in dead world then. I don't know, activity scores for EU do look low since the reset hit. Like some of the tiers don't even have victory points assigned as if people were capturing stuff. Like it genuinely seems like they're uncapped areas on the map, which this would now be almost 3 hours after their reset if it was at 10 their time as well. Earlier there were loads of people, but now everyone's gone. Weird, maybe it just like died out super fast. That's so strange. I mean, 1 AM is pretty late, I will say, for Guild Wars. I've noticed since I've come over here, I've been here like a month and a half, right? And there is definitely a large fall off a cliff that happens with the player base at a relatively early time. I notice for NA, it typically tends to be like 10:30, 11 p.m.-ish. And anything after that is like people are asleep, right? It's quite noticeable. And it tends to be pretty bad game as a whole, so expect to on with the 3 alliances in tier 1 next week. Next week, look to be the absolute best 3 according to stats. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like what's going on with Mosswood and how they tend to stack up. I will say, I think a lot of Yolan not necessarily showing well on the stats has been, I think, what I'll call moving forward the Yolan mentality, where certain groups of individuals over on Yolan do not want to play World vs. World because they're fighting against green, and they're just like, oh, well, there's no chance we could beat them, so we might as well just not play. So Yolan has, I think, definitely suffered from that quite heavily. And Yolan also has some weird time slots, I will say. But I think the largest thing cooking Yolan has been Yolan. And I think regardless of whether it was, you know, us or Mosswood in T1 next week, we or Mosswood would both get our absolute shit kicked in. Mosswood is a 0.8 KD, we're a 0.76, they're 0.84. So they're 0.08 higher than us, which is 8 kills per 100 higher than us. So, and we thought about switching off Yolan. It reallocates every month and you're trapped for the month. So that's the entire point of having your battle guild. So basically your end of season lockout here, they assign you to a team for the length of a season. And then off of that, you have to stay with that team for the entire season. So when we got assigned to Yolan in day 1, people were like, hey guys, make sure you don't cap any points so we can drop down a tier and have easier fights. We were like, oh, we're so fucked for this entire month. We better try to get what we can out of it because it's going to be rough. So we're locked in for the rest of the season. In 10 days, we may switch off Yolan. We may stay on Yolan. But basically it reallocates everybody to a new team, and everybody in the battle guild will be put into the same place with the rest of the battle guild. So whether we're on Yolan, Moogaloo, or anything in between, we will get placed somewhere with all of our battle guild, and then it'll be random off that. So last month we were on Tombs of Draskir. Tombs of Draskir this month is completely different than Tombs last month, and I don't even know if there are any carryover guilds month over month. So effectively within the World vs. World scene, there are still guilds that have no idea we exist, no idea who we are as cats, no idea that we, you know, are new and they're active as a guild. And we also don't know every guild that's participating in World vs. World because we literally haven't encountered them yet. It's just 2 ships that are out in the ocean that haven't passed each other, which is a really interesting concept. So until we genuinely run up against every single team and get familiar with that, we won't know, and there will always be that element of we haven't played against these guys yet. So next month we'll very likely see a different composition than we did this month, and we could be playing against the people that we played with this month. So I look forward to it. But yeah, Yolan definitely has a rough go of it, so to say. Winning Alliance in tier 3 this week has been very dominant. I think the weird thing about tier 3 this week is that Dwayna's Temple has the highest kill death ratio overall. And Moogaloo is like dead even on KD. So it seems like Moogaloo, keep in mind with like total score and whatnot, and like the control of the points and actual objective play, I think doesn't really correlate to like which are necessarily the strongest. Because you can always have of course, like 24/7 coverage for a team is important, but there's also an element of activity windows, and if there's a team that has an uncontested activity window, then that can lead to them getting a lot of points. Like with Yolan, we had a really active early morning window that went pretty uncontested in T1, so that's what kept us up in T1 for so long, even though we were getting waxed in fights. It wasn't like we were, you know, necessarily T1 ourselves, so to say. But we were getting a lot of points off of just holding shit in general. See what World says. On the site. Yeah. I know Guild Wars Miss, and then I also have World vs. World.gg that also has the stats on it. Like there are multiple like, you know, places where you can see the stats. I can see activity score. I can see who's the most active, and like immediately here we see Moogaloo is the most active of tier 3 right now. But even still, they have that even 1.0 KD, which is the second highest in their tier, with Dwayne's Temple, despite having the lowest activity score and being the less, you know, active of all of them by a narrow margin compared to Abaddon's. They have the highest KD with a 1.12 in Dwayne's Temple, and then Abaddon's looks like they just kind of are struggling, you know? What, like a Starship launch? Well, waiting for food in your car. Wait, when's the launch happening? And what are they launching? And are they using the GoPro cameras again? Because hear me out, I have a crazy idea. Been incarcerated in Abaddon's prison for a month. Now they're so bad. Oh no. It seems like they're just bad enough as well to stay afloat. And not bad in a mean way, but it's like not dominating fights, but also capping enough stuff to stay in the tier that they're in without dropping down. It's one of those weird sets of circumstances where, honestly, I think that's how people felt about Yolan. The only thing is, it seems like Abaddon's is willing to play it out and fight regardless, and Yolan is a little bit more, we're not gonna win, so we're not gonna play. And I really despise that. I dropped every week for a month. Did you start in T1? Wait, you didn't you? Oh shit. Oh shit, I forgot you guys started in T1 with holy. Yeah, but that was also a race to like whoever the hell could drop out slightly faster, you know? I feel like the goal with T1 between Yolan and Abaddon's was like, how can we get the fuck out of here? At least Yolan unfortunately was. And I did not enjoy that. We just lost a 20v8. Happens to the best of us. Happens to just about everyone. Wait, where's the Starship launch? And what are they launching for? Like, what are they... Are they just deploying more satellites, or are they doing something cool like putting Katy Perry in space again? Cause like, no Katy Perry, no interest, unfortunately. I'm gonna be real. It's just like, why would we not include one of the greatest astronauts of this generation, Katy Perry, in our space endeavors? I feel like that would just be so close-minded and selfish of us, if I'm being real. Don't worry, I got you, brother. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I just walked these guys out and made sure that they didn't die. I'm a fucking hero. Holy, I'm the Odysseus of this generation. Wait, I don't know if that's a good thing right now. Satellites always, they're also testing a pod in the nose with an entryway. Wait, so like a pod that people would get into? That would come out of the nose of the, like the nose would, and then the pod would come out? And then they'd have a little space car? Hoofsy. 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 What if, just hear me out. Hear me out. What if the pod is shaped like a Tesla Roadster? Except they can drive it and control it in space. What if? It's just shitposty enough to actually happen. And I hate to say that, but like, we might be at that point in time. We genuinely may. Like crew pod. They should send Katy Perry up to see like if she could, you know, man the pod, basically. I feel like she should go back to space at some point in time. Maybe a concert in space. Who do we think would be the first musical performer to get a concert on the moon if we ended up building a moon stage? Because I feel like it would definitely be Katy Perry, as she's pretty much the only one that's actually gone to space. Tupac? What if Tupac's been on the moon this entire time? Like, when they said he died, they just brought him up to the moon and he's just been vibing there. Limp Bizkit. I don't think Limp Bizkit would, like, survive it, no? MJ. Well, are we just naming allegedly dead people? Because, like, I get that. I get that. I get that. But also, just when we're looking at qualifications, how many musical artists all time have been to space other than Katy Perry?
Bring that one down.
And that's how amazing I am.
Like, how many? Because I actually think it's just Katy Perry. I think she is inarguably the most qualified musical artist when it comes to going to space. I'm just putting that out there. I know it's a crazy world that we're living in. But I Show Speed did a halftime show, and Katy Perry is an astronaut. Katy Perry went to space? Yeah, Katy Perry went to space. Literally, like, wore a spacesuit, went in a rocket that launched, lifted off of the ground, and brought her to space. Technically, I think it was, like, not full space. Like, it wasn't like she was up near the moon type shit. So some people argue that she technically just took a very high altitude flight, which some could argue that all of space is just a very high altitude flight, and that's kind of pedantic to argue. But regardless, technically, yes, Katy Perry has been to space and is a legitimate astronaut. That is, like, that's literally not a shitpost at all. It was, I think it was a Blue Origin, right? Space tourism for the rich. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then eventually, as the rich get tired of space tourism for the poor like us. Woo! Yeah, baby! Also, somebody's got to drive the spaceships. You fucking rats, relax, 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 relax. Chill, 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 chill. Chill, 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 chill. Chill. The range poke is crazy. Any banners? Farley Cransy, you got your banner. I need a singular banner up in this bitch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, this isn't good. I drop and then everybody starts dropping. I blame me entirely. And I blame Carla because she's cooking and it smells so fucking good. I'm not even gonna lie. Spirit Airline to space for more people? Wait, what if Spirit closed so they can focus on space? Hold on, let me see. What was the exact time Katy Perry went to space? Katy Perry astronaut. Katy Perry officially became an astronaut after flying into space on an 11-minute suborbital flight with Blue Origin on April 14th, 2025. She was part of a historic crew that was all female and experienced weightlessness and viewed Earth from above. It was a 6-gal crew that was Katy Perry, CBS Mornings host Gayle King. I didn't know CBS Mornings had motion like that. Blue Origin executive Lauren Sanchez, former NASA rocket scientist Aisha Bowe, civil rights advocate Amanda Wynn, and filmmaker Carrie Ann Flynn. So I would assume there's like a documentary being made about it. And I'm almost wondering if Katy Perry would genuinely be sent to, like, the moon to do a show because she is the most qualified astronaut musician hybrid. Because technically, even though she's not done moonwalks and shit, she has done the equivalent of, like, the space side of climbing Everest to like base camp or whatever, right? You've technically climbed Everest a little bit, and you have indeed technically climbed on Everest. Have you summited Everest is a different story. It's like, oh, you've been to space? Yeah. So did that guy that jumped out of space and like skydove down. But there's a fly in the stream room or something. I just saw a flying fucking Mothra. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. I see commercial moon flights in my lifetime. But what would you do up there? Like, hear me out. I feel like visiting the moon, it would be one of those where like, sure, awesome, you're visiting the moon, but just canonically, right? You would be in an environment where there's nothing around, no tourism or anything. And you can still find that on Earth, and we probably haven't been to those places where we can just walk around and look at shit we've never seen before and be like, wow. The only difference with the moon is that you can be like, oh wow, it was the moon. Flybys, not commercial landings? Well, I was gonna say, I feel like when we're looking at the moon, like visiting the moon on a commercial type flight, flybys are the value anyways. I feel like when you actually land on the moon, you'd probably get off the spaceship and you'd be like, yeah. Fuck, there's a crater. Huh. Like, how long are you gonna visit the moon for? Like, fucking 2 weeks as a tourist that's not like an archaeologist or a geologist or any of the ologists? You're just like, I don't know, some random fucking executive at a software company? What are you gonna fucking do on the moon? You're gonna, like, walk around and look at shit and be like, okay. Yeah, no, that's moon. That's moon. Again, it's like Sydney Sweeney's boobs at this point in time. Like, the appeal just wears off after you've seen it the first time. Don't think I'll see landings without being downloaded to Optimus. You ever see the movie Surrogates? I was actually talking to Carlo recently, I think it was yesterday, about the movie Surrogates. And I think that is probably like space tourism there, where they send up robots and then people VR basically like into the robot and they experience it through VR through robot eyes. But like, I don't know that we're gonna get full. Also, why are we important enough for them to download? It wouldn't be us. Oh, Hoofs, you saw my tweet, right? Where Grok was basically like, yes, AI is currently working to download the human consciousness into a less fragile frame. Grok is fucking wildin', bro. I swear to God. Starlink and over would facilitate that. Yeah, you would just have internet all the time. And basically, we would send up, you know, a singular Optimus bot. And then also, I show speed. Because apparently, speed does the moon. What?
Nothing can bring me down.
The fuck was that? Why was that so girthy? What the hell just happened? Oh my God. What is with us and exactly that? So I tagged him. Nice. Nice. But yeah, like personally, I could see Speed Does the Moon coming out relatively soon. At some point in time. Like, oh, what a dooski. We need the subgroups again. It's the differentiator. Also, I actually have to take a piss now that Carl is out of the bathroom. Hold on.
Attack my target!
Did we die again? Speed 1v1 someone on the moon? Does a backflip? I feel like the backflip would be easier to hit on the moon, no? Because less gravity? So theoretically you'd be able to like jump higher as a result. I don't think I could backflip regardless. I don't really trust the whole rotating backwards type thing. I feel like I would land on my neck and absolutely annihilate myself. And I don't think that's the goal. Also, what are the plans? How are Borderlands looking? Because I think some mojo was lost when that last tag hit the dip set. I slightly miss the old tag. There was some organization and there was some blast around there that I think was quite nice. What control reset, I think, and play some VOE1. Could maybe play some SPP or something. Honestly. Something to potentially refresh the spirit. Because as much as I love World vs. World, I play a lot of World vs. World. Probably gonna get active on Reset. Reset's going to have the stinkiest queues of all time tonight. At least that we've seen. Because I think, whoops, that's not the door. I think a lot of people are gonna want to check out T2. So, what map are we going on after Reset? I have no fucking idea. If I'm being honest, I don't know what the plans are for Reset. I have not heard from any other guilds that are like, hey, we're going here. Does Cats want to come through? If we get that, then we'll pull up with whatever we have. But other than that, we'll just kind of feel it out and, you know, go from there. I'm not exactly sure the plans. All I know is we will pull up and we will blast. Yo, Avatar, what up, brother? See the cat fighting for the red side? Yeah, some of our people that are newer to the guild didn't get to, like, declare their team as Cats before they, or declare their guild as Cats and declare their team as Yolan before they joined. So sometimes over the course of the month, some people get fucked on the lockout. In 10 days, we'll... Oh, shit. Are we fighting? Oh, God. Whoops. That was not ideal for me to be going through my inventory. I ain't even about to lie. That's entirely my fault. If they leave me alone, that's kind of sick. But something tells me they won't leave me alone to actually... Oh! Wait, you're insane? You're actually insane. Whoever that is, just know I love you. It's like, why am I facing a Cats player and Wolva? Okay, we're all dead anyways. Maybe I should have just respawned the first time. We're literally all dead. We joined fight. I go down. That's my fault. I should not have been managing my inventory going into a fight. I did not know that we were in combat until I heard the combat.
I like it.
I fucked up. I fucked up. I accept that. I was selfish. I was not in the best set of circumstances, to say the least. Running a squad, this is a great time. I didn't see the squad. I had my inventory open the entire time, brother. How quick do you think I manage my fucking inventory? There's a reason this shit looks like shambles all the time. It's because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. It takes me a goddamn second to get this established. I didn't see the squad. I was in this bitch for like a minute and a half. It's crazy out here. Oh, God. Hold on. I see him on the side mirror this time. We're good. Everything's fine. Just realized Dusty's streak is almost as long as there are One Piece episodes, and now that it's gone seasonal, he's gonna outpace it. The Dust Piece? That is kind of wild that I've caught up to One Piece at this point in time. I feel like that is a lot to catch up to. Broken Spoon. I think I already have that one. Pretty sure I already have that one. More hours of Dusty than One Piece. But a lot of the hours of Dusty aren't cataloged. I mean, we do have a good amount of hours of Dusty cataloged, but all of my VODs aren't like backed up and shit, which is actually kind of tragic. There's some good VODs that we don't have, but we learn from our mistakes. One Piece is 1170. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gone mentally. The World vs. World has consumed me. I'm cooked. 1170. We're almost there. I think a crazier fun fact than that is that the balloons from day 1100 still... Word? The balloons from day 100 still work. And by still work, I mean they're still inflated. They're still ballooning. What did I need? 4 charged quartz crystals. What, us? Preset reminder. Oh, god damn it. You want to take 25 quartz and you want to make it into a charged quartz crystal because that is a daily crafting map and they can be worth a decent amount of clams. And they're also just like generally useful. Oh wait, that's account bound, but they're super useful. I think it's like legendary crafting shit. And basically, you can't get them without the crafting. I don't remember exactly what they were used for, but I got a lesson on what they were used for one day. I want to say it's legendaries, but the balloons are crazy. I don't know how they're still up. Also, sky scale food. Interesting. What's the sky scale food for? Nin, no. Nin, don't. Oh, god damn it. God fucking damn it. Bro, I'm having a hard day. It's rough out here. I'm processing a lot of information all at once. We got a lot that's going down right now. It's a little tough. Speed getting your sky scale. How many of those do I need? Because that sounds like something I should absolutely be capitalizing on.
Might makes me
And I'm not gonna lie, I have not been.
Drying off.
I have not been. 10. Okay, that's 10 days. And then I can get my sky scale. What else do I have to do for sky scale after that? Is it just get 10 food, do enough of the story? Brit. Is not the best. Not the greatest. Not the most ideal set of circumstances. I think everybody just got... Wait. Nin fucked up as well. Nin fucked up as well! We must make fun of Nin now. It wasn't just me. It was Nin. It was legitimately just him. Folks in San Diego between us. Oh, you guys are cooked. Oh, so I'm not gonna lie. That one day that's you and Nin, I didn't know that you guys were going in a day early. Bro, you guys might just want to redirect to Phoenix and come have some Mexican food at Carla's parents' place with us. Like, y'all may just want to land there instead, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Cause we'll be there a day early. We might even get there earlier than that. Cause as long as stream ain't dead, then I'm chilling. I like visiting other places. At TwitchCon, I think it's gonna be very fun. But what after one before? We haven't set our return flight yet, because we're gonna have to drive back down to Phoenix to return our rental. Because we're it's 12 pieces of food. Okay, so 12 days? Or it's, wait. Is it 10 of the crystals for 1 food and then 12 food? So 120 crystals? That was a link. Yeah, but I'm jumping around a game. I don't have time to read a link. 1 crystal per food. Oh, okay, that's easy then. I'll start working on that. Oh, stick to San Diego? Yeah, no, I wasn't talking to you.
Fury is mine.
It was 17 in the morning at the moment. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no, we're gonna be going back down probably Phoenix and hang out for a day down there maybe, so we can drive the car back down, relax, chill at Carla's parents' place, get some more food, maybe, I don't know, do something in the city, and then fly back out the following day probably. I think would be fun, because then we can do a little stream while we're driving down to return the rental somewhere, and then off of that a day stream in Phoenix or something. You in Arizona 10th or earlier? we'd be getting to Arizona. I want to say we haven't booked yet, but we have to book soon. We're looking at, I want to say Tuesday or Wednesday. Wednesday would be get there, get the car, stay the night, drive up for Thursday morning, and then be there Thursday morning, I think? Or is Wednesday when the Airbnb opens up? I can't remember which day our Airbnb opens up on. Whether it's Wednesday or Thursday. I want to say it might be Wednesday for the Airbnb. Wednesday's B&B. Okay, so it's either Monday or Tuesday for us then in terms of getting down to Phoenix. Because we'll be driving up Wednesday, basically. So fly to Carlos. We may go Monday, honestly. Like, it might be, we might make a little trip out of it. I don't know. We're gonna kind of decide that soon because we have to book our tickets because prices aren't expected to, like, drop at all. And if they do, then we'll just call them and have them refund us the difference. Anyways, so we may go down Monday or Tuesday, regardless. Land there, you know, meet up with Carla's parents, hang out, get set up at their place, and then off of that, we basically, you know, do stuff in Phoenix, get food, be happy, prepare for TwitchCon. And then if we landed Monday, that would give us time to basically get there, get settled Monday, figure out the rental, whatever. And then Tuesday, we would go grab the rental. We would have a full day in Phoenix to just do whatever, get some food and stuff like that. So, starting the 7th. All right, hear me out. Hear me out. Bring the Tessie to Maine. We have some delicious Maine food. From the 7th to... What day is the 7th? Is that Sunday? Or is that Friday? Friday would make sense. What day is the 7th? November 7th. Oh, Saturday. So realistically... Seventh is Saturday. Okay, word. Saturday? Word. So, if we fly to Phoenix Monday, we fly out of Boston, regardless. We can't really fly anywhere out of Maine. That's fruitful. Out of Maine's not a bad idea. I mean, you could always come up to the weekend of Maine. We got extra space up here. So, we could always set you up a little bed area and shit. So, could always do that. Or there are literal hotels in a decent amount of areas. So, we're living in a garage. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you want to, not a huge deal. And then we can always just, we have a parking area in Boston, basically, that we park the car in. So, we could always just, if we wanted to there, we fly out of Boston. I don't know what Boston's relativity is to you, if that's any better or worse. But effectively, we'd be driving down to Boston, flying out of Boston, flying back into Boston. And we'd basically, our route is going to be drive to Boston, fly to Phoenix, stay in Phoenix with Carla's family for, you know, a day and some change, hang out, have some delicious food, explore Phoenix a little bit, because I actually really like Phoenix. You know, spend some time there, drive in our rental from Phoenix to San Diego, get to San Diego Wednesday for the Airbnb, Mexico and stuff like that. Thursday, badges, or is Thursday Mexico? I think Thursday might be badges in Mexico. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, TwitchCon. And then Monday, Thursday's Mexico. Okay. Thursday's Mexico, Friday, Saturday, Sunday's TwitchCon if we don't get abducted and sold. And then Monday, I think we'll drive back down to Phoenix. And then probably fly to Boston like Tuesday, basically. So we could basically do like a full week or like a week and a day if we really wanted to. And we could fly down to... I mean, we could fly down to Phoenix whenever. Because honestly, I could play Guild Wars 2 on a laptop and just do chill content on the laptop. And we know more about the brick wall setup again at Carla's place. So we can play Guild Wars 2 on a laptop. Obviously, World vs. World on a high level might not be the play, but I can do a lot of PvE and story prog for the streams then. So that's fine. We can work that in for the extra days. So honestly, We can yeah, about it, try to Maine, then take it down to Boston to leave it there. Yeah, I mean that could honestly be really cool because we could both drive down to Boston and then just basically split when we get back there. Yeah, that was also kind of what I was thinking would be most efficient too. Because you could always pop over here for the weekend when you get off, pop up this way. We can get some good food and shit. I'd show you what's up with some parts of Maine. Because Carla still has a lot of Maine that she hasn't seen as well, and it's absolutely beautiful up this way. So we can kick around Maine, and then if you wanted to, depending on where you want to fly or where your flights are set up, you can do your flight from Boston directly to San Diego or whatever, or you could always redirect to Phoenix and then just rent the car from Phoenix, and then we can drive up with the 2 cars from there as well. Because honestly, I don't know if I'm going to know where Tesla superchargers are or where to put it in. Because I'm going to have to gas that bitch up along the way. So, do you still say I need gas when your Tesla's... Oops. Do you still say I need gas when your Tesla's low on charge? Or what's the deal with that? Because we're going to have to gas up, I think, along the way. I'm bringing my laptop too. Okay, well, I'm not doing gaming streams for TwitchCon. If you're spending your time on your laptop at TwitchCon, there's a problem. I'm just putting that out there. Also, Grenade, what up, brother? Busy day, what I miss? A lot of world versus world, if I'm being honest. Whole lot of world versus world. So, let's stream on Wednesday. That poor Wi-Fi. Have a whole afternoon to burn. Yeah, but that's for food and stuff. Also, probably find something cool to do. Like, Wednesday would probably be a good day to go to the zoo. Or to go to, like, the Friendship Gardens or something like that. One of the adjacent trips that we want to do. And do a little, like, IRL stream from there, so. Want to be a Tesla from AC to San Diego to Rowan's local? Oh, well, we can get a... I think we're doing a private rental for ours. And Carla's been looking into a Tesla for us from Arizona to San Diego. I don't know where. But even then, we could always just carpool up in one Tesla from Arizona to San Diego. And then once we got up to San Diego, you could pick up your Tessie as well. Regardless. Because I think we still plan... We're getting to San Diego on Wednesday still. So... we might be up tremendous. But, yeah, I mean, just let me know. Because, honestly, the entire thing's workable. I'm always here. So, it doesn't really make much of a difference there. And with it being a weekend... Carla would likely have the entire time off of whatever work at the time as well. So she'll get that taken care of. And then I don't think we'll have to worry about, you know, any timings or anything. So, yeah, just, Jesus Christ. There is nobody, I think, doing anything in this group. It's just 2 groups portal bombing and calling it good. Okay. I think it might be a rotate around and get some gatherables done and look like another, or look for another tag. Cause this is slightly tragic. What happened? Portals. But primarily what happened over here, we had a tag earlier that was actually doing pretty solid, and we're running around and getting some good fights and whatnot. And then I think this tag took over just in a little bit more casual sense. And that doesn't always work the best. So, giving them tags until reset. Yeah, I mean, maybe find a solid, like... Oh, wait. Was this the same person we had earlier? Word. I think this was literally the same person we had earlier, right? Oh, no, it wasn't. But I've run with this person before. I don't remember from where. But is this person from Life? I don't know where they're from, if I'm being honest. Legitimately no fucking clue. But I think I've run with them before. And it's not just an immediate, like, oh shit, when I see the name. So that typically indicates a good sign. We'll give this a little bit of a shot. But yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit quieter until a reset. That is for certain. Are they getting cooked? I'm gonna wait and see if they respawn. And if they respawn, then I think I get my gathering taken care of. And if they don't respawn, then I'll run all the way down and we'll start cooking with them. But I also have to pop over to the guild hall at some point today before reset and make sure that we're rolling upgrades. I guess it's not the worst because we'll keep getting Ethereum over the night, but actually we wouldn't. Before I got on stream tomorrow, we'd be full. So I should try to push an upgrade today if there's something useful that we can slam out, which surely there is. Because we have a lot of cheap upgrades as well, and we need a lot of guild XP. So we'll see what we have there. I'll probably... That fight actually looks like it's cooking. I'm not gonna lie. I might make my way down to that. This is... Oops. This is potential. If I've ever seen it. Just a smidge. But still, at the end of the day, potential. And I'm very thankful for that. It's better than what we had on the other map. And we'll see. Names, what up? Do you have your gliding? Yeah, he does. Alright, we're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. I don't know what's going on with this tag. I don't know what's going on with this fight. But if that tower is blue, it's not blue. Oh, Jesus Christ. Are they pushing green back, like, to spawn? Or what's going on here? What is this set of circumstances that I am witnessing with my eyes? Because I'm not quite certain. But I think we might be cooking. I think this tag might be doing something that I'd like to see. It's kind of crazy that I can see the fight this far out. What the fuck? Why is my render distance so long? I appreciate that. But does that not hurt perform? Sirs, excuse me. Pardon me, please. I'd like to just sneak through. Okay. Happy to be here. Happy to be here. All right. All right. We're in. We're set. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. I got here at the perfect time because it looks like we're either about to win this fight or get absolutely fucking nuked. And I'm not quite sure which way I'm leaning, but we got red fighting green from behind right now. We're up here on Lord with apparently half our group on Lord as well. What's going on over there? Does red have that many? Because it looked like green had a solid amount as well, but that red group looked fucking brolic. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. What are we looking at here? Relax, bro. Chill. Chill, 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 chill. I don't think... Oh god, wait, they're fighting over there. Whomst is winning. Looks like green. I'm gonna get my gathering done real quick. We're gonna get that shit set up. Let's see. Close down to... Wait, what? Bro. What? Why is this person complaining about us capping stuff when we physically cannot win, even if we capped the entire map for the remainder of the existence of this world versus world split?
My pet needs help.
I'm so confused by that. Some people's mentalities just never cease to amaze me. Okay, what do we have over here? We have a relatively large green clump that's now getting absolutely swantoned in the back, which, sorry, by the way, feel incredibly bad about that, my guys. That is truly a goddamn shame. But they've now been swantoned, so green's fragmented off. Now we have that giant-ass red clump to deal with if they decide to come back. Only thing is, I don't know where the red clump is. They backed off a little. And we might end up getting swantoned by them. Something tells me this is bad. Maybe not. Maybe we're chilling. Maybe everything's okay. The fuck? That guy just in a t-shirt? Does this seem oddly quiet? Like we should almost have more pushback? Or no? Because it seems oddly quiet to me. I feel as though we definitely should have seen something from red, no? I guess we're just chilling. I guess it's just pacifism run through until the end of this split, boys. We are truly up tremendous on this fine day. We'll collect whatever we can. And then as soon as a split hits, we're up tremendous. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrate, buddy. I appreciate you. Fucking fly just landed on my light. I knew it was a fly. I knew I saw something going around. And it wasn't like hornet levels of scary. It was quite chill. He was just hanging out. He was just vibing. How many people do we have that are still like world versus worlding right now? Because EBG's not on queue. And I don't know if it's going to be until reset tonight. Maybe it will be around peak time for... Oops. Well, I guess this is my time to do guild hall stuff. And I'll just pop back in a second. Golly. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Apparently this was a sign for me to do something other than World vs. Worlds. There's just something within me that felt I should get slightly separated from the Wolf for a little bit, I guess. So I really need to get us up to level 21 so we can start cooking towards that. There's an EBG tag now. Yeah, I don't know that that one's going the best as of right now, so keep me posted on, you know, what's what over there. But as far as I know, it's not going too crazily.
How can I help you?
Going into today. Is it because of the wildfires? Or what's the dealio there? It takes 1,000. Which really isn't the worst. Very, very good tag, just lacking stabbing heals. Oh, word. Wait. Is cheesecake one of yours? Hold on. We're up. Oh god, this smells so bad. Wait. I just got food. What? Oh, okay. Thank you, love. Smooth 97. Wait, what the Heliante? We're one of the best Pugmenders? Well, I shall join in a second. Hold on, let me run the skilled upgrade real quick. I just gotta make sure that we're not gonna cap off in terms of our Ethereum so I can keep this rolling. I'm just slap some bullshit so we can get guild XP. Because that just got us to level 20. That'll unlock a couple new things. Oh my god, I just got a food delivery. And this shit going crazy. Eric Waller 140. Pretty sure it's like 30 right now. I don't mean to like flex on you or anything. But I'm quite certain ours is legitimately like 30. Let's see, we're at 2610. Nothing there. I can check. Wovwa person. And see what we have available here. We need wood planks for that. Heavy supply bags there. If I get the wood planks, that's cheap as shit though. Alright, hold on, let me grab. Can anyone run elder wood planks to guild hall for upgrade? We need somebody that can slam out a couple of elder wood planks. And then I can ethically get active. After I kill Claw. Okay, cool. It's not too many for right now. I think it's just 80. Let me know when you guys slam those. And then I'll come back and I'll press the button over there. It's not too urgent because we're just kind of trying to get XP up right now in, I think, the most efficient way possible. Yeah, I mean, that do. That's perfect. Hiya. I doth provide stability. I am here. Happy to help. Did you want a charge crystal? Oh shit. Yeah, you'll have to remind me. to go there. Wait, when does it reset? What do you 4,300? Well, only 80 for this upgrade. We don't need all 4,300 right now. I'm trying to run a cheap upgrade right now. So, like, we can pick away at it. Now, in totality, we'll probably need far more than 4,300. But for right now, all we need is like 80. The 250 will be plenty. Thank you, my friend. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Have I run with Cheesecake? What guild are they tagged for? Weak. Ha! Comms are for the weak is fucking crazy, actually. Hold on. I fuck with that so heavy. That is so fucking good. I respect that very heavily. Wait. So they play Bow Berserker? I feel like I haven't seen many Berserkers in the first place. Let alone Berserkers. What does that bring in that a caller would want? Or just like in general? Berserker? Berserker sounds cool. I just don't know what the fuck it even does. Taylor's Yuji says, brother, I'm trying to eat dinner. I'm trying to chow. Damage? Does he go like bow spear? And is like blast shit out? Because I would fuck with that very heavily. Did people just run in off that? My dog's gonna actually lose his mind. Like, he will legitimately just lose his mind off this.
Nothing can bring me down.
I'm coming, buddy. I'm here. Wait. We got the full, like, text comms out here. How many words per minute do you think this guy types to be able to command just through text?
Might makes me right.
I feel like he's got to be pretty confident in that shit. And also, I'm pretty confident in this food.
Nothing can bring me down.
Highest TBM commander. I like how in Guild Wars, your commanders still have to do something instead of just like scream. Like, they have to be useful in a sense. Because in New World, every single commander was just so, like, commander equivalent was rough. At the actual game, they were not known for being good.
Endure.
Is it bomb time?
Stand your ground.
I'm ready.
May the sands
I'm ready. I did not get the most out of that stability. I'm not about to lie. Okay, back to the food. I think they pussied out. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's like the lead from the front aspect of World vs. World. Now that you mention that, it's kind of peculiar, yeah. There aren't many other games where, like, the caller is the first person to be out in front doing something. And a lot of the time you're protecting your caller and trying to give them the most, like, frictionless experience when they're the ones in Guild Wars that are throwing themselves directly into the shit. It's almost like a...
Might makes me right.
You get on your caller and support regardless of whether you agree with the call or not, or your caller just dies and you lose. And your choices are buy into the call or absolutely throw the entire fight because you're not paying attention to the call and let your caller die. So the people that are not in groups,
Never give up.
I'm assuming he's just holding those slots until they get into more metacoms, yeah? Yo, Bazaar, what up, brother? Brendan Blair wanted to make a build this wonderful World of World and easier to play for a new player. Any suggestions? What do you typically find yourself enjoying for roles? Do you like to do damage? Do you like to heal and support people? Or like, what would you say you typically enjoy the most of? I think that's a big thing. In terms of World vs. World, the large advantage is that, if I'm being honest, on a personal gameplay level, you don't really have to be the most standout mechanical player as a one-of-one. As long as you stay on the tag and you press your buttons, World vs. World is not mechanically that hard in most intro scenarios, especially your first month or two starting off. But it's a lot of movement and familiarity with the movement system and the buffs and debuffs. So I play a support. I play a Guardian with the Luminary specialization. So that way I can provide a lot of stability for people, which is basically anti-CC. Without stability in groups, that means we can get, tripped, we can get pulled in, we can get stunned, all that shit. If you have stability, it consumes a stack of stability anytime somebody tries to CC you. So I typically play melee in a lot of games, but the emphasis on support and, good supports over here is very, 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 very high. So I fell in love with that side of it. But there are a lot of different roles in World vs. World, so sometimes you'll have people that play supports between your big three of like Druid, Troubadour, and Guardian for your supports. Or you could have somebody who wants to play a strip type class, so you could play a Necro, or really any type of Necro, or a Spellbreaker, which is a warrior. You could, honestly, I don't know how Untamed is holding up post-nerf in terms of strips. It seems like he's still slotting Untamed, so I'd have to assume that Untamed is still relatively valid. I'm not quite certain, but I also think even though Untamed strips might have got nuked a little bit, the validity that it brings just because Zoo Comp is so meta and valid is crazy. So, when this plug's not on EBG. Yes, this plug's on EBG. Yeah. We're up tremendous. But yes, this is children. Some groups. Giving group one once it comes. No, I think he's just waiting for the stability and stuff. Because he's posting that he really needs stability and heals. So I think he's just looking for that. More than anything else. Did reset happen? At 10. Reset's gonna happen. So then you'll be up tremendous. We'll be in T2 and then we'll be vibing. Meeting with my druid. You'll love to see that shit. 10? Yeah, 2 hours from now. For Wolvo reset. Gonna wait on reset, then gonna go hard. Oh yeah, I mean, don't force yourself into it. Like, at the end of the day, next week is probably gonna be where a lot more content comes out. Wait, are we getting Portal on? Or is that our Portal? What about a caster type healer? Druid or like Druid is a ranger, and then you go into Druid for some nature-y type heals and whatnot. Very good healer, and very good for cleansing debuffs. Also has a good res, and pretty solid CC if you build for some CC as well. I believe Aggie runs a build that has some quite solid CC with it. So Druid does some pretty important things as well. Troubadour is a mesmer. Sorry, I have hiccups. I'm trying to stuff my face too fast. Troubadour brings in a lot of utility for the group as well, but it's not as much of like a pure healer. If you really like playing a healer, I would personally recommend Ranger and then going into a Druid once you get that unlocked. They are very sought after and very strong right now too. And correct me if I'm wrong on those Druid players, but I also don't necessarily think that they are the most like mechanically crazy, demanding anything like that, you know? I think they're relatively regarded as like playable, manageable, and quite chill overall, but everything's fine. Everything's okay. Everything's fine. We wall the doorway and then they die. Good, good, good. Why don't more tags just like spam text while they're running for their engages to make it easier for people to see them? Because I feel like that would be a huge advantage. Just basically mash a large wall of text out every time that you're moving. So that way you have that ready to go, just like Control V type shit for pug tags. There was a point tank in New World that used to do that in area chat, so everybody would see where he was. He would just put his name above his head multiple times. Druid's pretty, I'd say easy, but there's mechanics behind being a good druid. Oh yeah! Yeah, I think that's one thing with Guild Wars with a lot of its classes. I think many things do have a pretty accessible floor in terms of you can play this just on a baseline and be usable. But there's also a good bit of depth to a lot of the, he was trying to juke me and pump fake me. There's a lot of depth to many of the classes and specializations. Too bad Necro really doesn't have support class anymore. I mean, I think with Necro, even though you don't have like traditional support type shit, you do still bring in pretty much like unrivaled levels of strip, especially at this point. Again, I don't know exactly where where an Untamed is stacking up right now, but really Necros are like, I personally think Necros are the true clump busters. Oop. I missed the door because I was trying to get a bite of food. I think without Necros and without strips, nothing dies in general. Like you physically can't kill anything. Buffs are too strong without strips. So in order of importance, it's like you need your supports, you need your buffs at the top. Otherwise you insta die. No support, no buffs, no win. Then you need to win bombs and like spike diffs. So then you need to have strips to ensure that you're winning the spikes. And then off of that, you just need a few idiots that mash their face up against their DPS buttons whenever there is a spike. And really, as long as they stay alive looking at the pretty colors, then the DPS can do whatever the fuck they want to. Like a DPS could actually be playing with their feet and I wouldn't notice as long as they're just pressing their fucking buttons as soon as the commander goes in for a spike.
Defense, then offense.
That goes like a hybrid support. I just feel like when you're talking about, true support within groups, part of the thing with World vs. World is that a lot of the time people will see something that's like more optimal and they just say nothing else is valid when other things could be, but Uh-oh.
Stand, defense, then offense.
Oh, same about food.
Contract
I was enjoying some nice dinner. And built on his 4 or 5 skills. His strip convert 10 plus boots. Interesting. Interesting. Like just fully strip. Because honestly, like, I think that's what a World vs. World group needs.
Fury is mine.
Stripper convert? Yeah, same thing.
The unkindness cut above.
Well, technically not, but as long as the boon is no longer on them, I count it.
Stand your ground.
Just need to figure out what support I want to play. So,
Brace yourself.
I think that just breaks down to really like, what role do you want to fulfill? And do you want to feel like you are doing things through massive amounts of numbers? Or do you want to feel like you're doing things through things that you can't necessarily see in the easiest, most concise way? Because as a Luminary, I'm not gonna lie, most of my support, you can't even see that I'm doing it. I just dropped an ability on the ground that gives ticking stability. But you don't really know that unless you know that I'm cycling through my abilities. I just gave the entire group multiple instances of stability. But you wouldn't know that unless I told you or you knew my abilities. Right now, I'm refreshing our stability so that way it just stays up and we always have some form of stab. So that way it doesn't go down and we don't end up getting pulled. But again, that's not putting a lot of numbers on the screen, so it's not something that's going to wow a bunch of people because it's not exactly like the glorious role, you know what I mean? I have Lizard Brain, need numbers. Druid. You play Druid, you heal everything, tons of healy numbers, no bad numbers ever, and then you just win game. GG, well played. That is my recommendation for you, my friend. If you want support but also need numbers, I think it might just be the Druid. I think that's like probably best choice. And you can never go wrong with Druid in general right now. Well, you just can't. Tunneling Trooper Paragon. I think Paragon would do more numbers than Troob would. But from what I've been told, for World vs. World, Paragon also kind of finds itself in a weird spot where it's kind of like a Druid, kind of like a stab source, kind of like some other things. It has a res, but it's also like, it's somewhat awkward for some people to try to work in. I don't think it's bad by any means, and I'd never be upset if we, never be upset if we didn't have a Paragon. Or sorry, if we did have a Paragon, I wouldn't just be like, oh, you have to switch off of that. I would be very happy to have Paragons in our group. It's just they're a little bit like in-betweeny type shit. How's skill shot now? In terms of SPVP, I don't know if it's, excuse me, changed since directly after the patch. But after the patch came in, people were saying it was still very meta. Kill shot just in the most recent patch got a little bit of a damage reduction, but I think it was doing so much damage anyways that everybody just fucking called it good enough. But honestly, I've been doing more World vs. World since the patch anyways. For World vs. World, excuse me. For World vs. World, it's a little bit less consistent. Anything that, I don't know, does a little bit less consistent AoE can sometimes be less than sought after. Although, like, it's not like Kill Shot can't function. It's just, I think in World vs. World, in terms of Zerg gameplay, there are, again, other, like, more consistent options for the job. Just kind of bonus slot. Mainly been on Necro and Ellie. So I did want to do DPS Messenger. There's another shit from that. Or Necro, Warrior be a huge melee change. Well, the Warrior too. Paragon is perfectly fine.
Getting help.
Spellbreaker is really good. Berserker is probably fine. And then we're not going to talk about the last one. But like, you realistically have 3 good options over there. So, not a terrible thing.
Fury is mine. Defense.
Guild
and
Wars Daddy. Why do I feel like this is like a 50-year-old granny that's just chilling at home, just like knitted a blanket and cracked her knuckles, and she's like, it's time for Daddy to get on. God damn it. God damn it. Hello, Guild Wars Daddy. Hope you're having a beautiful day, my friend. What in tarnation, man? I was just enjoying a goddamn dinner. Getting yelled at by the tag because I keep running off. Ran off on the tag twice. But man, I can't be asked to just stand around and do nothing. Are these 6 reds going to fight us? Oh, slightly more than 6 reds. Wait, we're up. That's best case scenario. Literally the greatest thing that's ever happened to me in the history of ever is the fact that they decided to square up and actually fight this. Goodness gracious me, oh my. We truly love to see that. Boys, on this day, I am thankful for stairways, and I am thankful for being able to support, because it is truly a beautiful time. More bags, more life. God did. I wonder if I have time to smoke before we fight again. What's going on out there? Why did those guys not come in? I feel as though if they came in, they could have fed us a couple of bags as well. And then we could have been even more up tremendous. What's going on up there? Y'all jumping down? Because I'll meet up with you guys. I'll meet up with you guys. Are they jumping down? I don't think they're jumping down. I think we might just be chilling up here. Because now I have a giant plate on my desk that I really have to run out to the kitchen. I don't want to scorn our fair leader.
Stand your ground.
But I might need like 2 minutes to run out there and run back. I won't lie. And I hope he doesn't murder me. Hold on. Slash squad. Need 2 mins for bio BRB. I'm gonna lie and say I'm going P. Because my fragile ego. I should clarify that that is after the fight. Because I am not going to miss a fight. I will get here. I will provide support. I will absolutely cook by doing literally nothing. Fibria at its finest. Well, if I tell him that my bladder's erupting and I'm incontinent, then he has to allow me to go. If I tell him that I'm going to smoke a bowl, he's gonna call me a hopeless addict, just like my family. Regardless, be right back.
Nothing can bring me down.
Good day. I've also gonna get map kicked within the next 90 seconds. Me? Why would I ever get map kicked? The AFK timer for this shit is not short. I ain't even about to lie. I have hit the smoking back so many times. I wonder if I can get through their clump here. Excuse me, pardon me. Coming through. Hold on. All right, cool. We made it. Sometimes you just gotta walk through the back line, chat. Sometimes, whoops, cancel my shield. Sometimes you just gotta find your way through them. Open up an opportunity for the team. This is why I say support's good, man. You just pop a few defensives, run through the entire enemy clump, and then call it good. If they can't stop you, they can't hurt you, man. All right, I'm liking this. I came back at the perfect time for that one. I literally got here just in time to lay some dick and eat some ass. And I'm happy about that. Is Dusty Tracking going to release in the future? Anything he's excited about? Or is it just Guild Wars 2 grind at the moment? Labyrinth, what up, my friends? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Let's see. I ate really fast, just first things first. I'm bloated. I just want you to know. Like, you ever just... It's not even in, like, the bottom of your stomach when you eat too fast. It's in, like, the top of your stomach because there's a bottleneck at your intestines. Where if I had, like, a bigger intestine, it would be able to, like, intake more food. And then I would digest faster. Because I feel like right now there's just a bunch of pasta with garlic bread at the top of my intestines, like, in a queue to go down into the processing factory. And it doesn't feel great. Oh, it doesn't feel good, man. It doesn't feel good. So, anyways. Labyrinth had asked if there was anything that I was tracking or anything I was excited about other than Guild Wars currently. I mean, I'm mildly intrigued by Arcade Chronicles just from a standpoint of, like, its action combat might be fun for a few hours if they do that well. But, again, I don't know everything about Arcade Chronicles. I'm not certain that it's necessarily going to be MMO-y. I don't know what to expect there. So, loosely following that, but with, I think, tempered expectations. Outside of that, there are a few small, like, indie projects that I'm kind of loosely following as well, as we move into the future. So I've kind of got, like, 4... I would say more than that, actually. I'm following a fair number of indie projects, and just smaller titles as a whole. Less than 10, but probably more than 5 now that I think about it. In between 5 and 10. So, kind of keeping tabs there. Nothing that's an immediate, like, oh my god, I've got to get over there, I've got to blast, I've got to... Oh god. I was about to take a waypoint. I was about to hit the waypoint. But yeah, just some things that I'm hopeful for, and, you know, for the MMO scene as a whole, just hoping that there's a little bit to look forward to within that future. So, I'm optimistic. I think there are some good hands that are involved with the development of some of these games, and obviously I think everybody's waiting with very bated breath about, you know, with the big 3 between Blizzard's whatever decision they go with, Riot MMO, and then Guild Wars 3, of course. But those, I think, are just, you know, a year to 2 years plus out, like, just in general. I think those are further out. So, all things considered, it's like, I'm excited for things right now in the way that I'm excited to see a puppy when I'm walking down the street, where I will stop and pet it and I'll be like, I hope you have a good walk, sir. But it's not like I'm going to adopt that puppy, or I'm going to I don't want to repair it. If I click F, that's not it. My repair is Control E. I'm just fucking saying. But it's one of those where I hope they do well, and I'm like, oh, cool, I'm glad you exist. And then I just, you know, keep my tabs from the outside. If I see the puppy multiple times, then maybe we, you know, get on first name basis, whatever. But, I don't know. I don't want to be in a spot after fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Well, after Wrath showed up. Yo, ni hao, Wrath. How are you, brother? Hope you're having a good day. I don't want to be in a spot after some of the games that we played as a community, right? Where people are stressed about, like, man, I really want to play with the community. I really want to play with Dusty, but, like, the game might die. Because, let's be honest, I am kind of cursed when it comes to, you know, the longevity of the games that I've picked. I played Terraceland. It's dead. I played Eldegard when it was Legacy Steel and Sorcery. It's dead. I played New World. I played Ashes. I am effectively the MMO Grim Reaper. And I unfortunately don't know what I've done to be burdened with this. It's like the balance of, you know, tall, charismatic, gifted, but everything I enjoy just ends up getting ripped from me at some point in time, right? When Steven beats the allegations, he'll come back and save him. Beats the allegations makes it sound so bad. Granted, it's not like it's not bad, but holy shit, beats the allegations these days has shifted, huh? Golly. Anyways, bro, I don't think anything happens with Ashes of Creation before 2030. And you know me, as I've said, I'm way too transparent with you guys to the point where people have been like, Dusty, maybe you should be less blunt sometimes. But I would have made a shitload of money if Ashes of Creation had succeeded. I'm just gonna be completely upfront with you guys. I was in a position to just blow the fuck up off of that game and hit a substantial bump in the road off of that. Not that that's why I stream, but just to put in perspective, if any motherfucker wants Ashes back, it's this motherfucker, because I loved playing it and it was also making me very solid income along the way with a huge outlook for the future if it succeeded. It did not. So, if anyone would have a reason to go back and play Ashes after the court case, or to be coping about like when the court case has done this, when the court case has done that, it'd be me. I think by the time the court case is done, it's cooked. It was insane income. We're pushing 2K subs. I mean, yeah, comparatively to, hear me out. If you told me when I first started streaming 10 years ago to a couple of my friends, I feel like I have a hair right here. But if you told me 10 years ago when I started streaming to a couple of my friends playing Dota 2 and casting tourneys and pro matches for fun, that I would have been averaging almost 500 viewers every single stream, peaking above that, that I would have been at 2,000-ish subs consistently for multiple months and still growing, getting 50 to 100 follows a day, I would have called you absolutely crazy. And it was a really cool thing, but I also, I'm very confident that we can rebuild far past what Ashes of Creation brought us to, because at the end of the day, what the fuck is going on? Who's fucking squawking? Anyways, I'm very confident that with, you know, enough determination, brute force, and hard work that this community can weather the storm the same way that we did from New World to Ashes when I dropped down to 30, 40 average viewers in Ashes of Creation. And those that were here for that, that remember the 200 sub days in Ashes of Creation and remember the times when I was at 30 and 40 viewers at the top of my, you know, at the top of my art. Basically, I should say, probably the bottom of it, but that was what I was peaking at some days with Ashes, and I was still at the top of the directory. And it was a time when a lot of people were like, oh, you should not stick this out. I just play what I want to, and I try to enjoy it along the way, and I hope that a lot of people show up and really enjoy the stream. And I think I'm very, you know, very blessed to, through all of the ups and downs, have a lot of people that do show up every single day and make this possible. Like when we look at the transition from New World to Ashes, and then Ashes to Guild Wars with the bumps in the road in between Ashes and Guild Wars, of course. The low of Guild Wars has been nowhere near the low of Ashes of Creation in terms of like viewership, in terms of sub count and stuff like that. It's actually really consistent over here, surprisingly, and I think that's an amazing thing, especially considering the, you know, the game's existence has been a thing for a while. So people, you know, may already have content creators that they enjoy watching, and it can be harder to break into established games. But, you know, I think Guild Wars itself has a lot of, how do I say this, like encouragement for our community, not just me on the streamer side, but I also think Guild Wars just has so much potential for us in the future, and I think a lot of our community very much enjoy what's over here in the content catalog. Again, not just in World vs. World, but we have the entire com. So, what tag is up right now? It's Cheesecake in EBG, and Cheesecake is good tag. Cheesecake good. I will vouch for Cheesecake. I like what Cheesecake does. They're a pugmander, and their guild is comms. They're for the weak, which I think is an absolute fucking slapper for a pugmander. I'm gonna be real, like genuinely S+ tier marketing and branding. So I fuck with that quite heavy. And he yells at people if they don't play the game, which for me sometimes catches me off guard, because he'll be like, why aren't people building? Look at your supplies. And then I look at my supplies and I'm just kind of, you know, tap strafing and jumping around with a full supply. So, bitch, I can't get this one. I'm trying. There we go. I clutched up. I clutched up. I did it. I did it. I couldn't get the last one. I had to go overhead for it. We got 17 katas here, bro. Jesus Christ. But yeah, if you can get into EBG, I don't even think there's a queue right now, right? Let us see here. Oh. I'm not lying to you when I say just a little while ago, there was not a fucking queue. Like, there was not a queue. When reset happens, does all World vs. World go down? It takes World vs. World down for a few minutes and pulls everybody out so it can reallocate the matchups. And then it will open back up, so everybody literally sits at the portals in Lion's Arch and then spams to get in. It's funny, I think I was thinking about hopping in for a little bit. We are in the EBG right now, the Eternal Battleground. And Cheesecake is tagged up. This raid has 50. I don't know exactly what we got going against us right now and what else we have, but EBG is queued up right now. It's at capacity. And reset is in just under 2 hours. Build fast. I got you. I'm coming. I'm happy to help build. I have no more materials. It's no longer on me. I did my job. I'm just saying. I have built with everything that I have. I can't build any more Cheesecake. I'm sorry. I need to go get mats. I should have more mats. I know I had mats, but I should have more. I feel like I'm letting Cheesecake down, and I did everything that I could. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Alright, how long do we have? We gotta look out for them. I think we're good so far. They have a few that are coming from west. I shall relay that to our Pugmander of Doom. I will also help with text-based commands. We're up tremendous. We're up tremendous. I am with our tag, and we conquer through this. Also, I think after reset, we're gonna be up to... Holy shit. Why do we have like 5 rounds? Oh no, dude. This is fucking chaos. We need more shield bubbles out here. Why are there not more shield bubbles? Oh, Lord. Oh, Lordy. It's getting slightly hairy out here, but I think we're fine. I have a growing suspicion that we might just be able to walk through this. Zoppington, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What do you get up to on this fine day? We are hitting some wavwa. And right now, it is the last 2 hours of this matchup before the great redistribution happens. We go down to T2, and then we get another 2 teams to fight against that we haven't fought against yet. So it is going to be absolutely fucking lit. Just go back to the climbing wall. How high did you go? Should have gone on a climbing way earlier. I don't like heights. It's not as much that I don't like heights. I would say more that I don't like falling, in the prospect of falling. And like, I know that there is a, you know, there's a harness and shit like that, right? But realistically, oh my God, look at that bubble coming out, my lads. Look at that shit. Absolutely glorious. Absolutely glorious Michael Bublé coming out. These comms are crazy. I feel like I'm literally getting text-based commands. And I am following the text-based commands in the same way that an AI would. My entire goal is to be as close to the commander as I can be at all times. And without that, I am a failure. Like right here, I am too far. I must catch up. He's very zoomy, and I am very slow. I must close this gap, or I am a failure, and I am a disappointment to my family. And I cannot be a disappointment to my family. Oh shit. Oh shit. I went to change the song on Spotify, and then immediately it went downhill. Where is the rest of our raid? I see our tag. I see our tag down. This is less than ideal. I see our tag back up again. I see our tag down again. This is not going the best. Slightly less than ideal. Slightly tragic. I died with tag. Except I might not have to die. I'll run back and meet up with y'all. Everything's fine. Nothing to worry. Hey! Relax, boys. Relax. Relax. Namaste. Namaste, my brothers. There's no reason for violence. I literally wasn't even doing any damage. I want you to know. I was legitimately doing no damage. I am not a threat to you. I am not a threat to your friends. I am simply... Oh, God. Oh, God. They're killing the fucking clankers. They're ripping them apart in the streets. Oh, God. It's all fucked. I can't pick a direction. And then red's just following behind us. Green's pushing up through this way. Oh, boys. It's going to be hairy out here. Okay. Okay. Everything's fine so far. As of right now, I might actually... Where are we going? Fuck! God damn it, man. Off I fucking go on another grand voyage. Goddamn Odustius over here. I swear to God. What is that aggro range? These guys have fucking binoculars on. If I died directly before I get to the group, I'm going to be so pissed. Another misrotation? Well, see, this was because I was too tanky to die. This was because we were in a massive fight against many soldiers, and I provided too much healing, therefore I did not perish. And I had to run all the way back to meet up with my group who did perish because I was not in their group. So, I'm just saying the common denominator here is that I was on tag the entire time. I lived. If tag was in my group, that means tag lives. DustyWhy for president of World First World. Thank you. Thank you. Happy to be here. Happy to be here. Can we not get cooked this time? I just feel like it was the initial jump in where we lost a few, and I don't necessarily know what our group 1 is doing. Tag die, you die with tag always. But they stopped killing me once I was on tag, so I just left. They went to kill other people. And if the tag's dead, then the other people aren't my responsibility, so I went back to the tag like a reasonable person. I think I had my prioritization right, because it's like, yes, I die with tag if I die, and if I die not on tag, then I'm doing it wrong. But if I'm on tag and tag dies, even though I'm using all of my abilities directly on tag, then I should stop prioritizing everybody else's health, and my sole goal should be to get back on the tag and abandon all of my teammates. Always stay and die with the cheese. Fuck the cheese. The cheese. Are we outside of the spoiler and like reference frame for the Odyssey? Because honestly, if you don't know the story, it's on you. Like, it's kind of an old story at this point. Regardless, I think what we learned is that staying with the cheese and staying for the cheese only gets you killed. Give it a life to res tag or die while trying. I'm supposed to keep the people alive that are resing the tag. And then if the tag has no reses, then I res. I blame them. No spoilers. Brother, how many years is spoiler-proof range? If not, what, like fucking 500 years? When was Homer alive? What? Wait, how old is it? Homer age. Not Homer Simpson. Author. He's traditionally believed to have lived in the 8th or 9th century BC. Okay, so older than 500? Because this might even be older than like the Great Wall of China. The Odyssey is about 27 to 2800 years old. Okay. Yeah, no, you guys are literally, wait.
Rise and serve.
As a non-historian, what's the whole timeline of this? Did they already have boats and shit when Jesus did his whole thing? Like, what season was Jesus on? They didn't have guns then, right? Yes. No guns, right? Jesus around 0. Well, I don't know the year correlation. No guns. So interesting. So this was before Jesus. Hypothetically. And they already had, interesting. Jesus was actually 4 BC. Wouldn't that mean that he died when he was 4? Homer was before Jesus, yes. It's not hypothetical. Well, it's hypothetical that Jesus even existed. It's like Elvis or Michael Jackson. Like, 300 years from now, oops. Bad things have happened. Jesus definitely existed. Like Elvis or Michael Jackson. Right. And Tupac. Right. It's all the stuff he did that's hypothetical. Yo, imagine he was just some like neckbeard incel that just wrote a self-like fanfic that he was super dope and then got a lot of his friends to also write stuff. Documented and eyewitness accounts. Okay, but hear me out. Documented eyewitness accounts from like the year 0 also aren't exactly, how do I say this? Hard verifiable. It's not like we can go back and validate like this motherfucker was not lying. Like, holy shit, this was actually Jesus's boy from the block. They used to steal candy bars from the store together. Like, we can't go back and verify that. Although, milk steak.
Absolutely S tier.
Milk steak. How much cheese is too much cheese? I have one simple question. BC, of course, 80, Anno Divini, 80 year Lord. You know what's crazy, Zup? As someone that didn't research this shit whatsoever. Oh wait, that's Kristen, not Zop. You guys have the same color name. I always thought AD meant after death. I thought it was before Christ and after death. I ain't even about to lie. I'm not going to bullshit you guys. I have no pride in this whatsoever. I thought it was just after death.
Nothing can bring me down.
I don't think that's too crazy. I didn't think it was Anno Domini or whatever the fuck it is. But it used to mean that, I'm pretty sure. Why'd we change it? The fuck do you mean? Why are we audibling things? I feel like that's the, like, ye old Gulf of America situation, where realistically everybody knows that it should still be Gulf of Mexico, but for whatever fucking reason, it's just labeled on the maps as Gulf of America now. And some people are trying to just get away with that shit. I think AD is still after death, and, like, I don't care what that guy's dad says. I know marketing much more than he does in today's day and age. And like, I think Gen Z marketing would probably do better with after death type shit. When shall they come down? Keeping a calendar based on the hypothetical happenings of guy who bullshit is not a great way to keep a calendar. Well, isn't our calendar different than the calendars were like back in those days anyways? And then there were also different civilizations that were just like, fuck it, we tell time different now, and it's like year 7. Isn't there also a place right now where it's a different year? I know that sounds really weird to say, but there's like a country that has like a different calendar than we do. That's on like a far different year, and I don't remember which one it is. Bomb. Yeah, I gotcha. Don't worry, brother. I got all this big damage going out. All of this awesome healing going out. Everything's beautiful. Everything's awesome. We're fine. We ball. Everything's good. Excuse me, that was a good pump. I think you guys did well. I think you guys were pumping. Use the after Battle of Yavin calendar. The fuck is this? What year is it then? Why is it even on World Exploration Data on the calendar? Right, it was supposed to be 2012, right? I'm pretty sure 2012 was supposed to be like Mayan Doom Day. But then there was the whole thing in 2012 about like, well, technically the end of days would have already come long ago because of daylight saving time or something like that. I don't really fucking remember the exact thing. But I was in high school during 2012, and I was in my, man, I really hope 2012 happens. That'd be super edgy and cool to say I was a part of it phase. So yeah, we all went through that, but expression of the calendar is a myth. They just got massacred before they could continue it. That one guy that was supposed to add the next month to the calendar as soon as he hears fighting outside. Ah, shit, they're gonna remember this one. That's basically the old equivalent of like the Heat intern that accidentally put up the LeBron interview and then caused LeBron to sign with the Philadelphia 76ers, which, by the way, I'm just throwing that out there. I'm throwing this out there for you, for your consideration. The 76ers turned Paul George and some scraps from some carrots that they cut up earlier into Jaylen Brown and LeBron fucking James, and LeBron took a veteran minimum $4 million a year to play with the 76ers. I know LeBron is older now than he used to be, but dog, even outside of his like his production, his points per game, bro, that's still Braun for $4 million a year. Braun's brain, Braun's knowledge, Braun's leadership, Braun's presence, Braun's locker room building to get your team established for the future. Holy, what a deal. What a deal they made, and RIP the Celtics. And what could have been in Miami. I won't lie. This commander's This commander's good. I like this commander. He is blasting, I will say. The grimmest lows have been relaced. Nin, I need you to get an entire outfit that is the exact same shade of purple as that outfit is, or as your shoes are, and then that is now your entire outfit. Literally your whole outfit. It's just all purple all the time, no matter where you go, no matter what you do. Rez, not fighting. Boo. Boo. Oh shit! I'm not proud. That is, I'm not gonna lie, that's my fault. Entirely. Oh, god damn it. I fucked up. That's my bad. That's my bad. I am so sorry. I'll be careful next time. I always did say jumping puzzles not my strength. Listen, we got 1 kill for it though. I got us to kill this day even. Whoops. Oh no. Oh god. Chat, they're not gonna let me up on the ramparts in the big boy group again. I think I might not be allowed at the big boy table after that. Fall to your death and you fall off ramparts. Bro, I didn't even fall off. I don't even know what was going through my mind. I just jumped off. I'm pretty sure I was reading chat. I'm pretty sure I was reading Noob's message about Star Wars and New Hope. And I just jumped off. No more stairs for Dusty. Bro, Dusty's drunk. Don't let him drive. People ask me why I don't tag up as a commander. You don't want to follow me. It's best if I just follow and make sure that everybody else is safe at all points in time, man. I think that's better for everybody here. I should not be driving. At one point in time, I was tasked with navigating us from Maine to Quincy Market in Boston. And instead, I navigated us to Quincy, Massachusetts, and my brother was driving and asked when we were supposed to be like 20 minutes away how close we were, because it didn't seem like we were near Quincy Market just based on his prior experiences. And he was absolutely correct. We were not where we were supposed to be. We were nowhere near where we were supposed to be. And it was a goddamn shame. A goddamn shame. I love. Sorry, had to get my ages out. Had to get a little bit cooldown reduction. Forgive a Dusty for getting a little bit of motion. I just had to get my cooldowns back up. Let me know why he doesn't want to go climbing. Bro, I'd somehow end up climbing downward. Directions are not my thing. Like, there are a lot of scenarios where I'm very confident in my abilities to do stuff. Navigation, only allow me to navigate if you have a few minutes to kill. I will get you there, but it will almost indefinitely be less than optimal. I'll navigate. Oh no, for TwitchCon I'll be doing our navigation. I know San Diego at this point in time well enough to get us there, and we'll have plenty of time to kill. I'll take us around San Diego nice and smooth. The rule is too, when we travel, that GPSs are for pussies. So one time Carla lost our car in Iceland. Not my fault. It had our luggage on top of it. So we got back based on my mental clarity, my prowess, my survival skills. You're the one who lost it.
Getting healthy.
You didn't remember where it was, or we would have been right at the car. I feel like it's a we lost the car. Also, your friends were no help either. You gaslighted me. I didn't gaslight you. I simply expressed that I think we lost the car. And then wondered if a homeless man was going to go through it. This is you right now. This is you. I am innocent here. I am simply living my life.
This is my wrath.
We lost the car. I found it.
We're not done yet.
What did I tune into? Carla lost our car in Iceland. That's what you tuned into, Tuna. I hope you're having a beautiful day. It's World vs. World Reset Day. And we are truly... Oh. Whoops. We are truly blessed and up tremendous on this fine day. You guys are real MVP for being there for that joke. He never lets me down. Has never failed me yet. Whatever I need him. He's right where I need him to be. What do you mean by reset night? Yo, welcome in. Also, Dave Moses over on YouTube. Hello, my boys. Is Black Ace the best World vs. World server? So, a long while ago, they actually took out the old, like, server structure. And now it's NA and EU, but within World vs. World, we have 4 tiers left on NA. 12 teams throughout that. Blackgate is no more. So, now, basically, you can declare Battle Guild, and then you are split up once a month into a new team with different communities to play with, and you can form alliances through that. So basically, weekly, every Friday at 10 p.m., there is a, basically a tier allocation. So what I mean by that is in NA, there are 4 tiers, 3 teams in each tier. Every Friday at 10, the worst team in each tier moves down a tier, and the best team in each tier moves up a tier. And then after the season is done, with multiple weeks, usually around a month, everybody will be put into new teams, and then it'll just keep cycling and rotating. So effectively, you're constantly getting new matchups. What happens if tie? Both people that have commanded the most in each tier have to do IRL hand-to-hand combat to determine who moves up and who moves down. ArenaNet sends black SUVs to your house to pick you up. They put a bag over your head, bring you out to a factory. The other commander is there. You get to choose 1 weapon and 1 piece of armor. Good luck. That would actually be fucking sick, by the way. It's like World vs. World Championships, except the craziest thing about this, I think, is that his thighs are textured. He's so thick that he's got the textured thighs and everything. You know he could crush my head between those. Those things have happiness within them. Once you're looking like that, you're looking like a good time, baby. Is that Attack on Titan but hardcore? I don't know, the music is louder for me than it is you guys. Or, sorry, louder for you than it is me, sorry. Like, you guys hear it a little bit more than I do. I don't really like to hear it that much outside of when we blasted World Cup by iShowSpeed earlier. The official song of the FIFA World Cup, performed at the FIFA World Cup closing ceremonies. World Cup. Sorry. My fault. Incredibly sorry about that. Was it vocal? Yes. Yes, that was indeed what it was, yes. I did get a peek at the title. Yes. It most definitely was. You picked up on it more than I got a glimpse before it went off. And now this is amazing by Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, and Jeezy, formerly known as Young Jeezy. Fun fact, Jeezy is no longer Young Jeezy because he is just too old. So basically just goes by Jeezy now, because going by Young Jeezy at his age would unironically be a weird thing. You can literally just Google it. You just look it up. It's just Jeezy. And he changed it because he's too old. Also, never forget that Future and Lil Wayne are 1 year apart in terms of their age. That is your rap fact of the day. Mind-blowing, I know. Like Lil Bow Wow? Yeah, he just Bow Wow now. That ass, he's no longer Lil. He's straight up just Bow Wow. You got Jeezy, you got Bow Wow. Like, Lil Wayne's like 5'4" or some bullshit, so he can still be Lil Wayne. But other than that, not many of the Lils are doing too well. And really, if you think about it, I think the success rate long-term of rappers with Lil in their name has actually been quite low outside of being one-hit wonders. Because you got like Lil Pump, Lil Skies, Lil Xan. Let's see, what else do we have? Probably like Lil Turf Toe or something like that somewhere along the way. Not quite sure, but I can immediately think of 3 Lils that just didn't really translate well. I think Rihanna took Bow Wow's Lil Romeo? Lil Romeo, yes. Was Lil Romeo and Lil Bow Wow both acted, right? Was Lil Romeo the one that had the show with Master P? One of them had a show with Mixmaster P. And I remember watching that shit. Excuse you, by the way. Piggly Wigglies. Goodness gracious. One of them had our transcendent, glorious, beautiful king above our head. It's glorious. Master P is dead. Lil Romeo? Because that's kind of lit. That's like LeVar Ball before LeVar Ball. Except also, like, how successful was Lil Romeo? Was Lil Romeo Calvin Cambridge? Or was that Lil Bow Wow? God, I have to show Carla Like Mike. Oh my God. Wait, Carla's never seen Like Mike and she's getting into basketball now. We literally watched Bow Wow was Calvin. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So last night, Carla and I watched like a 23-minute YouTube video on how 2011 Dirk Nowitzki is an actual fucking god, and we covered his entire playoff run, and she was like stopping to ask questions about how the basketball metas have changed, basically, because she was like, why does this basketball look so much slower and different than like what we saw? So we talked about like the change of the game from the, you know, the big man play and the entry passes and offenses facilitating through the large people. And, you know, the era where bigs weren't shooting threes and how Dirk was really one of a few transcendent bigs at the time. You ever watched the OG Wildin' Out, like, early 2000s? Not the OG. How long has Nick Cannon been on it? Because the only Wildin' Out that I've seen was the Nick Cannon Wildin' Out, but also I don't think it was OG early 2000s Wildin' Out. I feel like it was more... God, I watched it while I was living with my parents. So it had to have been like my high school time, right? Somewhere around there. I was in Dallas at the time and went to multiple playoff games. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. You witnessed a fucking transcendent run where the Titans all fell at the hands of one man that brought in plates of covered food from his adoring wife. An actual hero. I'm gonna be real, bro. Dirk slayed dragons that year. Literally be everyone. Everyone, bro. Everyone. One thing we were talking about as well, we started the documentary and it was, first things first, it was really well done. And the dude that did it has a lot of other players as well, and just, you know, a lot of different videos about shit. But regardless, we started the documentary and I stopped to point out how crazy it was that the video we were watching was talking about 2011 LeBron James being an absolute like titan and a leviathan and all of that. And in 2026, the entire NBA schedule was still waiting on LeBron James to say where he was going to play, so that way they could make the schedule because of all the television providers. Like, what a wild career we have been able to see just as basketball fans from LeBron. Whether you love him, hate him, debates about generational GOATs aside, the longevity and the sustained dominance that LeBron has had, uninterrupted, without any serious injuries, bouts of mortality, like things that have stopped him along the way. I think it is so improbable that we will ever see again in our lifetimes, especially to the extent that we have seen with Braun. It's fucking crazy how long he has been like at the absolute top for. But I digress. They swept the Lakers. They swept a very good Lakers team. They swept a very good Lakers team. In past greats like MJ and the greats before him had the health and technology that athletes have nowadays, would have played a lot longer. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I also hate when people bring up like, Dusty, who's your GOAT? Because I have to do it off generations. Because if you look at the entry level on a skill level of basketball, right? The simple act of children starting basketball on a higher level now than children did before. High school basketball being on a higher level now with more competitive circuits and more development than it had before. The access to sports medicine and training and facilitating a high level of growth. Basketball is one of the sports that on a high level has shifted from a game where all you need is a ball, a pair of shoes, and a hoop to make it, to a game where you need a ball and a pair of shoes and a hoop and a private skills trainer and also a gym time that's booked, and then also a really successful AAU program to get exposure on the circuit, and then also really good college visits, and then also the accessibility to move to a really competitive high school so you can get scholarships because you'll be competing against top competition around the nation. And also, it's changed. It's changed. And I think when you're looking at basketball, especially the evolution of where people are starting as basketball players nowadays is far surpassing where it was, you know, in the 90s. You have people now that are 7 feet tall that are dribbling better than point guards did in the 90s because the evolution of ball handling has gone so far to where children nowadays aren't being taught let's right hand dribble from, you know, pre-K to 3rd grade. They're being taught, here's how you hezzy tween step back and create space. Here's how you read a defender's feet and react off that. Here's a rocker step to generate momentum and space. Like they're taught so much that is far more complex than what, you know, even I was taught growing up through the, you know, the early 2000s and, you know, the evolution of ball that I learned along the way. Far different. So if you took people from, you know, the 90s, and honestly, Michael Jordan would still be Michael Jordan, right? I think Michael Jordan has something that a lot of people don't have in the sense that he had a crazy killer instinct and mentality that was like, you know, he was the dog, basically. And despite not being necessarily the craziest physical specimen or necessarily the most knockdown percentage shooter in an era where shooting wasn't, albeit, the most incentivized thing. But, no, Michael Jordan was very much a dog. If you take him and you give him today's training and whatnot, he's probably going to be a bit more muscular, a bit faster, but what do you give someone that was already one of the most athletic people, you know, in terms of quickness, in terms of vertical in the league? Give him more imposing, you know, imposing physical stature, and maybe he can bang at the rim a little bit more. And modern day and age, he has more protection, but really, modern day MJ is probably chucking up 7 threes a game. Gameplay's different nowadays. The players that I would be really interested to see nowadays, give me Shaq going through LSU era Shaq, but like modern day Division I basketball and training, where when he comes into the NBA, he then invests a shitload into his body with everything that's available, and he's put on an extreme workout regimen, and becomes absolutely shredded. Give me David Robinson, give me Sean Kemp, give me Vince Carter, give me Yao Ming, give me like the people that were physically defying what they were supposed to do, and you take someone like Yao and you give him the ability to handle the ball with a little hezzy three-point pull-up, and you got Chinese Wemby that's a little bit thicker. Like, it's the injuries and the lack of sports medicine and the lack of Yao Mings before Yao Ming that facilitated the Victor Wembanyama's of today, where they understand the number one thing for 7-foot-plus bodies isn't necessarily packing on all of the weight, because that stresses your bones and your connective tissue too much, or your connective tendons too much. It's, you know, it's flexibility, it's pliability, it's the, you know, it's the element of preserving the body. Also the lack of 7-foot-tall chuds. Well, previous to, like, today's day and age as well, you say it's the lack of 7-foot-tall chuds, but you look at, hold on, average height of NBA starter. The average height of an NBA starter is 6'7", with forwards being 6'10" on average. That's average, by the way. Like, you guys think I'm tall? I am short in basketball terms nowadays, and I'm 6'5". Like, I am an average size NBA point guard at 6'5" and about 195. Small in terms of the weight. And I tower over people IRL. Like, I see over pretty much everybody. NBA players now are different. And because of the failures in maintaining the bodies of the Shaqs and the Yao Mings, they now know how to somewhat deal with things like Zion Williamson in a way that, you know, Zion wouldn't have been able to even have a hope with his injuries and his situation, with his body and his mass. Even 20 years ago, Zion would have been a lost cause. Zion would have been a Lamar Odom. And now there's at least a little bit of hope for a Zion. Embiid, fucking Mr. Glass. You think with Embiid 20 years ago that there would have been longevity to him? No, Lamar Odom, Greg Oden. Well, Lamar Odom also did crack. But yes, also Greg Oden. Greg Oden had a lot of injuries. Lamar Odom did crack. I think he would do crack. He loves strippers. His body would have broken down, and then I legitimately think Zion Williamson would be doing crack. I said every word and I meant it. But also Greg Oden. But more also doing a shitload of drugs. Talking about Lamar Odom also, that shit was wild. Lamar Odom was the Charlie Sheen of NBA players. I stand on that shit. I stand on that shit. Like, he just wanted to have a good time and motherfuckers wanted to hold him down. Also, Delonte West got blackballed from the NBA because he fucked LeBron's mom. Never forget. Never forget. Delonte West confirmed pounded LeBron's mom while they were teammates. And then LeBron got him blackballed from the NBA, and then Delonte West was homeless. And the rest is history. But never forget, Delonte West was an absolutely lethal left-handed player. Pounded LeBron's mom. That's crazy. Word? I think that's like a platinum level achievement. A platinum level achievement. Hold on. Delonte. Ah! Oh shit. Sorry. My bad. We were talking about. Wait. Sorry, I got to was yelled at. Sorry, tag. Sorry, we're talking about how Delonte West banged LeBron's mom.
I revive you.
That. I'm sorry for that one. Why you keep saying carrot? That's our tag. So anytime he says care, we want to make sure that we're like on him. So he's basically trying to poke and prod people to get into the right place. So that way we can effectively like take these fights in the first place. And if people aren't in the right place, just like first things first.
The light renews. Done.
Listen. That wasn't me. That wasn't me. I didn't do that. I'm simply here so I don't get fined. I'm here to pump. Can we get in through the gate perchance? Like, what if we just used all these here? Oh, they're not our Rams. That's a goddamn shame. You really hate to see that. What are Delante's West career stats? I think it was at least like a 10-point a game guy, right? Motherfucker, stop moving while I'm looking up Delante West stats. Delante West stats. Yeah, I think it was around 10 points a game. Not bad. And honestly, hear me out. In the early to mid 2000s, he was a 35 to 40% three-point shooter, which was actually, I think, quite rare to have in that day and age. And also, he fucked LeBron James' mom. So just throwing that one out there. Just establishing that. Yo, ain't no way he had a kid. His kid's name is Cash. That's so fucking dope. That unironically goes so fucking hard. Holy shit. Okay, so anyways. Yikes. What's wrong with Cash? What the fuck do you mean? Why is everybody so split right now? What is going on here? We're just talking about Cash West out here, bro. Nin, as someone that doesn't follow the NBA, how do you feel about LaMelo Ball naming his kid LaOne? Does that go hard or not? The one ball? Like, it kind of goes hard when you really think about it. LaMelo, LaOne, LaBall. That shit goes so dope. Because it's also continuing La family tradition. Because it's LaVar, LaMelo, Lonzo, LiAngelo. Well, I guess LiAngelo doesn't really fit. And also Lonzo doesn't have La. But there's La at the start of his dad's and his. And they all start with L. And I don't think you could just name him Lone. I don't think that would fucking work. Lance Armstrong type shit is crazy. Absolutely fucking wild. It's crazy to me that Lance Armstrong had one testicle and they were like, no, you can't even have a little bit of steroids. I feel like they should have at least given him like just a little bump or something, or even like, I don't know, crack or something, just something to equalize the whole like one testicle. I also wonder if that had any competitive advantage though, because his body was technically lighter as a result, and there would be less weight on the frame of the vehicle. Like if you were hypothetically, I guess this would apply more for swimming. If you were a swimmer and you just chopped off your penis, would you be faster? Because there would be less of like a rudder to drag. One ball aerodynamics. See, that's kind of what I'm saying. Or like, would it be better to tuck between your legs and then have your dick drag behind you as like I don't know, as like a third leg, but like a small leg for stabilization purposes? Because I feel like there's a reason that boats have that little one at the bottom. You would lose propulsion from having your dick. What are you doing to propel yourself through the pool, Zop? Zop, what are you doing in the pool? Pete. Zop, you're never going swimming with me. Remind me, chat. Never fucking swim was up. Never ever swim was up. Although I will say, I went to the ocean recently, and I think this is a lot less bad than a pool. But I definitely went to the ocean just to take a piss, and then called it good. Only when you swim competitively, not in like recreational pool. What? Are you pissing on your competition? The ocean is full of so much pee, all the whales. Pee, poop, dead bodies. Yeah, the ocean's fucking filthy, and everybody just dives underwater and they're like, yeah, I'm at the beach. Bro, it's disgusting. It's fucking gross. And like the same people that are like, yeah, beach, will look at an animal that poops and they'll be like, oh my god, that's so nasty. Oh my god. Brother, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I can't wash my car, it's dirty. But we should go to the beach and swim in the piss and poop and dead body water. Like, you realize cruise ships just throw their trash and their piss and poop overboard once they're a certain amount of miles offshore, and then it just eventually works its way to shore. I was at the beach and a dead fish literally like washed up on the shore. It was a relatively large one, but like not like huge ocean fish. Angle your pee away from you and push out the pee. Would that work if you were an astronaut? Like, say you were stuck in space and you were at a point where you couldn't reach, Bizarre, thank you for the follow, anything else to an extent. Would it be better because of the lack of friction to practice Kegels? So if you're an astronaut stuck in space, you have the capacity to pee but cut off the stream in small bursts? Because the last time we talked about propulsion in space, we talked about effectively that rockets are controlled farts that are trying not to shart, because if it sharts, it blows up. But you only need little farts to push you through space because there's no air to slow you down. So a little fart pushes you a long way, and then every time you fart, you end up accelerating a little bit more. So theoretically, you could pee a little bit and it would get you some form of momentum, right? Because you would need to, the only thing is, I guess you would technically need to transfer the force from the pee against something else and have a constant stream from you to the pee, acting as like a bungee or something. Otherwise, I don't think you would get the force transfer from it, because you're not exerting the mass like against anything else. And I think the only reason why propulsion in space works is because you're farting the little propulsion out against like a shield in front, so it's acting like putting wind in a sail. So you effectively create the wind and then the wind hits the sail through your farts. So you would have to, I think, like hold maybe like a cup in front of you, if you had a cup perhaps, and then maybe pee in the cup and the cup would start going and then you would hold on to the cup. I think would how you'd have to would be how you'd have to sort that in space. Source, I'm not an astronaut. I don't believe that or not. I'm not actually an astronaut. Katy Perry is slightly more qualified than I am. But I'm pretty sure if you're lost in space, you can grab a cup and then pee in the cup and then just hold on to the cup because the cup will start moving. Feel free to confirm it through Grok or whatever local AI you prefer. But you somehow don't die in the vacuum of space first.
You're okay. Stay with me.
Right. Because technically, you'd have to take your dick out of the spacesuit to pee in the cup, huh? Unlikely to work. Did you ask AI? Or are you just going off of your stupid human brain? Because stupid human brains are how we get to the scenario in the first place, so we should probably just ask AI if we are stuck in the vacuum of space. If we pee in a cup and hold on to the cup, will it take us in the direction that the cup is facing? It would propel you roughly 2 centimeters per second.
Another proud one.
I can exert some pee. I guarantee I could get going faster than that. Is that just peeing? Or is that like peeing in a cup specifically? Piss thruster def works. Right. So basically the piss thruster would facilitate a cocket ship because you would be exerting P, and then the P would be hitting the cup, and the force of the P traveling, because there's no other air and nothing is like an equal and opposite reaction in space. It would basically, the P would travel, the P would hit the cup, it would transfer the force to the cup, which would then propel the cup. You could hold on to the cup, and then it would take you through. When the force of the P sending you backwards counteract the force of the P hitting the cup. But I don't think the P would be sending you backwards because the P's not acting on anything. So there would be nothing acting against the P, so it shouldn't be exerting anything, right? Is my understanding of it. Like, P coming out of Dick only would send you backwards if there was, like, air that you had to push the P through. The P would actually freeze, and the frozen P acts as the cup. P hitting the cup is a force 100%. Right, and the P leaving the Dick wouldn't have any force on us because there wouldn't be any air friction of the you know, the Dick exit, right? Rocket science is fun. Really, I don't understand why people say space travel is so intimidating. You can just kind of bro this shit out, if I'm being honest. This is cool. I don't even have a degree for this. I didn't go to college for it. My college degree is actually for something way different. The end result is actually your dick freezing and exploding. Right, but like, hear me out. If your dick freezes and explodes, then you're more aerodynamic, and when you're back home from space, you can take up a swimming job. I still definitely move backwards ever so slightly.
Nothing can bring me down.
Dick explosion, lots of thrust. My dick explosion does not take a lot of thrust. I digress. So, like, in space, would exerting the P push you back? I don't think it would. Because the equal and opposite reaction of the force acting on the P is only here because of the air that we have, right? And, like, our atmosphere. Hey, Dub, Dusty, play Kerbal Space Program on stream. I can make a rocket in like an hour, probably. You just shape it like a general rocket. A couple of fins. You mix some shit for propellant. The thing about, I think, rocket fuel is that you have to get the 93 grade at the gas station, which is usually almost like $1 more expensive than what I put in the Civic. So I'd have to get the good shit for the fuel. And then you just have to make sure you have enough fuel in the fuel silage to make sure you make it up to space. And then once you're up to space, you're fine because the momentum carries you. So literally, I could speedrun that shit, if I'm being honest. Do you think someone playing Kerbal Space Program that knows rockets would do better than somebody that doesn't? Or do you think creativity is truly the finest form of ingenuity that there is? How realistic are we talking? Yes. Yes, they would have an advantage. Or yes, I would have an advantage. Because I feel like I could definitely beat somebody. Chat, who works on rockets? Final answer, you would feel almost no net movement. Any tiny motion would come from inefficiencies like splashing, droplets escaping, or slight timing differences. But in ideal physics, you don't go anywhere. So, okay, final answer. I guess final question. Final question. Final question before we move on. Take the boner pee that comes out like high velocity as hell. So say hypothetically you're stuck in space. Boner, aim it, pee, hands, catch the boner pee. Would that put you through space more efficiently than holding a cup? Could you theoretically free yourself with that? What's boner pee? When you have a boner and you pee and then it comes out at like triple the velocity. Because it's a little pressure washer at that point. Boner pee is rocket pee. Yes, exactly. Exactly. So I feel like if you really wanted to get going and create some space, I came into the right time. Dr. Chef Ron, what do you know about boner pee? When was the last time you peed with a boner? Personal question. But can you vouch that the pressure goes up when you boner pee? Bon apple pee, that's all I know. Yes, sir, enjoy a nice meal. We're talking about rocket science. What was your theory about that? Can you repeat it? If you had a boner and you peed, because boner accelerates the pressure of the pee as it comes out and concentrates the stream. And I stood up, boner, point dick, arms out, hands to catch the pee. Pee, catch hands, pull me forward through space because catching my pee. Excuse me, I was giving a presentation. You can't kill me. Documentary.
And you thought I was defeated. Ha!
So basically, it won't work because the pee is pushing your hands away. But you want to pull yourself. Exactly. So like you want to push your hands away so that way it pulls you through. Your force is pushing your body back. But if you're pushing your lower body back and then you're pushing your hands away, then you would push your lower body back first, which would push your lower body up, and then it would catch your hands after the fact because of the travel time and the pee. It's not hit scan. It's physics-based piss. So technically, you would push your hips back, which would start to swivel your lower body up into a flying position. And then if you caught the pee, then that would basically propel your hands forward after the fact, which would drag you through space. You are losing mass, so you're propelling yourself. But the mass would also transfer to your hands when you catch it. He would push you backwards. Depending on the angle of your dick and legs, though, it could push your lower body upwards instead of backwards. You could point it slightly down and then catch it with the angle of your hands. And it would push you back, but then you're... Whoops. So it would like push your lower body up and then you'd catch it and it would pull you forward off of that. Because it would get you in like a Superman position to start out. I might not be like planning NASA trips or anything, but maybe I should be. You don't need anything to, you don't need to get anything pulling you forward. So would I just point my peanut behind me? Because I feel like it would be faster if you had wind in your sails. Yes. Just line up peanut opposite of your direction. But there's nothing to exert the force against in space, so you wouldn't propel yourself. That's why when you're in space, the propulsion of rockets is out the front, and then it hits the thing that drives it forward. It like has to catch against something. Your peen is backdrop. You're pushing against yourself with an expulsed stream. Hold on. Hold on. In 0G, liquids like urine form blobs and don't provide useful thrust. Catching in your hands wouldn't propel you. Tiny momentum for the blob is negligible. Spacecraft use controlled propulsion, not catching urine. But what if they could concentrate the stream? But what if they could concentrate it? I think would be important. Okay, so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Defense, then offense.
Use a whale pissing. More volume, more momentum.
One becomes two.
But how would I get a whale in my spacesuit if I'm stuck in space? Like, this is if I'm stuck in space and can't reach anything, how am I going to get there? Because I feel like I would need something a little bit more, like, heavy, so to say. Because I don't think... Do farts move you in 0G? Yes, farts do move you in 0 gravity, but the push is extremely tiny and practically unnoticeable. According to the physics, expelling gas creates a tiny forward thrust, though clothes or a spacesuit trap and cancel out the force. So why couldn't you just, like, your way through space? I just let the largest forward thrust go a minute ago. The forward thrust to fart, the back thrust to pee? You gotta never trust those forward thrusts, man. Those things can go badly for you very quickly if you're not careful. Bananas are mildly radioactive due to potassium 40. Typical banana, you need millions of bananas at once for a dangerous dose. Playing like that is exactly how a rocket works. Well, it's little shards. Because if too much comes out, or gases mix, then you have a mixed thing that comes out that's not just the gas, and then everything blows up, right? I've been told that it's more like shards than blowing, because you really want to try to control the shards in a meaningful way, and just a little bit can be very, very shardy. And if you keep it clean farts, then you're good. So you're effectively trying to control the rate at which you're sharding, or I should say farting, to not shart and poop. In space, you can push off of objects like Thor's hammer. They need a reaction, mass, or propulsion entirely different from a hammer. Wait. What are you asking it? Did you just ask it if you could, like, parkour, like, wall hop off a hammer, basically? Is how much you want to expose your face to vacuum? Yeah, that's fair. I guess if we have to do any of these, long story short, we're dead. So, why don't they make the spacesuits with a little, like, optional air offlet valve? Where you could basically, like, pressurize the spacesuit, and then just, like, pss, a little bit of air out, and then propel yourself through any space, like the little psh on the spaceships. Why'd I just mount up there? Because I feel like they could do little controlled poots, right? They do have that. Do they? Because motherfuckers always talk about getting stuck in space. And I feel like getting stuck in space shouldn't be possible, because you literally just point yourself towards Earth and then give yourself a small propulsion, if that is something they have, and then you just end up going home. Some propulsion in a spacesuit works. It's like I should design these things. I swear to fucking God. Like, they could pay space designers millions upon millions, billions of dollars even, to design this shit. Or they could just consult one guy on Twitch. It's almost fucking remarkable what I can do out here in such short time. I don't even have an office to work on this, by the way. I don't even have a whiteboard or anything. Lab coat. Fucking nothing. And we're out here literally revolutionizing the space industry. No human has ever been lost in space. That they admit. That they admit. There have also never been any aliens that they tell you about. What if one day we were just vibing? They get stuck because they run out of propellant and can no longer change their direction. It's all about the Delta V. Well, so why don't they, like, pick the right direction?
Nothing can bring me down.
If they can do the math to figure out gravity and shit like that on the way up, why can't the astronaut just do the math when they're in space and then just slingshot off the gravity?
compromised.
I saw a documentary one time where they had to slingshot off of the gravity of different planets multiple times simply to get back to Earth because they were out of fuel, and they literally only had a little bit of fuel left, I believe, and they were gonna run out very soon, so they had to get themselves into the gravitational pull of certain planets and slingshot off of that gravitational pull to return home. It was a really good documentary. I believe it was from the early 2000s. It documented a few astronauts. It's a Matt Damon maneuver. Yes, they documented Matt Damon. Yes. Yes. It's so brave what he does for the country and the world. It's just
Hold on, Pat.
fucking miraculous, man. So inspirational. Regardless, why astronaut if can't do math?
There you
It's like nobody ever done a center point for years because they always rush about the property fast. Yeah, exactly. If they, listen, if we don't see them float off into space, how do we know they just didn't go home? This tag's so good? Yeah, this tag is redonkulously good. Yes, yes. It's a very smooth group. This guy knows what he's doing, and I feel like he sets up the fights extremely well and also is calming. Literally just through typing. No comms anywhere. There have been 3 people that have died in the Soyuz 11. What'd they do? Did they launch them into space? Yes. Wait, they did? So there's space bodies out there? Yo, how crazy would it be if one of them landed in Elon Musk's Tesla out there? And then we find the Tesla one day, and then one of them is just in it driving it. That would be fucking crazy. Crazy developments. Okay, interesting. Oh, wait. Not? Yes. Wait, so they were or they weren't? Yo, hear me out. Bodies got recovered. How? Well, they didn't die in space. Oh, so they were like in a spacecraft, and then basically that spacecraft was recovered, and then they were brought back type shit? Or how many people were on the spacecraft like as a whole when they ended up getting got? It's also, hear me out. It's crazy how certain groups cannot even do something as simple as that, which we just did with such ease. Walk up, use abilities at the same time, and win a fight by wiping the enemy. It's miraculous. And I think sometimes all it takes is a little bit of confidence in the tag and the commander that you're playing with, and then people start making great plays. Composition helps a whole hell of a lot too. But I like that people are just walking up and confidently throwing abilities out. It's a very, very, very large game changer, man. One of the bodies did collide with the Tesla. It'll be at orbital speed, so very messy. Cause nothing slows stuff down out there, right? There's literally like no reason for anything to slow down at all whatsoever. Unless I guess it were hit by a rock, right? Because if the rock's going this way and something was going this way and they hit it with like pew. So this first of all object of motion stays in motion. Well, unless acted on by some bullshit. But there's literally nothing out there to stop it unless there's other space junk. We should have put an Apple like AirTag on the Roadster to see where it went. Those things last forever, bro. Cause then we could have checked if it went around, or if space was just flat. We could have seen if it like popped up on the west side like it would if, you know, if we went east on Earth for a very long time. Cause technically you can go so far east that you're west now, and so far west that you're east now. So theoretically, if space is the same way, the Apple AirTag would have caught up on that. Double hop time. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Are we cooking SMC? Are we almost there? Oh, I almost have another ascended piece. Wait, we've been getting active as fuck right now, boys. 5 more mark shards, and I have yet another ascended piece. And unfortunately, we only have half an hour left until reset, and until this group comes to an end. Because this group has been pillaging. I have 237 bags right now. And I've been doing inventory management throughout the day. So it's one of the things where if you really started diving into the workings of it, let's start a quick review on reality. Well, I mean, technically, we're like completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of it all, which is cool. I fuck with that. But yeah, space is a level of vastness that I don't think any of us can really understand or comprehend whatsoever. Because it's something we will never in our lives actually see anything other than maybe our direct neighbor. In the same way that it may take the smallest, tiniest bug in the soil its entire lifespan to travel what would be the equivalent of down the street for us. It's interesting when you really think about it. Like, very, very, very interesting. How there's just something that can be so close for certain things, yet so far away for others. One of my favorite sci-fi things is the Infinite Verbal Drive from Hitchhiker's Guide. I need more full ski for this. Which at least the infinity of space. I mean, is it technically infinity, or are we just too small to comprehend that level of scale? Is infinity a thing, or is infinity just us saying, I don't know how big that is because I'm too small to see it? And I feel like infinite is truly just we haven't experienced the end of it yet because we can't physically get to that part. It's time to craft a heavy Lego set. Wait a minute. Legos, you say? For more sources of space that immigrate sand on Earth, including under the ocean, and you turn to the stars and the possibility to have multiple planets around it. Yeah, because each star is a motherfucking sun type shit. It's not even like each star is a planet. Each star is like sun levels of shit. You're the one that takes you to a completely random place in space and time, which they're infinite of. End up on a planet Meteor. Yeah, I mean, theoretically. Theoretically. And a bunch of, like, cake people. Yeah, it's like the Rick and Morty interdimensional cable. With, like, the world where everybody's chairs type shit. So infinitely possible and infinitely improbable.
I could use a hand over here.
And yet, here people are. Being afraid to hop into world versus world. Because Raw's Rest is just a little bit better than they are. Really puts it into perspective how some people manage to be absolute bitches when we have no reason to do so. Huh. We are but a speck of cosmic dust, and some of y'all find ways to be absolutely intolerable specks of cosmic dust, my boys, let me tell you what. None of you guys, none of you guys. Just some other people. Some other people. You guys are the best. Every single one of you. I love you guys. But man, oh man, some people really find ways to be some pretty douchey specks of dust. Boop. Needed my ages up. Thank you very much. There's also, hear me out, start now if you really doubt me because you might be at it for a while. But there is technically, on like a subatomic level, still the tiniest bit of space between your hand and your desk and everything that you are touching. Collision still technically has some space. So theoretically speaking, you could take your hand and you could slam it on your desk enough times, and then eventually your hand will just go through your desk because everything will just pass off of each other all nice and peachy. Probably not gonna happen smoothly or quickly, but according to the laws of physics, it could happen where your hand just boom, kill it like a dog. Just shoots right through. Just throw that out there. Bro, I need this world versus world reset. Come, bro, I'm stretching! Oh my god, he picks the worst times to move. Unironically, the worst times to move. I wanted to get a quick stretch in. I care about my ergonomics, my posture, all of that. I cannot allow myself to be super lazy. I cannot be sedentary. My hand's kind of crampy. All this pumping, bro, I won't lie. I won't lie, it's got me cramping up. Carpal tunnel's hitting type shit. Ron, what the hell is this? Ron, I don't even know what this is. What do you feel that's one of your top clips? I don't know what it is, but it's probably not the worst. I'm sure there are worse out there regardless of whatever that may be. I don't watch my own content, by the way. This is dog shit. You think I would spend my time watching my content? Come on. Come on. Come on. I've got a Courage JD stream to watch, buddy. Golly. Golly. Also, hello to any Courage JDs in the chat. I don't know why Courage JD just popped into my head there. I was gonna say Tyler Blevins. But immediately I was like, oh. Odd urge to say Courage JD. It's a name I haven't heard in a hot second. Bomb hard. On the gate. Or what we doing here, Mr. Tagman? What we on? I'm extremely ready if you're ready. I think he's ready. I don't think... Okay, nothing's happening there. Yep. I'm here. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're good. Go through them, he says. Do we have... Oh, they're upstairs. Oh, we might have something good up here, boys. We might have something very good up here. In we go. Our tail is not the longest right now, which is, I think, very good. He does a good job of waiting, making sure that everybody's here before we go in. Turn.
Nothing can bring me down.
Come on. Come on. Everybody back. Everybody back. They're gonna jump down and then we're gonna have to turn on it, huh? Or what we on? I don't think they're here anymore, are they? They all dropped. If I were them, where would I have gone? My good man. My good man. Shirley Green just sits here for this, right? My brothers, it is a pleasure to see you all on this fine day. I appreciate you hanging around and being a part of this. It's something that I genuinely couldn't do without y'all. They're on the turn? Oh no. Oh no. We're gonna have to explain that to the judge, bucko. I think we still got the fight though, I'm not gonna lie. This commander is somehow running a pug stack better than most people run a full guild stack. This guy's actually cooking. I'm not even gonna lie, this is really impressive. Such a good commander. Very, 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 very good commander. I'm not even gonna lie, man. I have been quite impressed, if I'm being honest. He is getting us a lot of kills, a ton of bags. He's keeping everybody safe. His pacing in these fights is phenomenal. This guy's good. This guy's good. This commander's lit? Yeah. Yeah. I would run with this dude like 7 days out of the week if I'm being completely real. This man knows his shit very, very, very well. It's just his pacing is so good, I think. Outside of anything else, how he paces his time to group up, waiting for the tail, knowing when his tail is too long. Like, he's doing that so fucking well. If I'm being completely real, it's really cool. It's really cool to see. And again, this is without a big guild group on his end. This is without any of that. He on a Berserker too? Yeah, he plays Berserker. Yeah. He's a fucking Chad, bro. Go to the good bed. I know, I want to go smoke a Volsky before reset, because when reset happens, we got to be on our game. Hold on, I'm going to ask if he's tagging up after reset.
Nothing can bring me down.
I want to try to see when this guy's tagging up again. Hold on. Whoops. Oh my god. Alright, hold on, I'm coming.
Stand your ground.
I'm coming. Still a Tymander? Yes. Yes, and he is absolutely in Zato style. Very good commander. Like, really good. I'm taking little, like, mental notes along the way about his pacing. And there are times where he'll be walking in and he just stops. And he's like, everybody get over here. The tail's far too long. Please, for the love of God. Everybody pull up. And he does a really good job of getting people, you know, together. Which I think is, you know, the #1 thing. He makes sure that the ball is completely compact before we move forward. And that alone, I think, is a large game changer for these fights that so many other groups aren't willing to do. We also just have so many people. Once we organize the number of people that we have in any way, shape, or form, bro, it's just... What do you do against this? Like, genuinely, what do you do against this? I don't think you do. I think you don't. I think you just exist in a very sad way. And you don't really have much of a counterplay. You don't really have much of an option. You just kind of have to accept the fact that you are getting run over by a very large Zerg that is all put together very thoroughly.
I did that.
This is crazy. I would also like to say I'm solo stabbing for my group, and our stab feels absolutely beautiful. Wait, never mind, we have a DH. Never mind. Granted. I think I'm still like 99% of our stab. Oh my god, we're just bouncing back and forth right now. We're literally just popping back and forth between green and red, trying to claim bodies when we can. Bro, this shit's crazy. These fights are wild. We're like that one Spurs fan that's just going around wreaking havoc on everybody around us, bro. We're throwing out punches in every single direction, and everybody just falls as soon as we start throwing our punches. It is remarkable. Remarkable. And my bags are about to be cooked. I'm predicting very much trouble for my bags. I'm not gonna cap here, then break for reset. My fucking goat. My actual fucking goat. This is real nice. This is real nice. Wait, Farley. Wait, that's Carl Franz. Oh shit, that's not Farrell Kranz, that's Carl Franz. Oh shit. I thought that was ours. Oh my goodness gracious. I literally thought that was ours. I'm being led astray from this. These poor greens. Guys, that is not... I don't think this is where you want to be right now, green. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I just... Woo! More bags?
You can't stop me.
Thank you, Red. Thank you, Red. We appreciate you, Red. Yum, 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 yum. I don't think they're gonna follow us in. I won't lie. I don't think I think they're gonna run very quickly. Yeah. 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 I don't even think they're trying to, like, pull around here. We bomb here. We'll get everything up in place right now. And then we'll make sure that everybody has what they need. And I think we just happen to win here. I'm like 99% sure, bro. This shit's just... Our group's nuts. Our group's nuts. This is probably one of the better punk groups that I played in. Like the entire existence of us in World vs. World so far. This is probably one of the better punk groups we've been in. This shit is just absolutely stinky, man. I feel so... I don't know, chunky as a part of this clump. Especially supporting this clump. It feels like we actually have the girth and the movement to do something with all the support. Instead of just ending up in a spot where I throw support out on people that aren't doing anything with it, or heaven forbid I throw support out on people that are literally fucking dead. Oh. I tried that shit. I tried it. I was feeling a little confident there, feeling a little excited. Girth is king. Listen, size doesn't matter, but girth sure does, brother. Come. We go. We capture keep. We get Mark Shard. And then I'm 4 away from Ascended Piece. I'm getting really close to full Ascended. I will say, like, did they repair the gate? Those motherfuckers.
Nothing can bring me down.
They didn't. Bro, that's so toxic. That's actually so fucking toxic. Why would they ever do that shit? They did not have to repair that.
This is my round.
They didn't have to do that. That wasn't necessary.
I like it.
That wasn't something that had to be done. They made Hot Bod Slayer put on some clothes. That's how down bad it is. That's how rude what they've just done is. Oh. Oh. Mayhaps a wall? Never mind. Never mind. Everything's just done. I think it's all just dead. And I don't think we're getting back in. We just take SMC. I think that's it. Can we get back in? At this point? Because I think they repaired everything, no? Like 99% sure they repaired everything? Or do we have a wall somewhere that's open? Can I mount up and then use like my 4 or some bullshit? For this? Isn't it like... Protect the scent of nearby enemies. How long does that last? Does that pulse a couple times? Because that's actually kind of OP. Oh, and I can do that to find damage gates and shit on the map. Okay, wait, that's kind of sick. Although this is just damaged and those are not completely knocked down. That's kind of dope utility though. Does that ping that for everybody? Or does that only ping for the person that did it? Because I'd feel kind of bad if I just spam pinged everybody with that. But the utility on that is fucking huge in the first place. Just knowing what's already damaged and what's not, kind of nice. And I don't think we're getting pushed from the back here. No. No, unfortunately, looks like it's gonna be pretty chill out here. Oh, motherfucker, I have 3 mats. I was hoping to take these home with me. I wanted to have a little souvenir, a little keepsake type shit. I just wanted to vibe. Just wanted to rock a little bit. Ay. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm just gonna sit here and auto attack. And then I heal. And then everything's okay. Nobody gets knocked down. Nobody dies. Everything's fine. My group's okay. R.I.P. Helen. Helen might have died a little fast. I unfortunately think whoever Helen is, I don't know where they... Oh. Yeah, you really hate to see that on the backside. There was absolutely nothing that I could have done at any point in time along the way. And I hate to see that happen. Wait. I'm 272 already. I feel like I'm kind of flying, no? Like, I feel like we are unironically thumbing at 272. I feel like I just hit 200 relatively recently, like this week, no? Like, I feel as though I'm very quickly blasting further than I expected to. I also need more heroic boosters. I did use all of those, which might be... Oh! This. Greater Call to Miss with a World XP reward. That... Oh, shit. Oh, no. I wasn't paying attention. I'll be completely real.
I'm neither here nor there.
I'll be real. I was fucking around. I was doing some bullshit. I was just vibing. That's my bad. That's my bad. That's on me. I was just trying to exist a little bit. And then we get back in. I think they literally don't have enough to stop us from hitting Lord. I think we have 47 people here that are pretty much all supported. And I don't really think we have to give them any frame of mind. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they just end up coming and walking our shit down. But something tells me we're probably just peachy where we're at. And I don't think we die. Just gonna have to walk in. Like, we have too much healing. They're not able to do anything. We just keep stab up. And then nobody can come in, because if they come in, they just instantly die. Okay, I come. I'm here. We're here. How do they not get out of that in time? Like, how do they get run over just in general there? Without getting off the goddamn train tracks in time. I don't quite get that side of it. We gave them so much of a heads up. Ain't no way we're getting bombarded. Ain't no fucking way. This is unironically crazy. Queued for EVG, did you medicine deadly fractals, still in queue for EVG. Well, that queue is gonna reset soon, let me tell you what. That queue is gonna reset in about 10 minutes. Actually, probably less than that. I would be willing to guess that we get kicked out probably within 5 minutes and have the full reset for the week. So everybody will be going to Lion's Arch. And then we'll be avoiding all responsibilities there for as long as humanly possible. Can we make it over here? I think we just killed Lord. Is it 47%? And I feel like we should probably just go for that. But they're not gonna have stab, are they? Oh, they did. That's tragic. That is a goddamn shame. All right, I'd like to go kill the Lord, please. I think I'd like to maybe get a little active over here. Like, everybody's dead. There's certainly no way that they're able to come back in while losing this many people, no? Because we haven't lost anybody. Actually, we've lost 2 people. No, they teleported out. They literally went offline. We haven't lost anybody this entire time. And both red and green are losing effectively all of their people. And I'm not quite certain what else they can be trying to accomplish here. And I really just want this SMC cap before we get kicked out of World vs. World, because I feel like we're not going to get it. I think they're gonna stall it out too much. We only have a few more minutes before we get kicked. No, we must stay! Oh no. Oh no. We're up though. Everything's fine. Okay, we turn back. We turn back. Turn? Yeah. I'm learning. I'm learning what you like to do, Mr. Cheesecake. I know what you got going on, big dog. And now we certainly lord. And we get the kill so I can go fill up my water before this reset, right? Chat, who's hopping into World vs. World on reset? In what Borderland should we go to? Because I personally have no clue who's tagging up, who's doing what, who's doing anything. I just exist. I simply just exist. Let's not do desert. That's fair. Whoever Cheesecake is at. Cheesecake isn't tagging. Cheesecake is going to Woso in houses, which I'd like to get a group together to go to Woso in houses. I think it's a thing they're regularly doing. And I'd like to start bringing some of our guys over there to get runs with them. I believe they're going to start doing it every Friday. So we can start to make that a normal thing that we're planning on as well. I think they just do it right around reset. So we'll have to plan around that a little bit, but coming ready. Just make sure you're ready for the reset. Because right now, none of this matters. All that matters is that we can't fucking kill our goddamn lord over here. I don't think we're getting this cap. I don't see it happening in time. They're bringing too many respawns back in already. We might not be able to do it. And my 100 damage at a time is not going to be the catalyst of it. Okay, we might be able to. They're backing off a little bit on the backside. If Lord goes down, we still have time to cap. But I don't know if this ginger fuck is going down. I don't see it happening. We're gonna have to push this red group out. Green has nothing left. So green's not a large concern in my opinion. Is that the healing mist thing? So that just pops up and gives green the healing mist whenever they're within it. Other than that, it does absolutely nothing. This is... okay. Okay, let's go. We have triple what they have. I want this shard so badly. It goes down here, and then all we have to do is clear them off and hold the circle. We just spread out in the circle and we cook literally everybody. Can we not cap it if it's contested at all? Like, we have to have this completely clear? Can you cap in 3 minutes? I hope, but goddamn, wait. So we have to have every single one of them off of the point to cap it? This is gonna be a chore. Unironically, this is gonna be a chore.
Need help here.
I don't know that we have enough to like not have them stagger in. There are just too many. And they can dip off the point as soon as we go over. No one in circle, green can res Lord still. And the Lord comes back after a certain amount of time, right? If we just don't capture it, the Lord will fucking respawn. Yeah, this is cooked. This is actually cooked. I'm shocked they don't have a point algorithm where it's like if we have 5 people on and you have 3 people on, we generate tick as the 5 instead of the 3. That was one thing New World did really well, where you physically had to have like more people on point than the other side. Otherwise, you weren't going to generate any tick on that point. And if you were a defender and you weren't stepping on with a lot of your people, then you were gonna get cooked. If there's no one on and you stand on the ticker, it goes quicker. If there's no one on, sure. But if you just have one person that kind of like chain steps on, realistically, they could hold this, even they're wiping just from having one person on one side step in. And then just alternating that back and forth and back and forth. And then here, green's out, but red steps in against us. So now we have to deal with getting red out, and then by the time we get red out, green's gonna come back in. We have a bit of an impasse. A bit of an impasse. Is that an Astor? I would say it's hard with objectives, especially if this is the same thing that they had us, you know, 13 plus years ago during the launch of the game.
Getting healthy.
It's hard to have. Wait. Red's ticking it right now. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's time to party, boys. Because we have literally 1 minute left to cap, I think. Rules world functionality has functionally no changes since launch. Oh, word. So, I mean, maybe a point algorithm. I don't think they'd redo it at this point. But, like, I don't know, maybe with Guild Wars 3, they actually have something like that for a tick algorithm where if Group 1 has more than, you know, if offense has more than defense, the offense generates tick regardless. Because you can just, like, step barely on point, generate a little baby bit of tick, and then call that good. And, like, the hold on this is so crazy right now. We have such a commanding presence here, but we just can't push them fully off quite enough to get it to flip. We're so close. Come on, baby! Oh my god. Dude, it's these guys on the back. Literally right on the back here.
Concentration.
Come on! We're almost there. It's so close. It's so close. Show me that beautiful, glorious blue circle. Oh my god, dude. I need to, like, sit back here and hold them off. Come on. We're so close. We got it! Oh my god, I hate it here. Holy shit. Holy fucking hell, that was so much more difficult than it needed to be. That should have been so much faster. Less than a minute to spare. Absolutely redonkulous. Alright, we out. Leave squad. He's calling it. I'm going to get a Rapinski in before this. And we've got to get ready for reset because this is about to be a chaotic reset. That was a phenomenal run from the boys. And may we be blessed in our next reroll. Boys, I'll be right back. Un momento. And then we bump. Good day, citizens. We're up tremendous. Don't think there's been a week where choose map on time. Did it already happen? I just went to smoke. I was just having a good ass time. Where are we going? Maybe blue. Oh. Blue. Let's try blue. I want to try to go blue. And we'll see what's happening there. Does the utility primer work with boosts to make them longer? No, not boosts. Not boosts. I got an EBG. I mean, I'll queue for whatever. I don't mind. Like, I genuinely don't mind waiting. I'm gonna queue up. I queued up blue for right now. Queue Yolan. I want Lugardus. Cause Yolan's green. Yolan's green. I'm going... Wait, looks like Life is going GBL. Oh, let's go green then. Let's support Life. Hold on. Alright, let's do that. Because we can run with Life Tag when we get in there, and then people can just join whatever.
Excelsior.
Which we would have heard that like 5 minutes ago. But we can go green to support them. And in the meantime, I can organize my inventory a little bit. Because I got punished a little bit from that, that massive amount of PvP that we hit. I got a lot of shit. I got a whole lot of shit. And I don't know if it's all good. Life is on red. What? Bruh. Are they staying red? Wait a minute. Contra! Life was on green. Think they swapped. Okay, well, go red then. Who's their tag? All I know is their comments here. Alright. Follow them. I guess it's red. I don't know, man. This is chaos. This is why I want to start coordinating with somebody. And try to figure out, like, what we can do for reset plans. Central Optics. He's doing in-houses. They're not even doing WVW. I do want to start making it to those in-houses, though. I was saying I want to bring a group of people through and, like, get, you know, get our people that really want to learn into some in-house scenarios. We've been trying to sort it out for, like, you know, in guild hall on our end stuff as well, but the fact that they have it all set up already, you know, being able to attend that shit, obviously largely advantageous. In-house is a good part of World vs. World. Oh yeah, we every Friday night when we were in Ashes of Creation, we would do our scrim nights, we called them. Excuse me. It's an EOTM. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But yeah, every Friday night we would do scrims, and basically we would have, like, we would just host it kind of similar to EOTM, but we didn't have an EOTM. So we would go to a part of the world and we would basically bring a caravan out, and people would opt in to attack and defend. So we'd set up a bunch of different teams and shit. So it was fun. What's EOTM? Edge of the Mist. Over on this side. So people will sometimes use Edge of the Mist so they can scrim along the way and do, like, in-houses and whatnot. You can go there, roll and queue and watch. I might be able to get reps in at this point in time. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Might be able to actually spend some time pumping. Is my bag down here full? It is not. That gets destroyed. You get opened. And then... Okay. Sorry, hold on. I just wanna... Wait. Permanent portable provisioner. Wait, this is actually absurd. I just buy this shit whenever? Because this is kind of wild. This was a gold for me to get as well. turrets. Deploy a sentry turret on the map. How many turrets can I have? Because that's kind of sick. Supply removal trap. We're green this time? Yeah, we're green. We're trying to figure out where life is. Because we can run with them and then get some reps in. And if I'm being honest, that is the primary focus right now is repetitions, repetitions, repetitions. I do have more statuettes as well. And these I've been using for heroic boost. No, Black Lion boosters. Where was I getting my heroic boosters from? Oh, I spent gems on them. Right, that makes sense. Oh, grenade. I think it was grenade that was asking about the primers, by the way. Utility primers only work on your direct utility, so like your maintenance oil or your sharpening stone or whatever you run, or your food directly. So like boosters and shit, it does not extend those. That would be strong, and I would like that a whole lot. Unfortunately, we're down bad and will forever be poor with that. And there are like perm boosters, but you actually have to complete content for them, which is crazy. I know, absolutely wild. Want to get permanent boost, permanent primers, or not perm prime. Sorry, I meant perm primers, not perm boosters. I'm stupid as well right now. The Bolski got me there, in many words. There are perm primers that you can get, and you get those through WVW or Raid, and then those can effectively give you 12-hour buffs for your food and your utility all the time. But life is rolling out of Red Borderland. Okay, we're 15th right now. But yes, perm primers from Raid on. Yeah. No. I know what you meant. I know what you meant. Let's see. Is there a vendor out here that would have the perm primer? Chat, do any of you have a perm primer? It is one of... That's a banker. World Ability Master, not you. That's cultural armor. Hero challenges. Is it Dugan? Because those are the lockbox keys. Yeah, here. Infinite utility and infinite metabolic primer. So you need 6,000 World vs. World Skirmish claim tickets, 10,000 badges, 50 emblems of the Avenger, and then 10 emblems of the Conqueror. You can also get them from raids. So many skirmish claim tickets. A lot of skirmish claim tickets. Yes. And I don't know that there's a way for us to get these other than playing a shitload of World vs. World and completing the skirmishes themselves. So I think it's just time, basically. You just have to get in and you have to complete all of your chests and complete skirmishes themselves and get pips. If you focus it, you can make about 1,000 tickets a week, which takes 14 hours of play. Oh, well, I probably do that in like 2 days in terms of my World vs. World then, in all fairness. But those are coming from these chests, basically, along the way, right? Is there any other source? Because your pips go towards leveling these chests. So every single week, you want to make sure that you're at bare minimum getting through Diamond 6, and Diamond is repeatable. So, only from chests and weeklies, 1 per capture. Interesting. Interesting.
I know your face.
Yeah, so you want to make sure at the bare minimum that you're leveling your chests all the way each week. Can't make more than 1,000 because you run chess and repeat chess. Okay. No UTM is cool in here. You guys are gonna touch me. Hold on. I'll go peep. What's going on in here? I'm 12th now. I'd craft the Warbringer first with those tickets. What's the Warbringer? What's that thingy? Is it a legendary? Leggy backpack. Bro, I'll be real. I think I would rather have permanent primers than have a legendary backpack.
Stand your ground.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Oh, that was Tyler. Where the hell did you go? Are they over here? So what do they do? Just set up on teams and then just run it down? Just general scrim type shit? Hold on, let me peep my head in. He fell? I think his Q popped. If you're only playing support, no point in getting a Lego pack. Yeah, I mean, honestly, for right now, I'm just working on Ascended gear for everything, like main build. In queue at the moment for Red BL. Was gonna peep that and see how it was. I have +2 right here. I could slam for that. I think I'm like 12th in queue. We could blast. What teams? So they have switching specs. Come to blue team. Blue team. All right, bet. We're up tremendous. And down we go. All right, so as soon as my Q pops, I must hit the dip set. But
Then offense.
But until then, we blast. And a lark in there comes. Oh god. I hate joining Cord. This is so terrible. This one.
Okay, I guess I'm staying on me. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Should I be running what? Outgoing healing food? Or
Lumi, yeah.
Me just realizing motherfuckers are running food for scrims. I'm assuming because of copper, we run it all the time. Literally limited for frags. Not gonna be fused up for a while. I mean, so realistically though, for fractals, I do have. Hear me out. I have no power in the set, but I do have 121 agony res already, so that's not the worst. Thought about side fusions. Oh, okay. So on top of that, for this set, I have pretty much all Ascended Plus, which I worked hard for this. Most of it, actually. So I'm mostly set up here. And then in terms of jewelry itself, if I needed to re-roll anything, I don't mind playing with exotic. Like my PvE set right now is exotic shit. And it, you know, it is what it is. Oh, excuse me. Like I definitely, if I switch specs, I'll definitely have to recoup some of the losses from some Ascended shit. But it's also like, it's all re-rollable, I guess, at the end of the day. If I decided that I wanted to scrap Lumi entirely, I could just re-roll my Ascended pieces. It's a little bit more tedious, But I don't really think it's that expensive, you know what I mean? But I'll be standing on a corner with the sign will suck for Grandmaster marks. Bro, I am 4 Grandmaster marks away from my next incentive piece. How does that you? Oh shit!
Just hitting bomb this.
Oh my god, I was not paying attention whatsoever.
Push in, push in, push. Sit. I'm gonna hold
I literally was
up in
not
here.
paying
I'm gonna have a
attention.
block, and we're gonna actually kite this side. I got blocks.
Coming back.
Kite a little bit. All right, hit on right. We got to hit.
Down to front.
We're slightly cooked.
Banner hit.
Nice. We gotta kite out a little bit. Lead now. Turn.
Yeah, we need heals.
Yeah.
That's tragic.
We're shot on heals.
Fine.
I put my work in. I probably
You
put
sure
my
did.
foot in.
Just respawn.
That's a shame.
Who's swapping?
You're getting 2 druids.
2 druids.
That'll fix everything up.
This is not a safe place to.
So do we just have to like... In terms of that fight, was it just being able to stand and brawl that we missed out on effectively? Oh, we have to re-up every time. Oopsie daisy. Because it seems like they were saying we were down heals there, which... I don't know what the other comp has. But I can also try to make sure that I'm using my regens a little bit better. Because if they have 2 druids... I only see 1 druid over there, so I don't know what their second heal would necessarily be. Unless they have another one up. How could I heal more if we're having healing problems? Is some guild hall shit? We have an arena in the guild hall, but this is basically just an open arena in Edge of the Mist. So it's a little overflow area for World vs. World, but not a lot of people come out here. So sometimes people get together and run scrims. And then Woso hosts like in-houses. I think they do them every Friday. So we're gonna start bringing people out here, and I figured I was in queue, so I'd pop out. They'd invited us to come through, but we already had plans to play the reset. So I want to, in future weeks, link up with these guys, because it's really good repetitions to be getting, especially on a more like organized level, to be able to show up with, you know, a few of our people and try to get some of these, you know, some of these meaningful reps in, which is what this is about. So funniest thing is I'd been planning to set up in our guild hall like in-houses for us. And if we can get both of these kind of like working synonymously, where we just show up to established in-houses and we can get our people some reps along the way, I think that in itself is a very big thing for us to try to shoot for. So we'll get some reps here as soon as World vs. World queue pops generously for me. I'll unfortunately be dipping out to peep it there. Wait, what? The fuck? Is that like the spectator perms, or what the hell is that? Charisma, what are you on? What the fuck is this? Scaring me. I'm standing still. Yo, can you death touch this mob for me real quick? Sorry. My bad. My bad, that's on me entirely.
That's what I was gonna swap when I got in. Yeah, I'm gonna take both.
Okay, they're still shooting shit. They're still shooting shit. Happens a lot. Is it just on my end? Or is it on his end as well? Like, is he in the sky on his screen? I shall.
Whatchamacallits though?
Druid.
Druids.
I shall start us out. I shall start us out.
I can do Torch and Wyvern.
See, this is where it starts to get like coordinated between supports as well. In terms of like when first stab goes out, second stab goes out, etc. This is like the sync up where we have to bury the stab as well. So once we start this fight, I want to immediately get the stab stack in and then buried. So that way it's harder to strip and we have more buffs on top of it. And then we want to try to maintain our stability at all points in time.
Firefield.
430. No ethereals, please. Alright, let's move forward. I'm gonna try to spear this guy. Alright. Oh, went for that. Sorry. Go through. My bad. That was totally my bad. I have blocked.
I dropped a shadow. My shadow.
Drop balls on them here. As they're walking into us.
I got pulled in. I'm teleporting to stack. I'm back to stack.
We got stack.
I'm up.
I got knock.
I leap in.
Yep. Coming in.
Pull.
Keep on in.
Restack.
Hold here.
Target in the back.
I'm gonna channel blocks here. Keep on pushing. 3, 2, 1. Push.
Down to the stack. Down to the
Yeah. Just edge. Get out of that edge. Here we go. I'm down. Beautiful. Push in on that down.
Good wall behind that.
SR's back up.
Y'all didn't trust the heals
did it,
by the way.
boys.
Y'all did not trust the heals for him.
We did it.
Work.
I'm still slow, but we did it.
I
I'm
had
so
like
tremendous.
on my Ellie.
I actually felt like I wasn't dog shit there.
No one trusted it. You just gotta test shit out, and if
I felt like that wasn't the worst possible outcome. I don't think I let stab drop, which is good. As long as stab doesn't drop for the group, we're absolutely fine. I just feel like I could probably spend a few more seconds in Forge, and I would get a little bit more uptime out of my weapon abilities. I got into a couple seconds where I was just autoing because I had rotated through and I was on a weapon swap coolie still. But other than that, that actually went far better, than I thought it was going to. I figured I was just gonna get insta-stripped and cooked. I had to lock the fuck in for that. My goal was legitimately just listen as much as possible. Oh shit, why are we pre-buffing? What we doing here? What the dog doing?
2.
Going to 2.
Oh. Hold on.
We're going at 2.
Yep.
Alright.
Oh. So like 2-0. That makes sense.
Don't drop rifle 5 or rifle 3 on our field.
We're gonna leap onto their head right through this veil. Veil and leap onto them. Veil and leap. Blocks up. Come through. Hold.
Down in the back.
We're in the back.
He's dead. You're good.
Get out of the bubble. Just get on this guy to the bubble. Get this res. Alright, we're fine. Alright, we're gonna push in 3, 2, 1. Push. Get on the turret. Keep on moving in. Don't let them fight this for days.
Slightly less than I
His illusion. The I shadow
Check this out a little bit. Res.
That's not
Big
good.
res. Big res.
That's not ideal.
Yeah.
They booped us, boys. Step 2, blast the firefields on start.
Yeah, they had 2 good spikes.
Do I want... Excuse me. I want to blast because that gives might, right? So I can pre-cook staff 2 when we go in on the fire fields. Should I not drop my 3 for the super speed when we go in then? Because that'll override it with a light field. To make sure that we get the fire fields out.
I'm gonna try Sanctuary.
Don't drop your 3. Okay, save that for when we're in a little bit more. Noted. So at the start, just let fire fields go. Basically stab 2 empower to bury my stab, and then 3 once we actually get in, so then I can have my light field for the cleanses and whatnot when we get in. Dude, my voice is cooked. Oh god, I need my tea tonight or I'm gonna get on stream tomorrow not having a voice. It's just getting worse. Caster 3 in the stack until like 10 seconds before the round's gonna start. Okay, and basically just stack up stab. Right.
Then they're gonna stop moving and like gather themselves.
First engage is all about hitting as hard as possible, then recover.
I want to wells that.
Okay, so basically save as much as I possibly can for first engage and then save for a regroup. So when that first engage hits, I want to be able to have like my hollow ground out on the engage. I want to be able to have symbol of swiftness out on that, so we get the super speed and we get the swiftness coming out of it. But I also want to keep our swiftness going, you know, prior to that type shit. Makes sense. Makes sense. Makes sense. You really want to have like everything going.
Let's move in. Let's get a veil now. Veil early. Just sit here, hold. Just turn and bomb this. Wells are stacked. Wells them and push into it. Wells them and push in. Just hold here. We're gonna continue to push in 3, 2, 1. Get on top.
I'm moving in.
Oh,
that's not good.
Oh,
God.
Keep on going.
No!
Popping and going, trying to get refresh.
Not like this. That's so tragic.
Slide right.
3 of us got cooked right off rip. I think we got slightly too far there. That's so sad. 37 resistance is the most impactful stability. Yeah. I tried to get that out as much as possible. So like stand your ground being my kind of like my longer lasting intro. And then I try to cover that. And then depending on like if we're actually engaging, I try to have R ready as soon as we go into the engage. After the R's out, since that gives Aegis, I try to have Mace out, drop my 2. As soon as Aegis goes down, throw out my 3, Aegis goes down, throw out my 4, or my mouse 5. And then whenever I need it, Shield of Absorption, so that way I can absorb projectiles, and all of that reduces R cooldown, and then basically protect stability, and then fill any refreshes, ideally over here. Is more or less the mentality. Sometimes it doesn't go the best. But, more or less the mentality there. Q position 5. Excuse me, oh my god, my voice. I might actually, like, die. I might get cooked.
I guess the warriors can do
one out of it.
A decent amount with hammer if they can.
You rat bastard. I need you to leave.
Hey, it's a fast timer with 2 minutes. Let's see.
You good? Me? Oh yeah, I just talk too much. Part of the reason why my
10 seconds out.
Why my voice, or why I try to like basically limit how much I stream, so to say, is because I will legitimately lose my voice.
Get a veil.
If I stream too much.
Kite a little bit. And we're gonna turn and wells into them and push. Wells and push.
So like there, yeah, I wanted to make sure that I had my R up for the actual fight.
And I'm gonna have block.
Down on right side, down.
I'm dying.
Block this up. We need res. I will. So much faster.
And I want to try to get that up as quickly as I possibly can.
Stuck in front. I'm down. I'm down. I'm up. Coming second.
Backline.
Pushing to the right side.
Then we get that back up. It's off coolly.
We're gonna get back in on them. You guys wanted to in. Let's get in on this. CC out now. Right for a second.
That's tragic.
5.
What the hell is this? Scrimsden.
Turn in 3.
These are Woso scrims.
Last ditch effort. Wells.
These are beautiful little scrimsy whimsies. They have 15v15s.
Nothing.
They run these every Friday.
We're missing a lack of strip.
And we also
we're missing a huge lack of strip.
We also want to get ourselves active with these on our end, because we can host these not only here, but we can also put these out in our guild hall itself. So once we get the guild hall upgraded and running, technically we have this right now, but we need to organize enough people first things first to get these. But they have 15v15. We could easily start with 10v10s in-house for cats, do a little bit more intro level, and then also show up to these, which they run these weekly, and get actual meaningful reps here, use these for VOD reviews so people can figure out what they're doing. So this is, I think, a very good learning opportunity and why, you know, as it is in so many other games, why you have groups that just play a little bit more cohesively and stand out among some, you know, some comparisons. Where my strip boys at? Bro, I feel bad whenever the group's having a comp issue because I'm just like, yeah, that's on you guys, man. That's for you guys to sort out. I always feel so bad. I'm like, I'm actually zero help whatsoever. I'm like, I provide stability.
Not me.
That's it.
I'm gonna go for 400.
I don't know about anybody else.
I provide okay stability
should be a lot
at
harder now,
great
though.
prices.
You went
We're
from 2
zooming.
to 5 strips now, boss.
We're zooming.
Are we gonna try and dodge at the beginning, or are we going in? Or
You said,
Bro, we have
said
5
4?
strips now.
Yeah, 400.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, try to slam, but it just hasn't felt like we've really been able to connect on a first hit.
yeah, whatever you think. Well, I just want to make sure I get it right. That's all.
In we go.
All right, let's get a Veiler early. No. And we're just gonna push in and just try to nuke this on the right. And then Wells where they land. 3, 2, 1, Wells. Yep. Go. Push blocks out. Get on top of this. We're gonna push in again. 3, 2, 1. Get in on this. Come on.
Yeah, the
Come on.
strip difference
Yeah,
is
we got
him. These
kinda
Jeeps.
crazy.
I'm down.
I'm holding buff.
Blocking. I got blocked.
Buses up.
I'm gonna RF and. All right, get this res. We're gonna kite a little bit. Kite. Turn.
Oh, no.
Or block us out.
Not like this.
Push.
Not like this.
Push.
Bro, honestly,
Hold here.
I've waited in this
that
queue
was
quite some
IOL.
time,
Shit.
but these are great reps. These are amazing reps.
Take this.
First
You got
engage
time?
was a lack
I can see everything!
First engage was better.
What are we getting melted by?
I feel like I'm beefy.
So melted.
I don't know if I'm letting my entire group down and everybody feels like I'm dog shit, but
Spellbreakers and Reapers, and 1 untamed.
It looks like just
all right.
meta damage.
Later, Dusty.
Appreciate you guys. I'll pop back in if this is dead because I'm not through another queue. So if this ends up being dog shit, I'll pop back through. I appreciate you guys.
Sounds good, dude.
Later. I'm gonna VOD review the ever-loving fuck out of those reps. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I am going to destroy those VODs. We need 5 stars for 15 people. You know boons are out of control. Keep in mind, though, those 5 strips are also dealing with, out of those 15 people, like 9 supports, you know? It's a certain level of, oh my god, holy shit, what is going on here? There are so many boons everywhere. Oh my god, we're green now. Hold on. Slash squad. Meow. We're up, boys. We're up. The cats are starting to roll in for life. So we're to be green. Bro, it's foreign. I don't wait. We've been blue for what, some time now, yeah? Like, I think multiple weeks. It feels odd. I don't know that I like it. Oh, hell yeah, Shrimpy. Oh, the boys are rolling in deep right now. This is beautiful. Being green feels weird. Dude, it's strange, and I don't know that I like it. And I don't know what to do with my hands. Nothing really feels natural in the way that it should. We did it, chat is crazy. Oh my god, look at all of us rolling in. Holy shit, wait. Q3? Brother, we're about to be rolling deep. I'm gonna have to negotiate with Carla for an extra 15 minutes of game time. Because we're supposed to watch the Avatar movie, the new Last Airbender movie tonight. And I'm super excited for that. But let me tell you, these reps might be good. Oh, this is a new team, right? Hi, new friends. Oh my goodness. Look at them all. They're going crazy. There's Shield and there's Chicken and there are Chips. I think these are our new friends. Luke Gardis Conservatory. Golly, this just feels fresh. This feels very fresh. Is it out? Yeah, went to streaming literally today. Literally today. Shit was good. They were on Moogaloo before I joined with the guild. Oh, really? Seems like a good fight already. They're a little bit spread, but they play very bally. It looks like they have good strips, or we just have not the greatest support right now, because they just kind of like balled and swarmed forward and then kept taking the space off of that. So I think we're gonna have to try to kind of like get them moving forward and then wrap around and eat their tail a little bit if they present it, because they were a little bit split. On my way there. Blast it, brother. Blast it. You wake up at 10 anyways? Excuse me. I wake up at 10:30. Put respect on my name. The fuck, I work hard to be able to sleep in, bitch. I wasn't there for that fight. We didn't have the cat diff. Yes. I don't know how many they have, but it seems like they have a couple. I should not accept the invites. I should let those sort themselves up. I'll come 5:30 a.m. Yeah, but you're also stupid, so there's that. Just for perspective. Just didn't know if you had considered that at all. Good about 10. Okay, well, hear me out. Hear me out. You wake up at 5:30 and go to bed at 10. I wake up at like 10:30 and I go to bed at like 2:30. So it's really not that different if we're breaking it down. It's just my schedule shifted so much later so I can provide entertainment to you hoodlums to end your night. And I'm happy to be able to do so. But I haven't seen a sunrise in about a fortnight. Actually, no, I woke up to take a shit a couple days ago. And I looked out the window and I was like, damn, that's a pretty sunrise. I should wake up earlier. And then I went back to bed after I pooped. So it was beautiful morning though. Fucking inspirational if I do say so myself. See a sunrise every morning. And I go to bed at midnight. Shrimp, if I looked at you, would I just be like, damn, this motherfucker looks tired? Cause like sometimes I'll be walking around and like I'm fortunately able to get beauty sleep, right? And I live a pretty low cortisol lifestyle. And I'm not too stressing to from T1 to T4. Yo, hear me out. Our first month was T4 to T4 the entire time. We're at the bottom of T4. Is E or NA? This is NA. I almost said EU. You almost confused me. Had me fucking forgetting where I was from. Goddamn. This is NA, brother. I play on Yola and Haven for the server that we're on. Yeah, T1 to T4 is kind of tragedy. My body's a temple. Bro, you know what's crazy? I was spraying some shit in my hair before stream, and it's like this coconut smelling shit. And whenever I spray it, I always hold my breath so that way I don't inhale it. And then I run out of the bathroom after I sprayed it, and then I like style my hair out the bathroom so I don't have to smell it. And I was doing that, and I ran out the bathroom, and I like. And Carla was like, you okay? And I was like, yeah, I was holding my breath in there because I don't want to inhale any of the shit that's in there. And she kind of like side-eyed me. And I was like, I'm going to go take a bong rip. And, you know, it was just poetic, if I do say so myself. Iggy, what up, baby? Come back to T1. I miss you. I miss you. We're so far away. They don't want to see us healing at the same time. Potentially your spores touching my circle. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, oh, holy. Anyways. So, how can you detest Thai food? Wait, who detests Thai food? No, like, coconut stuff. Hear me out. I don't really fuck with Mounds bars or Almond Joys. I think those shits are hot ass. I think that like shredded coconut buns is terrible, but like coconut curry and whatnot's good, and like coconut milk has its places. Short, stupid, and dumb. Fuck! God damn it, man. I shouldn't have said anything. Why did I speak up? Why did I make fun of somebody else? That is karma in real time, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Polarara. That's my bad. If I can taste or feel the coconut, I hate. In all fairness, that's kind of how I am with olives. Not that like, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Might makes me right. Getting healthy.
Excuse me.
Stand your ground.
Gotta sneak through. Pardon? That wasn't where I wanted to go. Actually, we win this. Yeah, kick the shit out of this one guy. Yeah, fuck him up. Get him in the kidneys. Yeah, good shit, boys. Good shit. Okay, hold on. Back in. I think we're fighting. Ah! Don't go through there yet.
Quickly.
You're not gonna want to do that.
I did that.
Hold on.
Stand your ground.
Come on, guys, it's clear. Come on. I don't know where to go after this. Oh, shit. I think we gotta go back out to link up with the tag. Excuse me, sirs. Pardon me. Just gotta make my way through here real quick. Oh, hey!
Nothing can bring me
Yo,
down.
perfect place, perfect time. DustyWhy, never late. Just where I need to be when I need to be.
Getting
Absolutely perfect. How does the tier system work? So basically with World vs. World, just a full like overlook, right? Timer first things first. We'll start baseline. 4 maps, all of these tiles, right? The tiles can be taken and then they can be claimed by a guild. If they're claimed by a guild that is leveled up enough to have the World vs. World unlocks, then that can be upgraded and fortified. Generates more points. And the tiles are represented here in terms of the points that we're generating per tick. Tick timer is here. When that goes down, it generates a tick. And then from there, we get our, you know, our pips for our chest and whatnot. Then we have the skirmish that is right here. And then at the end of the skirmish, that takes our tick points and converts it into our matchup points. So, oh no, we didn't go from T1 to T4. No. Furent's on a different server. Furent didn't get in with us yet, so he was stuck on a different world. So basically, like every Friday, all of those points work into, if we refresh this, our new matchups. So effectively, you have Tombs of Draskir, you have Raw's Rest, and you have Mosswood. And it looks like so far it's going pretty well for Raw's Rest, and Tombs of Draskir, Maguma is possibly not having the grandest of times. And then with our matchup, nothing else is really updated. But every Friday, that's the reset, and then that's when worst team goes down a tier, best team goes up a tier. So yeah, it's just one tier at a time type shit. Disregard statements? No, that's okay. Sometimes the weed gets us all. And sometimes it's other people's weed that truly gets us. Sometimes. What do I have for movie food tonight? Like, do I make popcorn at home? Because I have a little Jiffy Pop thing. It was a long ass day. No, that's okay. That's okay. I feel kind of stupid today too. I've been doing a lot of like businessy side planning for stream and whatnot to make sure that things fall into place where they need to be. We have some very exciting things coming up for a good cause. So smoky, so it's like perma-shit bong rips. Yeah, I can only imagine that's not ideal. Oh, you said your air quality was what? I'm gonna peep mine to flex on you. Just because I like flexing on Canadians. Hold on. It is 44 here. And we have an advisory. I think anytime it passes like 40, we get an advisory out. So, did we pull any WP? Oh shit. I am not locked in, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. 174. Well, so that means your air is 3 times the quality that ours is here. Actually, almost 4 times the quality, which is a really good thing, right?
Fixed.
Like, high quality, I think, is a good sign. And I think that's a sign that you have some of the highest quality air that there is, possibly record-setting quality, which, in my opinion, congratulations. I think you just have to embrace that and realize that that's something that there are people that don't have air right now. Astronauts. Good day, fellow red teammates. Excuse me. I'm out. I'm out this bitch. I'm gonna go up the other side. I think I may, you know, have myself a little scoop. Perchance a little jaunt over to the side. If I could link up with the group, I absolutely would have by now. But I may have missed the EWP. Oh wait. Red is our other new friends. We have 2 groups of new friends. Hello. I've arrived right when I need to. Let's fuck. Boys, we are so up tremendous. We get to see what Red's doing as well, because Red is not Luke-Gardus. Moogaloo. Red's Moogaloo. Blue is Luke-Gardus, Red's Moogaloo. Gosh dang it, man. Moogaloo sounds so cool. I definitely think... Oh, excuse me. I definitely think that's just the best, like, server name as a whole. Shall we combat, perchance? Shall we go about a round of fisticuffs? Mayhaps. Deliver some Dickingtons to each other. Or are we just gonna stand here, or is somebody gonna take their dick out? Oh yeah! Oh, Blue's taking their pants off. Oh, it's about to get fucking lit. Wait, why are we running? We should... Okay. So...
Nothing can bring me down.
Now we flipped it. Okay. Right. Right. Avoiding being the shit sandwich. Right. But didn't we put ourselves in more of a spot to get sandwich going to low ground than we would have if we just fought up here? Because blue would have been sandwiched if we kept blue in between us and red. Because blue was a shopping cart. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's not fine. Our raid just got, I think, rather obliterated out here. I'm not even gonna lie, that was a very quick set of deaths. We just lost many, many people near immediately. That was not the greatest. Not the greatest. I think we should have taken the first fight. Wait till tomorrow? It'll probably be a little more organized tomorrow. But definitely, I think, very quick fight there. I'm seeing a good amount of druids. Nothing too crazy. But it might be strips. I don't know how many strips we currently have. It doesn't look like a metric fuckload. Bro got his ass ate, and not in the... Bro, not in the best way either. I'll be real. Not in the best ass eating.
Concentration.
This is being a bit odd. Hey, I mean, I don't mind. I think reset time is literally like the best time for people to get reps and get familiar with things. I think you throw people into the fire and you hope that they do the best possible, and then you VOD review and you learn from it, because that's really the only way to learn. And World vs. World is tough, especially from a commander standpoint. Like, bro, something as small as we move forward and then we stop to let the tail catch up, and then we move forward again, and then we stop, and then we move forward, and then we stop, and then we roll, and we get to the left, and then we stop, and we just kind of keep doing this little pace. Something like that is definitely, I think, like, you know, something that I didn't even realize was so impactful until recently. Just as you know, oh yeah, of course. Listen, I never get too worried about missing or losing out on fights or anything like that. As long as we have a solid group of lads, I just always try to figure out what we're dying to and how, you know, even just on my standpoint. Yo, Wolves, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. I hope you're having a great day. I always just try to figure out how I can help us not get absolutely obliterated in terms of these fights. And sometimes it's just a matter of being like, oh, okay, we have a shitload of strips, so I've got to play really ready at any point in time with, you know, re-ups on my stabilities. And I've always got to try to have a pocket stability ready so I don't fuck myself over, right? Something as simple as that, which again is always great practice in World vs. World in the first place. But getting pointed out here is, you know, I think nice to learn from. And as long as every single fight we try to take something simple and improve on that, we're good. That's why they bought an invis on out their squad. So we went in thinking it was gonna be like smaller, and then effectively got like blasted by the surprise. I just traumatized myself. Why? What did you do? And then what did you? And then what did you do? Did you go back to Rust? Oh shit. Bad things have happened. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you. I am not gonna lie. I'm not the most proud. Bad things happen sometimes. And unfortunately this time, I might have facilitated the bad thing. Did you forget we're green? I don't want to fucking talk about it. I don't want to discuss my confidence gliding in blue areas. I literally don't want to discuss it right now. I'm still grieving. It's going to take me a little bit of time to realize that the green is good for gliding and the blue is bad for gliding. I specifically tried to get into the blue area to jump down there as well instead of being on the green side of the border. And I'm going through some stuff right now, Josh, okay? I'm feeling a little sad, reminiscing. It's all just a goddamn tragedy. I feel like my time on blue was ripped away from me. I feel like there was a perfect opportunity for us to get plenty of reps in T1 along the way. And so many people just backed down. And we lost our opportunity, we lost our time. And now look at T1 having a ton of fun without us. With fucking mosswood instead. The fuck even is a mosswood? The mossy wood is literally what you want to avoid because that means it's not getting fucking sunlight. It's just... it's a goddamn shame. Or is the moss getting sunlight? I wouldn't survive in the woods very long. I also don't like the thought of ticks. They're quite gross. Just as a general thing, I really wouldn't do well with that. I wouldn't want to anyways. So yeah, fuck that shit. Regardless, I don't know what side of the tree moss grows on. Chat, who are our survivalists? Which side of a tree does moss grow on? Is it the sunny side or not? If I were stuck in the woods and I had to find my way out north.
Getting healthy.
Why is it north? Is that true? In the northern hemisphere. Why does moss grow on the north side of trees? I thought you said waste. Bro, I've unironically taken us on some west-bound journeys in games. I should never be trusted with directions. I say this frequently, but I shouldn't be. It's 'cause the sun travels to the south. So, like, it's east to west, but it's south of us. So the moss avoids the sun, and everything in the northern hemisphere is getting this angle of it. So the north side away from it, regardless of east to west, is the safe side. Tech. Okay. So yes, I was right about how the moss doesn't even want the sun. Yes. I was survivalist. Okay, that's tech. Thank you. I've learned on this fine day. My father would be so disappointed in me. I grew up in the woods. He taught me this at some point in time, I'm sure. He was a Marine for 6 years. I've forgotten many things. It's lichen, not moss. Which one can we eat? Because one of those are edible, right? Aren't there edible forms of lichen? I would... Again, I think I'd just die in the woods, bro. No. Okay, well, here we go. Technically, everything's edible, right? Like, how bad could it truly be if you just have a little bit of lichen? What if you end up liking it? Sorry, that's my bad. That's entirely my bad. Hold on, I'm gonna clutch this up real quick. Sick. What do I want tomorrow? I'm gonna watch the Avatar movie. I wish I could stay more between the in-houses and this. But I have to watch the Last Airbender movie. I told Corla that I would. I promised her. And I cannot bitch out on that. As much as sometimes I wish I could. So we gotta make some food. And we're gonna go watch the Last Airbender movie that just dropped on streaming today. Watch movie. We'll be back. Okay, we were to throw that out. And then we leave squad. Boys. Record your reaction. Wait, is it bad? Oh no. Okay. Okay. Well, we're gonna watch it. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. But just for perspective, I don't really watch many movies, and Carla usually only picks out absolute fucking bangers for us. And like, we just watched the Odyssey in IMAX. It was fucking glorious. Before that, we had watched like F1, The Long Walk, shit like that. Like, she just picks out absolute slappers for us to go see. And because I'm on stream so much every single day, we don't really get the most time to watch movies. And it's been some time since we've had a shitter. So, it might be welcomed on this fine day if I'm being completely real. It might be a little nice. I'm kind of excited. Boys, if you guys are new to the channel, do me a favor real quick while I find somebody to throw a raid out to. Drop the follows. You know, when I go live every single day, I have streamed over 1,100 days in a row. I am quite literally always here if it is the afternoon EST. I exist to play Guild Wars, and Guild Wars exists to play me at this point in time. I've been here for about a month and a half, and I am going to continue to be spending a lot of time out here in my future. I could see, sorry, I got distracted by this fight. This fight looks fucking chaotic, if I'm being completely honest. I don't really know what they got going on here.
Defense, then offense.
But it looks like they have some goddamn crazy fights going out. And I think I'm just looking at an ungodly amount of strips right now. And a crazy amount of sustain. This is wild. Necro POV is stupid, bro. You literally just sit there and strip on repeat. Done stuff. Okay, okay. I'm about to send y'all over there. Boys, if it is your first day, I appreciate y'all coming through. If it is not your first day, I appreciate y'all coming through even more. My name is Dusty. If it's your first day here, make sure you drop the follow so you know I go live every single day. I have been here on Guild Wars for about a month and a half, and I will be here for the foreseeable future. Excited for the future with Guild Wars 3. Very excited to keep learning with Guild Wars 2 as well along the way. So, all the support truly means everything. It's the only reason why I can be here doing what I do on a daily basis. So, thank you guys once again for all the love, all the support. Truly makes it all possible. We will get back to blasting once again tomorrow. Bright and squirrely. And, boys, let me tell you, I'm very excited. I'm very excited. It seems like it's going to be a good week of some big fights. Like, interesting convo. Oh, dude, I love the conversation. Literally, the reason I stream is so we can have amazing conversations all day. And the gameplay is simply a side to that, if I'm being honest, man. I live for those little mini convos and tangents along the way. It's just, it's a blast. So, send y'all over to Resist and see what he's got cooking up for y'all. I think he's taking away some people's buffs that I be working so hard to give out. And I'll let you know what I think about the last Airbender movie tomorrow. So, catch y'all around 2 p.m. EST then. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace. Have a good night, you guys.